Section 16 of Thrift. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Thrift by Samuel Smiles. Section 16, Masters and Men, Part 1. This section begins with 4 quotations. The sweat of industry would dry and die, but for the end it worked to. Shakespeare. Man is a shop of rules, a well-trussed pack, whose every parcel underwrites a law. George Hebert. Care preserves what industry gains. He who attends to his business diligently, but not carefully, throws away with one hand what he gathers with the other. Colton. The acquisition of property, the accumulation of capital, is already in the power of the better-paid working class. The legislation has but few further facilities to give or obstacles to remove. Their savings are now so large that only soberer habits and rounder sense are needed to make them independent capitalists in less than half a lifetime. W. R. Gregg. Employers can do a great deal towards promoting habits of thrift, prudence, and sobriety amongst their workpeople. Though the working man does not like to be patronized, he has no objections to being helped. We have already seen that individuals can do much. They can cultivate habits of economy and lay by a certain portion of their earnings for help in time of need. But they want encouragement and assistance. They want sympathy. They want help. If masters fully understood the immense amount of influence which they possess, they would extend their sympathy and confidence to their workmen, which would cost them so very little and profit them so very much. We know of no instance where an employer has displayed a concern for the social well-being and improvement of his workmen in which he has not been repaid by their increased respect and zeal on his behalf. He may, for instance, arrange that wages shall not be paid so as to drive them into the market late on Saturday nights, when they are often under the necessity of making their weekly purchases at a great disadvantage. Of course, workmen who possess a little store of savings might make their purchases at greater advantage at any other time. The employer might also avoid paying wages in public houses, and thus keep his workmen out of the way of incurring an expenditure upon drink that might prove so hurtful. But masters can do more than this. They can actively aid their workmen in the formation of prudent habits by establishing savings banks for men and women and penny banks for boys and girls, by encouraging the formation of provident clubs and building societies, of provision and clothing clubs, and in many other ways. They might also distribute among them, without any officious interference, good counsel as to the manner in which they might make the best use of their wages. Many large employers have already accomplished much practical good by encouraging the formation of provident institutions, in which they have never failed to secure the respect and generally the cooperation of their workmen. At the same time, there is much want of sympathy between masters and men. In fact, want of sympathy pervades all classes, the poorer, the working, the middle, and the upper classes. There are many social gaps between them which cannot yet be crossed, which cannot yet be united. If I were to be asked, said Judge Talford, on whom death was at the moment laying his hand, what is the great want of English society, to mingle class with class? I would say in one word, the want is the want of sympathy. A great truth, but not yet appreciated. It is the old truth on which Christianity is based, of love one another. Simple saying, but containing within it a gospel sufficient to renovate the world. But where men are so split and divided into classes, and are so far removed that they can scarcely be said to know one another, they cannot have a due social regard and consideration, much less a genuine sympathy and affection for each other. Charity cannot remedy the evil. Giving money, blankets, coal, and such like to the poor, where the spirit of sympathy is wanting, does not amount to much. The charity of most of the Lord and Lady Bountiful begins with money and ends there. The fellow feeling is absent. The poor are not dealt with as if they belonged to the same common family of man, or as if the same human heart beats in their breasts. Masters and servants live in the same unsympathetic state. Each for himself is their motto. I don't care who sinks, so that I swim. A man at an inn was roused from his slumber. There is a fire at the bottom of the street, said the waiter. Don't disturb me, said the traveler, until the next house is burning. An employer said to his hands, You try to get all you can out of me, and I try to get all I can out of you. But this will never do. The man who has any sympathy in him cannot allow such considerations to overrule his better nature. He must see the brighter side of humanity ever turned towards him. Always to think the worst, said Lord Bolingbroke, I have ever found the mark of a mean spirit and a base soul. On the other hand, the operative class consider their interests to be quite distinct from those of the master class. They want to get as much for their labor as possible. They want labor to be dear, that they may secure high wages. Thus, there being no mutual sympathy nor friendly feeling between the two classes, but only money considerations, collisions are frequent, and strikes occur. Both classes, backed by their fellows, determined to fight it out, and hence we have such destructive strikes as those of Preston, Newcastle, London, and South Wales. The great end of both is gain, worldly gain, which sometimes involves a terrible financial loss. A general suspicion of each other spreads, and society becomes cankered to the core. The remedy is only to be found in the cherishment of a larger Christian sympathy and more genuine benevolence. Thus only can the breath of society be sweetened and purified. Money gifts avail nothing, as between rich and poor, unless there is a soul of goodness and a real human fellowship between them. The mischief and the curse which the excellent Judge Talfourd lamented with his dying breath will never be overcome. Some allege that this want of sympathy arises, for the most part, from the evils of competition. It is heartless, selfish, mischievous, ruinous, and so on. It is said to produce misery and poverty to the million. It is charged with lowering prices, or almost in the same breath with raising them. Competition has a broad back and can bear any amount of burdens. And yet there is something to be said for competition as well as against it. It is a struggle, that must be admitted. All life is a struggle. Amongst workmen, competition is a struggle to advance towards higher wages. Amongst masters, to make the highest profits. Amongst writers, preachers, and politicians, it is the struggle to succeed, to gain glory, reputation, or income. Like everything human, it has a mixture of evil in it. If one man prospers more than others, or if some classes of men prosper more than others, they leave other classes of men behind them. Not that they leave those others worse, but that they themselves advance. Put a stop to competition, and you merely check the progress of individuals and of classes. You preserve a dead, uniform level. You stereotype society and its several orders and conditions. The motive for emulation is taken away, and caste, with all its mischiefs, is perpetuated. Stop competition, and you stop the struggle of individualism. You also stop the advancement of individualism, and through that of society at large. Under competition, the lazy man is put under the necessity of exerting himself, and if he will not exert himself, he must fall behind. If he do not work, neither shall he eat. My lazy friend, you must not look to me to do my share of the world's work, and yours too. You must do your own fair share of work, save your own money, and not look to me and to others to keep you out of the poor house. There is enough for all, but do your own share of work you must. Success grows out of struggle to overcome difficulties. If there were no difficulties, there would be no success. If there were nothing to struggle or compete for, there would be nothing achieved. It is well, therefore, that men should be under the necessity of exerting themselves. In this necessity for exertion, we find the chief source of human advancement, the advancement of individuals as of nations. It has led to most of the splendid mechanical inventions and improvements of the age. It has stimulated the shipbuilder, the merchant, the manufacturer, the machinist, the tradesman, the skilled workman. In all departments of productive industry, it has been the moving power. It has developed the resources of this and of other countries, the resources of the soil and the character and qualities of the men who dwell upon it. It seems to be absolutely necessary for the purpose of stimulating the growth and culture of every individual. It is deeply rooted in man, leading him ever to seek after and endeavor to realize something better and higher than he has yet attained. Of course, man is much more than a competing being. That is only one of his characteristics, and not the highest or noblest. He has sensibilities, sympathies, and aspirations which should induce him to unite and cooperate with others in works for the common good. With unfettered individualism, there may and there ought to be beneficent cooperation for the general happiness. Men may unite to labor, to produce, and to share with each other the fruits of their corporate industry. But under any circumstance, there will be the instinct of competition, the opportunities for competition, and though mixed with necessary evil, there will be the ultimate advantages of competition. One of the results of industry and thrift is the accumulation of capital. Capital represents the self-denial, the providence, and the enterprise of the past. The most successful accumulators of capital have in all times risen from the ranks of labor itself. They are working men who have shot ahead of their fellows and who now give employment instead of receiving it. These persons, who are not the less working men because they have ceased to be manual laborers, by creating and extending the sphere of productive industry, must be regarded as amongst the most effective benefactors of the people, as they unquestionably are among the principal sources of the power and wealth of any nation. Without the capital accumulated by their thrift during many generations, the lot of the artisan would be most precarious. There is not a mechanic but has the use of the money of the master who employs him. When the unskilled laborer lays down his spade, he leaves idle a capital worth 18 pence. But when a skilled artisan or mechanic leaves his mill or his workshop, he leaves idle a capital of from 100 to 200 pounds per man. Nor does the skilled workman run any risk whatever as regards the sums invested, though he virtually shares the profits in the shape of the wages paid for his labor. The profit which remains is the master's return for his management and his risks. It is well known, however, that the risks are not always covered, as the Gazette in bad times abundantly demonstrates. The workman in good employment is not liable to losses by bad debts. He has no obsolete machinery from time to time left useless on his hands, and he has no anxiety about finding a market for his goods, nor fears respecting fluctuations in the price of the raw material. These are important advantages in his favor, which he does not usually take into account. It is true he suffers if trade is bad, but he earns high wages if it be good. He can then save money if he chooses to do so. He may be said to participate in the adversity or prosperity of his firm, but without incurring any of the liabilities of partnership. Mr. Carlyle has given a curious account of the great English manufacturer. Quote, Plugson of St. Dolly Undershot, buccaneer-like, says to his men, Noble spinners, this is the 100,000 we have gained, wherein I mean to dwell and plant my vineyards. 100,000 is mine, and 3 and 6 daily was yours. Adieu, noble spinners, drink my health with this groat, each, which I give you over and above. End quote. This account of the manufacturing buccaneer is a picture drawn by a man of genius from his imagination. There are probably many readers who believe the picture to be drawn from fact. There may, of course, be masters who are buccaneers, but there are also masters who are not buccaneers. There are dishonest manufacturers, as there are dishonest literary men, dishonest publicans, dishonest tradesmen. But we must believe that in all occupations honesty is the rule and dishonesty the exception. At all events, it is better that we should know what the manufacturers really are from fact rather than from fiction. Let us first take a large manufacturing firm, or rather series of firms, well known in South Lancashire. We mean the cotton spinning mills of the Messrs. Ashworth at Egerton and New Eagly. They have been in existence for more than 70 years. They have been repeatedly enlarged, and increasing numbers of workpeople have been employed at the uniform wages paid throughout the district. Workmen earn from 17 shillings to £2 a week. Women weavers can earn as much as 21 shillings a week. Where the parents have children, the united earnings of the families amount to as much as from £150 to £200 a year. Then as to what the Ashworths have done for the benefit of their workpeople. Schooling, by means of mutual instruction classes, was in operation from the first, but about the year 1825, when the works were greatly enlarged and the population was considerably increased, a day school was opened for children, which was used as an evening school for young men as well as for a Sunday school. The continued extension of the works led to an enlargement of the school accommodation, and while this was being provided, arrangements were made for a newsroom, library, and for the performance of divine worship on Sundays. A cricket ground was also provided for the use of young people. Misgivings were not unfrequently expressed that the zeal and expenditure incurred by the Messrs. Ashworth might one day be turned against them, to their annoyance and pecuniary loss. The prediction was realized in only a single instance. A young man of considerable talent, who when a child had been removed to the factory from a neighboring workhouse, made very rapid progress at school, especially in arithmetic. And when a strike of the workpeople occurred in 1830, one of the great strike years, he became very officious as a leader. The strike was defeated by the employment of new hands, and it was attributed to the influence of this young man that the employed were brutally assailed by an infuriated mob, and that the windows of the schoolroom were smashed and other works of destruction committed. The employers, nevertheless, pursued their original design. They repaired the schoolhouse and endeavored to increase the efficacy of the teaching. They believed that nothing was better calculated to remove ignorant infatuation than increased schooling. In a great many instances, the heads of the families had previously been engaged as hand-loom weavers or in some pastoral pursuit, and it became evident that in course of time the exercise of their minds in the details of a new pursuit awakened their intelligence, and their general demeanor indicated marks of a higher cultivation. The New Eagly Mills, being situated in a narrow valley several miles from Bolton, and the property being in the possession of the owners, they forbade the opening of any tavern or beer-house on the estate, so that the district became distinguished for the order and sobriety of the inhabitants. A man of intemperate habits has little chance of remaining in the Ashworth villages. He is expelled not by the employers, but by the men themselves. He must conform to the sober habits of the place, or decamp to some larger town, where his vices may be hidden in the crowd. Many of the parents have expressed how much gratification they have felt that by reason of the isolated situation they enjoyed as a community, they had become so completely separated from the corrupt influences of music salons and drink shops. The masters have added to their other obligations to the workpeople the erection of comfortable cottages for their accommodation. They are built of stone and are 2-storied. Some have 2 upper bedrooms, and others have 3. On the ground floor there is a sitting room, a living room, and a scullery, with a walled courtyard enclosing the whole premises. The proprietor pays the poor rates and other local charges, and the rentals of the houses vary from 2 shillings 4 to 4 shillings 3 a week. The regularity of their employment, accompanied with the payment of wages on Friday night, doubtless promoted their local attachment to the place. Many of the descendants of the first comers remain on the spot. Their social relations have been promoted, intermarriages have been frequent, and during the whole period there has not been a single prosecution for theft. The working people have also thriven as well as their masters. Great numbers of them are known to possess reserved funds in savings banks and other depositories for savings, and there are others of them who have invested their money in cottage buildings and in various other ways. But have not men risen above their lot of laboring spinners? They have. Such of them as possessed skill, ability, and the faculty of organization have been promoted from the ranks of laborers, and have become mill managers. About 30 of these, says Mr. Henry Ashworth, have been reckoned on the spur of the moment, and 10 of them have become business partners or proprietors of mills. Many manufacturers, adds Mr. Ashworth, are to be found who have done a great deal to ameliorate the condition of those they have employed, and no one will doubt that they have been prompted not by hopes of gain, but by emotions of goodwill. Manufacturers such as these do not, like Plugson of St. Dolly, Undershot, gather up their fortunes and run away, leaving a groat each to their workpeople to drink their healths. They remain with them from generation to generation. The best and the noblest among them, the Ashworths of Turton, the Strutts of Derby, the Marshalls of Leeds, the Ackroyds of Halifax, the Brookes of Huddersfield, and many others, have continued to superintend their works for several generations. The Strutts were the partners of Arkwright. In fact, it is only since Arkwright took out his patent for the spinning machine and Watt took out his patent for the steam engine that England has become a manufacturing country. Where would England have been now but for the energy, enterprise, and public spirit of our manufacturers? Could agriculture have supported the continuous increase of population? Is it not more probable that this country would have become overrun by beggars, or that property would have been assailed and the Constitution upset, as was the case in France, but for the extensive and remunerative employment afforded to the laboring classes in the manufacturing districts? The steam engine has indeed proved the safety valve of England. It enabled the kingdom to hold its ground firmly during the Continental Wars, and but for it and the industries which it has established, England would probably by this time have sunk to the condition of a third or fourth-rate power. It is true the great manufacturers have become wealthy, but it would certainly have been singular if with their industry, energy, and powers of organization they had become poor. Men of the stamp of the Strutts, Ashworths, Marshalls, and others do not work for wealth merely, though wealth comes to them. They have not become great because they were rich, but they have become rich because they were great. Accumulations of wealth are the result of exceptional industry, organization, and thrift, rather than of exceptional gain. Adam Smith has said, "It seldom happens that great fortunes are made by any one regularly established and well-known branch of business, but in consequence of a long life of industry, frugality, and attention." But it was not always so. For instance, Mr. Lister of Bradford, after inventing the combing machine, or at least combining the inventions of others into a complete combing machine of his own, proceeded to invent a machine for using up silk waste, then cast away as useless, spinning it into silk of the finest kind, and by means of the power loom to weave it into velvet of the best quality. The attempt had never before been made by any inventor, and it seemed to be of insuperable difficulty. Mr. Lister had already made a fortune by the success of his combing machine, such as to enable him to retire from business and live in comfort for the rest of his life. But urged by the irrepressible spirit of the inventor, he went onward with his silk machine. As he himself said at a recent meeting at Bradford, they might judge how hard he had worked to conquer the difficulties which beset him when he told them that for 20 years he had never been in bed at 5:30 in the morning. In fact, he did not think there was a man in England who had worked harder than he had. The most remarkable thing was that he threw away an immense fortune before there was any probability of his succeeding. He had almost brought himself to ruin, for he was £360,000 out of pocket before he even made a shilling by his machine. Indeed, he wrote off £250,000 as entirely lost before he began to make up his books again. Since then, his patent for the manufacture of silk had turned out one of the most successful of the day. In the park presented by Mr. Lister to the people of Bradford, a statue was recently erected by public subscription. It was unveiled by the Right Honorable W.E. Forster, who, in closing his speech, observed, quote, "I doubt, after all, whether we are come here to do honor to Mr. Lister so much as to do honor to ourselves. We wish to do honor to those working faculties which have made our country of England a practical and therefore a great and prosperous and a powerful country. It is this untiring, unresting industry which Mr. Lister possesses, this practical understanding, this determination to carry out any object which he is convinced ought to be carried out, and his determination to fear no opposition and to care for no obstacle. It is these practical faculties that have made England what she is. What is it especially that we are honoring? It is the pluck which this man has shown. It is the feeling that, having to do with the worsted trade, he said to himself, 'Here is something which ought to be done. I will not rest until I have found out how it can be done, and having found out how it can be done, where is the man who shall stop my doing it?'" End quote. Now, it was upon that principle that he fought his long struggle, and so when we read the story of his struggles ever since 1842 in those two great inventions, we raise this statue to the man who has successfully fought the battle, and hope that our sons and the sons of all, rich and poor together, will come in after days to admire it, not merely because it gives them the form and features of a rich and successful man, but because it gives them the form and features of a man who was endowed with industry, with intellect, with energy, with courage, with perseverance, who spared himself no pains in first ascertaining the conditions of the problems he had to solve, and then whose heart never fainted, whose will never relaxed in determining to carry out those conditions." End quote. End of section 16, Men and Masters, Part 1. Section 17 of Thrift. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. This recording is by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Thrift by Samuel Smiles. Section 17, Masters and Men, Part 2. Great men are wise savers and wise spenders. Montesquieu has said of Alexander, quote, "He found the first means of his prosperity and power in the greatness of his genius, the second in his frugality and private economy, and the third in his immense liberality to accomplish great objects. He spent but little on himself, but for public purposes his hand was always open." End quote. It was also said of the first Napoleon that he was economical like Charlemagne because he was great like Charlemagne. Napoleon was by no means a spendthrift, except in war, but he spent largely in accomplishing great public undertakings. In cases such as these, economy and generosity are well combined. And so it is in the cases of all men possessed of energy, industry, and great powers of organization. It may seem out of keeping to compare great producers with great commanders, yet the manufacturer often requires as much courage, as much genius, as much organizing power as the warrior. The one considers how he shall keep his operatives in working order, the other how he shall keep his soldiers in fighting order. Both must be men of enterprise, of boldness, of keen observation, and close attention to details. And the manufacturer from his position needs to be the most benevolent man of the two. Viewed in this light, we regard Sir Titus Salt not only as a captain of industry, but as a field marshal of industry. He has been called the Prince of Manufacturers. Titus Salt is a son of a Yorkshire wool stapler. In the early part of his life he was a farmer near Bradford, and his inclination for agricultural pursuits was such that it was thought he would continue to pursue this vocation. Being, however, a partner with his father in the wool business, and observing that manufactures were rapidly extending into the neighborhood, he withdrew from the partnership and commenced business at Bradford as a wool spinner. He was one of the first to observe the use of alpaca wool. Large quantities of that material were stored at Liverpool, imported from the Brazils. But the wool found no purchasers until at length Mr. Salt bought a quantity and spun it into an entirely new fabric. He then proceeded to buy up all the alpaca that was to be found in Liverpool, made arrangements for purchasing all that came into the market, went on spinning alpaca, and eventually established the manufacture. This was the foundation of Mr. Salt's fortune. At length, after about 20 years' labor as a manufacturer, Mr. Salt thought of retiring from business and again betaking himself to his favorite agricultural pursuits. He intended to retire on his 50th birthday, but before that time had arrived, having 5 sons to provide for, he reversed his decision and resolved to continue in business a little longer and to remain at the head of the firm. Having come to this determination, he made up his mind to leave Bradford. The borough was already overcrowded, and he did not like to be a party to increasing the population. He looked about for a site suitable for a manufacturing establishment, and at length fixed upon a large piece of ground in the beautiful valley of Ayr. An extension of the Leeds and Bradford Railway was in front, and the Leeds and Liverpool Canal behind it, so that there was every convenience for bringing up the raw materials and of sending away the manufactured goods. On that spot Saltaire was erected, a noble monument of private enterprise, liberality, and wisdom. It is not necessary to describe Saltaire. The buildings connected with the new works cover 6½ acres. The principal room is 550 feet long. The weaving shed covers 2 acres. The combing shed occupies 1 acre. Everything is large, roomy, and substantial. The cost of constructing the factory and the dwellings for the workpeople amounted to more than £140,000. On the opening day, Mr. Salt dined 3,500 persons in the combing shed. At the dinner he said, "I cannot look around me and see this vast assemblage of friends and workpeople without being moved. I feel greatly honored by the presence of the noblemen at my side. I am especially delighted at the presence of my workpeople. I hope to draw around me a population that will enjoy the beauties of this neighborhood, a population of well-paid, contented, happy operatives. I have given instructions to my architects that nothing is to be spared to render the dwellings of the operatives a pattern in the country, and if my life is spared by divine providence, I hope to see satisfaction, contentment, and happiness around me." This promise has been amply fulfilled. Mr. Salt has been influenced throughout by his sense of duty and responsibility. When he was applied to by the French government for information as to his factory, he replied, "What has been attempted at Saltaire arose from my own private feeling and judgment, without the most remote idea that it would be made the subject of public interest and inquiry. With respect to the factory itself, little need be said. The object of its construction is to save time in the process of production. Not a minute is lost in pushing the material from one department to another. Every horsepower of steam is made to do its utmost, every moment of time is economized, and the productive capabilities of the factory are thus greatly increased. We prefer to speak of the immense improvement which Mr. Salt, or rather Sir Titus Salt, has effected in the physical and moral condition of his workpeople. The plan of the works shows that Saltaire has been provided with a church, a Wesleyan chapel, and a literary and philosophical institution. Large schools have been provided for boys, girls, and infants, with abundance of playground. For young men as well as old, there is a cricket ground, bowling green, and croquet lawn, surrounded by pleasure grounds. There is also a large dining hall, baths and wash houses, a dispensary, and almshouses for pensioners. About 3,000 persons are employed in the works, and 756 houses have been erected for their accommodation. The rents run from 2 and 4 pence to 7 and 6 pence a week, according to the accommodation. Some of the houses are used as boarding houses. The rents include rates and water supply, and gas is sold at a low price. The cottages are built of stone, lined with brickwork. They contain a parlor or long room, a kitchen or scullery, a pantry and cellar, and 3 bedrooms. Each house has a separate yard with the usual offices. The workpeople are well able to pay the rents. Single workmen earn from 24 to 35 shillings a week. A family consisting of a father and 6 children earn £4 4 shillings a week, or equal to a united income of over £220 a year. The comfortable houses provided for the workpeople have awakened in them that home feeling which has led them to decorate their dwellings neatly and tastefully, a sure sign of social happiness. Every visitor among the poor knows how such things combine to prevent vice and disease, to elevate the moral tone of working people, and to develop their intellectual powers. A man in a dirty house, says Mr. Rind, the medical attendant at Saltaire, is like a beggar in miserable clothing. He soon ceases to have self-respect, and when that is gone, there is but little hope. Great attention is paid in Saltaire to education, even of the higher sort. There are day schools, night schools, mutual improvement classes, lectures, and discussions. Music, one of the most humanizing of pleasures, is one of the most favorite studies. In almost every house in the town, some form of musical instrument is found, and indeed, the choral and glee societies, together with the bands, have become household names. There is one full brass band for men, and another drum and fife band for boys, and concerts, vocal and instrumental, are regularly given by the workpeople in the dining hall. The bands have instructors provided by the firm. Besides taking part in the musical performances, a large number of the skilled workmen devote their leisure hours to various scientific amusements, such as natural history, taxidermy, the making of philosophical instruments, such as air pumps, models of working machinery, steam engines, and articles of domestic comfort, while some have even manufactured organs and other musical instruments. There is no drinking house in Saltaire, so that the vices and diseases associated with drunkenness are excluded from the locality. The diseases peculiar to poverty are also unknown in Saltaire. Everything is attended to: drainage, cleansing, and ventilation. There are baths of all kinds: plunge baths, warm baths, Turkish baths, and douche baths, and the wash-house, to enable the women to wash their clothes away from their cottages, is a great accommodation, inasmuch as indoor washing is most pernicious and a fruitful source of disease, especially to the young. The workpeople are also thrifty. They invest their savings in the penny bank and savings bank, whilst others invest in various building societies, gas companies, and other lucrative undertakings. In fact, they seem to be among the most favored of human beings. With every convenience and necessity, as well as every proper pleasure provided for them, with comfortable homes and every inducement to stay at home, with fishing clubs, boating clubs, and cricket clubs, with schoolrooms, literary institutions, lecture hall, museum, and classrooms established in their midst, and to crown all, with a beautiful temple for the worship of God. There is no wonder that Saltaire has obtained a name, and that Sir Titus Salt has established a reputation among his fellow men. There are a large number of employers who treat their workpeople quite as generously, though not in such a princely manner, as Sir Titus Salt. They pay the uniform rate of wages, help and encourage the employed to economize their surplus earnings, establish savings banks and penny banks for their use, assist them in the formation of cooperative associations for the purchase of pure food at a cheaper rate, build healthy cottages for their accommodation, erect schools for the education of their children, and assist them in every method that is calculated to promote their moral and social improvement. Mr. Edward Ackroyd, formerly MP for Halifax, is another manufacturer who has exercised a great influence throughout Yorkshire by his encouragement of habits of thrift among working people. In his own district at Copley and Halley Hill, near Halifax, he has built numerous excellent cottages for his workmen and encouraged them to build their own houses by investing their spare earnings in building clubs. He has established cooperative clubs to enable the men to purchase food and clothing at cost price. He has built excellent schools at his own expense and provided them with a paid staff of teachers. He has built and endowed the very fine Church of All Souls, Sir Gilbert Scott, architect, to which a large district, inclusive of the works, has been assigned. He has provided for his workpeople, both at Halley Hill and Copley, a literary and scientific society, a mutual improvement society, a working men's library, to which he has presented more than 5,000 books, a working men's club and newsroom, a choral society supplied with an excellent library of music, a recreation club provided with a bowling green, and a cricket grounds with quoits and gymnastic apparatus. Mr. Ackroyd has also allotted a large field to his workmen, dividing it into small gardens, varying from 100 to 240 square yards each. The small rent charged for each plot is distributed in prizes given at an annual flower show held in his grounds for the best growers of flowers, plants, and vegetables. Hence the Halley Hill Horticultural and Floral Society, one of the most thriving institutions of the kind in the neighborhood. In short, Mr. Ackroyd has done everything that a wise and conscientious master could have done for the purpose of promoting the moral and spiritual welfare of the 4,000 persons employed in his manufactories, who have been virtually committed to his charge. But although Mr. Ackroyd has done so much as a master for the men and women employed by him, he has perhaps done still more as a public benefactor by establishing the Yorkshire Penny Bank for savings. As early as the year 1852, Mr. Ackroyd instituted a savings bank to enable his workpeople to deposit sums of from 1 penny upwards. The system was found to work so well and to have such a beneficial effect in making people provident that he conceived the idea of extending its operations throughout the West Riding of Yorkshire. Having obtained the cooperation of several influential gentlemen, the scheme was started in 1856, and an Act of Parliament was obtained for constituting the Yorkshire Penny Savings Bank as it now exists. Mr. Ackroyd has recently furnished an introduction to the narrative of the Yorkshire Penny Bank, from which we extract the following passage. Quote, "The way by which thoughts or chance suggestions enter into the minds of men is sometimes passing strange. They may be the offspring of wayward fancy, or they may be the whisperings from a higher source. To the latter cause I am willing to attribute the idea which flashed across my mind during the present year, to give to the public something beyond the bare outline of the scheme in which for years many of them have taken a warm personal interest. It occurred in this wise when in town I occasionally attended during Lent the services at Whitehall Chapel for the sake of hearing the Lenten sermon preached by one of Her Majesty's chaplains. One remarkable sermon of the series was delivered by the Reverend Charles Kingsley on the 12th of March on behalf of the Supplemental Ladies Association of the London Society of Parochial Mission Women. In the sketch which the preacher gave of this excellent institution, he referred to the book entitled East and West, in which the benefits derived by the London poor from the association are clearly set forth. But he dwelt chiefly on the wide separation which divides rich from poor, class from class, in London, and on the dangers which threaten society from this cause, as was recently exemplified in France. Such was the impression made upon me by the sermon, that before many days had lapsed I had purchased East and West, and given the book a careful perusal. From previous observation, I had been struck with the sad contrast between the luxurious lives of those who reside at the West End of London, and the struggle for a hard, wretched existence which the crowded poor at the East, or in close purlieus elsewhere, are obliged to maintain until death closes the scene. How to bridge over the wide chasm intervening between the extremes of high and low in society, without injury to self-respect on either side, was a puzzling question, the problem to be solved. Yet from the admirable introduction of this most useful little work by the Countess Spencer, it appeared that a lady of high rank and her noble-minded associates had in some measure solved the problem and bridged over the chasm. Hence I was led to reflect how much easier it is to discharge our duty to our neighbors and to fulfill the leading object of the Parochial Mission Women Association, to help the poor to help themselves in provincial towns and in the country where we are personally acquainted with each other, than in London where we do not know our next-door neighbor. To help the poor to help themselves is the cardinal principle of the Yorkshire Penny Bank." End quote. Footnote, a quotation from the Yorkshire Penny Bank, a narrative, with an introduction by Edward Ackroyd, M.P. End footnote. The business of the bank commenced on the 1st of May, 1859. At the end of the year, when the bank had been in operation 7 months, 24 branches had been opened. It went on increasing in the number of branches and depositors, and in the amounts deposited. In 1874, about 250 branches had been established, and the amount of investments in the name of trustees had reached nearly £400,000. The Yorkshire Penny Bank does not interfere with the Post Office Savings Bank. It has a special function, that of teaching the young of either sex the habit of saving. It is also convenient to the adult worker as a convenient receptacle for his savings. Many have been induced to save in consequence of the banks having been brought almost to their very doors. One of the most remarkable facts connected with the history of penny banks is the sympathetic influence of juvenile thrift upon paternal recklessness and intemperance. The fact is well worthy the consideration of temperance advocates, who would probably effect much greater practical good by enabling working people to save their money in the penny banks than by any speech-making agency. Take, for instance, the following illustrations from Mr. Ackroyd's narrative. An actuary says, quote, "All the juvenile depositors seem inclined to take care of their pence by depositing them in the bank, and the grown-up people have become of the same turn of mind, rather than carry their loose money to the public house or spend it foolishly. Some factory operatives have saved sufficient to buy stock and commence farming." Another actuary says, quote, "A drunken father, being shamed out of his drunkenness by the deposits of his children, now deposits £half-a-crown a week in the bank. A notoriously bad man, a collier, became a regular depositor himself, as well as depositing money in the name of his child, all his spare money having previously been spent in drink. From the date of his beginning to save, a perceptible improvement took place in his conduct and character. In another case, 2 boys prevailed upon their father, also a collier, to allow them to deposit £1 a week until they had saved sufficient to buy themselves each a suit of new clothes. Before then, all their father's earnings, as well as their own, had been spent in drink." An actuary of another branch says he has seen fathers and mothers who have been drunkards send their children with money to the bank. He says, quote, "My heart was made to rejoice when I saw a boy who never had a suit of new clothes in his life draw out his money and in less than 2 hours return well clad to take his place in the school to practice singing for Good Friday." At the meeting of the Band of Hope on Good Friday, he asked the parents and children to signify, by holding up their hands, whether or not the bank had been beneficial to them. When many hands were instantly raised, one poor mother exclaimed, "I will put up both my hands for my 2 bairns." A miner, the father of a family reclaimed from drunkenness, saved his money in the bank until, with the aid of a loan from the Building Society, he built 2 houses at a cost of £400. The bank has been to many people what the hive is to the bee, a kind of repository, and when the wintry days of sickness or adversity befall them, they have then the bank to flee to for succor. A missionary says, "I met a man and his wife about 2 years ago, both drunk. I got them to sign the pledge and since then to invest their money in our bank. The pawnbroker had got the greater part of their goods, but I am happy to say that they have got all the articles out of pawn and can bring a little money almost every week to the bank, and when putting in the money, the man says that it is better than taking it to the public house. Their home is now a very comfortable one." A drunkard one night came to the bank and, flinging down a shilling for a start, said, "There, that is the price of 6 pints of beer, but I promise the landlords that they shan't have as much of my money as they have had." This man has become sober and continues a regular depositor. In another bank, a man who had been a reckless and desperate fellow was induced by his wife to deposit a few coppers in the bank. He did so, and his weekly deposits increased, while at the same time his visits to the public house decreased. In the course of a short time he had a respectable balance to his credit, and this induced him to take a share in a building society, and then a second share. After continuing to pay upon these shares for some time, he purchased a piece of land, upon which he built 2 houses. One of these he occupies himself, and the other he lets. Besides this, he is now a respectable tradesman, having 2 or 3 journeymen and an apprentice working for him. He is sober and steady, and much respected by his friends and neighbors. Many other cases of the same kind might be mentioned. In one case, a boy saved sufficient money to buy a suit of clothes for his father, who had spent all his earnings in drink, and reduced himself and his family to poverty. In other cases, sons and daughters maintain their infirm parents without resorting to the parochial board for assistance. Some save for one thing, some for another. Some save to emigrate, some to buy clothes, some to buy a watch. But in all cases, frugality is trained until savings becomes habitual. One of the Yorkshire actuaries of the Penny Bank tells the following anecdote as conveying a lesson of perseverance and encouragement to branch managers. Quote, "Mr. Smith was one of our first managers, but after attending 2 or 3 times he left us, saying it was childish work. My answer was, 'It is with children we have to do.' A short time after, I met him, and in the course of conversation I observed that I sometimes got down in the mouth, and did not know whether we were doing any good, and felt disposed to give up the bank. On which he warmly replied, 'For God's sake, you must not let such an idea get into your head. You little know the good you are doing. We have not a man about our place but either himself or some members of his family are depositors.' The actuary adds, 'If Colonel Ackroyd ever despairs, I give him the above answer.'" End quote. Savings banks have thus been the means of doing an immense amount of good. They have brought peace, happiness, and comfort into many thousands of families. The example of Mr. Ackroyd should be largely imitated, and there ought not to be a county in the kingdom without its organized system of penny banks. End of section 17, Masters and Men, Part 2.
Section 18 of Thrift. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Thrift by Samuel Smiles. The Crosleys, Masters and Men, continued, Part 1. Quote, the sense to enjoy riches, with the art to enjoy them, and the virtue to impart. Close quote, Pope. Quote, my ventures are not in one bottom trusted, nor to one place, nor is my whole estate upon the fortune of this present year. Close quote, Shakespeare. Quote, the roughest road leads often to the smoothest fortune. Close quote, Franklin. Who can find a virtuous woman? For her price is far above rubies. The heart of her husband doth safely trust in her, so that he shall have no need of spoil. She seeketh wool and flax, and worketh willingly with her hands. She layeth her hands on the spindle, and her hands hold the distaff. She stretcheth out her hand to the poor, yea, she reaches forth her hands to the needy. Strength and honor are her clothing, and she shall rejoice in time to come. Her children rise up and call her blessed, her husband also, and he praiseth her. Close quote, Proverbs of Solomon. There are several large employers who have endeavored to combine the principles of cooperation with the business of manufacturing, and to furnish to the men who have contributed to their past prosperity the opportunity of sharing in their future profits. The object of these masters has been to obviate the antagonism between capital and labor, and to spread the spirit of contentment among the operatives. Workmen who have saved their earnings and stored them in savings banks are in this manner enabled to become partners in the concerns in which they have formerly employed their labor. The two principal manufacturing concerns of Halifax, those of James Ackroyd and Son and John Crossley and Sons, have thus become converted into joint stock companies. They have been so converted with the primary design of receiving the cooperation of the managers, workmen, and others associated with them. And with that view, the directors have in all cases given them the priority in the allotment of the shares. We have already referred to the philanthropic work accomplished by Edward Ackroyd in the county of York. We have now to refer to the Crosley Firm, whose carpets are known throughout the world. We refer to them with the greater pleasure as their history contains a story which may possibly add to the interest of this book, which, however useful, some readers may consider to be rather dull to read. The founder of this firm was John Crossley. He belonged to an old Yorkshire family. His grandfather, who lived at King's Cross, near Halifax, was born of respectable parents and had a good education, yet he was by no means fond of business. In fact, he spent the greater part of his time in hunting and shooting. His wife was, however, of a very different character. She was industrious, energetic, and an excellent household manager. She not only maintained herself, but her husband and her family. She did this by means of a boarding school which she kept, one of the best in the neighborhood of Halifax. One of her sons, the father of John Crossley, was brought up to carpet weaving. He learned his business with Mr. Webster of Clay Pits, one of whose daughters he afterward married. John Crossley himself also became a carpet weaver with his uncle, and when his apprenticeship was finished, he went to weave for Mr. Currer, a large carpet manufacturer at Ludden Foot. While working at this factory, his master built a large, fine house to live in. He thought he had money enough saved for the purpose, but circumstances proved that he had not. Mr. Currer told his foreman that he had kept an account of its cost until he had spent £4,000, and then he became so disgusted that he burnt the memorandum book, although the house was not nearly finished. He said, quote, he had done all that to please a woman, close quote, meaning his wife. Although Mr. Kerr was an excellent man of business, his wife was too fond of show, and the large fine house in which she was to live proved her husband's ruin. He died shortly after it was finished, and then the whole of his establishment was broken up. After leaving Mr. Kerr, John Crossley moved to Halifax to take the management of Mr. Job Lee's carpet manufactory in Lower George Yard, Halifax. He began to look out for a wife, and the history of his courtship is curious as well as interesting. The Crosleys seem to have had the good fortune to fall in with excellent wives, and the prosperity of the family is quite as much due to the Crossley women as to the Crossley men. Martha Crossley, the future wife of John Crossley, was born at Folly Hall near the Amblerthorn Bar. Her great-grandfather, Thomas Turner, was a farmer. He lived at the Upper Scout Hall, Shiben, and the farmhouse which he occupied at the head of the Shiben Valley is still in existence. The oldest son was brought up to his father's business. The youngest son, Abraham, was brought up to farming, weaving, and combing. He married and had 3 children, Abraham, Thomas, and Martha. Abraham, the oldest, was father of Mrs. John Crossley, née Turner. Abraham was also brought up to farming and manufacturing, but it must be remembered that manufacturing was in those days conducted on a very much smaller scale than it is now. He afterwards went into partnership with his brother Thomas to make worsted goods, but after his marriage the partnership was dissolved. He then became the proprietor of the Scout Farm, and there brought up his family. Although Abraham Turner was a landed proprietor, he did not think it beneath him to allow his daughter Martha to go out to service. When about 15 years old, she went as a servant to Miss Oldfield at Warley. In that service, in her own person, she did the work of kitchen maid, housemaid, and cook, and in addition to that, she milked 4 or 5 cows night and morning. She remained about 10 years with Mrs. Oldfield. Her wages were at first 15 pence a week. After 2 years, they were increased to 18 pence, and after 9 years' service, they were increased to 6 guineas a year. Yet during that time, Martha Turner saved £30 by sheer thrift. John Crossley, the founder of the Crosley Firm and the husband of Martha Turner, was originally a carpet weaver. One night, when working at the loom, he was taking his drinking, and on laying down his black bottle, it fell and broke. In trying to catch the bottle, he cut his arm so severely that it was thought he would have bled to death. He could not work at the loom any longer, and he was going about with his arm in a sling. When his employer, Mr. Kerr, said to him, "John, do you think you could tie up a loom as you cannot now weave?" John replied that he had thought he could. He tried, and proved so expert that his master would not allow him to go back to the loom. John Crossley used to regard the accident to his arm as the turning point in his life. In the meantime, he was going on with the business of courtship, though it was very much against the wish of the proud farmer, the father of Martha Turner. He declared that he would never allow his daughter to marry a weaver or even a foreman of weavers. Perhaps the story of their courtship is best told in Martha's own words. Quote, "When I went to the gate one evening, there was a young man standing there who asked me if I wanted a sweetheart. I answered, 'Not I, Mary. I want no sweethearts.' I then went into the house and left him. I saw the same young man frequently about, but did not speak to him for years after. His name was John Crossley. When my mistress ascertained his object, she did all she could to set me against him. She told me that when she was a girl, she had gone to a boarding school, kept by a Mrs. Crossley, that her husband's name was Tom Crossley, the grandfather of this very man that was courting me, and that a wilder, idler scapegrace she never knew. She always said, when she saw him coming, "There's young Crossley coming again." One day I received a love letter from him, which I could now repeat word for word. I had several other suitors, but none were so persevering as John Crossley. He pressed me very much to have him. At last he sent me a letter to say that a house was vacant in Lower George Yard, close to the works he was managing, and that it was a great chance to meet with one so convenient. I told him that I was going home to spend the 5th of November, and would pass that way and look at the house, which I did. When I got home, I asked my parents for their consent. They did not object much to it at the time, but I had not been at Mrs. Oldfield's more than a day or two before they sent over my sister Grace to say that they would not give their consent to the match, and that if I insisted on being married to John Crossley, they would never look me in the face again. So soon as my sister was gone, I retired in a most distressful state of feeling to my bedroom, and opened my book that was the preparation for the sacrament, and the first place at which I opened, I read the words, "When thy father and thy mother forsake thee, then the Lord will take thee up." This comforted me very much. I felt that the Lord was with me in this matter, and I could no longer doubt which was the path of duty. I decided to accept John Crossley's offer, and we were married on the 28th day of January, 1800. Mr. Crossley never did a better day's work than in marrying his excellent and noble wife. From that day forward, she was his helper, his co-worker, his consoler. She assisted her husband in all his struggles, and in a certain sense was the backbone of the Crossley family. After the death of Mr. Joblees, whose carpet manufactory he had managed, Mr. Crossley entered into partnership with 2 other persons to take the plant and carry on the business. Some difference having occurred with the partners, he left the firm and took a lease of Dean Clough Mill, where he entered into another partnership with his brother Thomas and James Travers. There they carried on the business of worsted spinning. At the same time, John Crossley continued to spin and dye the yarns, and to manage the looms of the firm which he had left. In fact, the dyeing and spinning for the old firm formed a considerable part of the business of the new one. Then came a crisis. The old firm took away their work. They sent the wool to be spun and the yarn to be dyed elsewhere. This was a great blow, but eventually it was got over by extra diligence, energy, and thrift. Mrs. Crossley herself taking a full share in the labors and responsibility of her husband. In addition to the carpet making, she says in the manuscript memoir of her life, we carried on the manufacture of shalloons and plainbacks, the whole of which I managed myself, so far as putting out the warps and weft, and taking in from the weavers. We had at one time as many as 160 hand weavers on these goods. We sold the principal part of them in London. We had also about 4 looms making brace webs and body belts. The produce of these looms I sold principally to the Irish, who made them up into braces and hawked them about the country. I also made and stitched with assistance all the carpets that we sold retail. I used to get up to work by 4 o'clock in the morning, and being very diligent, I have usually earned 2 shillings before breakfast, by the time that my neighbors were coming downstairs. The partnership of Crosley, Travers, and Crossley lasted for 20 years. When the term had expired, the partners shared their savings. They amounted to £4,200, or £1,400 each. This was not a very large sum to make during 20 years' hard work, but Dean Clough Mill was then but a small concern, and each partner did his own share of handiwork in spinning, dyeing, and weaving. Mrs. Crossley says that the £1,400 came in very useful. In fact, it was only a beginning. John Crossley eventually bought the Dean Clough Mills out and out. He had a family of 8 children to provide for, and he put his sons for the most part into his business. They followed the example of their parents and became thrifty, useful, and honorable men. John Crossley, the founder of the firm, has observed that in the course of his life he was a keen observer of men and things. He says he noticed many of the failures of his neighbors in bringing up their children. Some fathers were so strict with their children, keeping them so constantly at home, and letting them to see so little of the world in which they lived, that when the fathers died and the children were removed from all restraint, they came forth into the world like calves, and found everything entirely different from what they expected. Such unguided persons, Mr. Crossley found, soon became wild, lost, and ruined. Then he observed the opposite extreme, where the fathers indulged their children so much that they became quite unfitted to endure the hardships of the world, and like a vessel that is sent to sea without a helm, they soon became stranded on the shores of life. Hence, Mr. Crossley endeavored to steer clear of both extremes, and to give his sons as much knowledge and experience of life as possible. When at home, he always had one of his sons near him, or when he went from home, he always took one of them with him. Thus they gained a great deal of practical knowledge of life, and knew something of the good and evil in the world. And as they grew older, they were all the better able to turn their own lives to the best account. It is not necessary to follow the history of the Crossley family further. John Crossley died in 1837, after which the firm was conducted by John, Joseph, and Sir Francis Crossley, Bart. The latter represented the West Riding of the county of York at the time of his death a few years ago. In 1857 he purchased a splendid piece of ground, which he presented to the Corporation of Halifax to be used as a people's park forever. In the speech which he made on the occasion of presenting it, he said, amongst other things, that he had often discussed with his friend the mayor the philosophy of money. "I recollect very well," he said, "once entering into the question with him, when I was 20 years younger than I am now, and saying that I saw a great deal of emptiness about this money-getting, that many were striving for that which they thought would make them happy, but that it was like a bubble upon the water, no sooner caught than burst. Had I," he afterwards said, "been of nobler birth, or traced my origin, like some in this room, to those who came in with William the Conqueror, however true it might be, it would not have been good. It would even be boastful to have done so. But since I am of humble birth, perhaps it will be allowed me to say a little of those who ought to share the honor which is heaped upon me. My mother was the daughter of a farmer who lived upon his own estate, and although it was not large, it had been in the family for many generations. Her father made the same mistake that Jacob had. Jacob made too much of Joseph, and her father made too much of Mary. When my mother was 17, and quick in disposition, she said that right was not done to her at home, and she was determined to make her own way in the world, whatever the consequences might be. She went out to service, contrary to the wish of her father. I am honored today with the presence of one who has descended from the family who engaged her as a servant. I mean Mr. Oldfield of Stock Lane, vice chairman of the Halifax Board of Guardians. In that service, in her own person, she did the work of kitchen maid, of housemaid, and of cook, and in addition to that, she regularly milked 6 cows every night and morning. Besides which, she kept the house, which was as clean as a little palace. But this was not enough to employ her willing hands. Her mistress took in wool or tops to spin, and she would do what scarcely any in Warley would have done. She spun that wool into 36 hanks in the pound, and thus earned many a guinea for her mistress, besides doing all her other work. Footnote: those who came in with William the Conqueror are not the oldest, but the youngest of British families. They are the most recent occupiers of British soil. The Angles and Saxons, whose lands the Normans divided amongst themselves, occupied Britain many hundred years before the arrival of the Conqueror. In the remote dales of Yorkshire and Lancashire, the ancient race still exists, and thus the Crosley family may have a much longer pedigree, could they but trace it, than any of those who came in with William the Conqueror. The latter are able to trace their origin because their numbers are so small, their possessions so large, and their introduction as English proprietors comparatively so recent. Footnote 2. In these snobbish days, when rich people are so often ashamed of their fathers and grandfathers, and vainly endeavor to make out their ancient nobility, it was honest and manly on the part of Sir Francis Crossley thus publicly to relate these facts, and to share with his mother the honor of conferring his splendid present of the People's Park on the townsmen of Halifax. End of footnote. Sir Francis went on to relate the history of his father, as given above from his own manuscript, until the time when he took the Deanclough mill. My mother, he says, went thither with her usual energy. As she was going down the yard at 4 o'clock in the morning, she made this vow: if the Lord does bless us at this place, the poor shall taste of it. It is to this vow, given with so much faithfulness and kept with so much fidelity, that I attribute the great success which my father had in business. My mother was always looking how she could best keep this vow. In the days that are gone by, when it was a dreary thing to give employment to a large number of people, the advice that she gave to her sons was, do not sell your goods for less than they cost, for it would ruin you without permanently benefiting anyone. But if you can go on giving employment during the winter, do so, for it is a bad thing for a working man to go home and hear his children cry for bread when he has none to give them. And now, with respect to the manner in which Sir Francis Crossley fulfilled the vow of his mother, on the 10th of September, 1855, he said, I left Quebec early in the morning for the White Mountains in the United States. I remember passing through some of the most glorious scenery I had ever seen. On reaching the hotel at the White Mountains, I went out alone for an evening walk. It was a beautiful spot. The sun was just declining behind Mount Washington, amidst all the glorious drapery of an American sunset. I felt as if I was walking with God. What, said I, shall I render for all his benefits to me? Lord, what wilt thou have me to do? The answer came immediately. It was thus: it is true thou canst not bring the many thousands thou hast left behind thee in thy native country to see this beautiful scenery, but thou canst take such scenery to them. It is possible so to arrange art and nature that they shall be within the reach of every working man in Halifax, that he shall go and take his evening walk there after his day's toil has been done. Well, that seemed to me a glorious thought. I walked home, and my prayer that night was, that in the morning I might feel that my thought was justified, and that I might be spared to put it in execution. I slept soundly that night, and when I awoke my impression was confirmed. On the 10th of September, when I left Quebec for the White Mountains, I had no more idea of making a park than anyone here has of building a city. On the day I reached home, I felt as convinced that I should carry out my thought as I was of my own existence. And from that day to this, I have never flinched from the undertaking, whatever difficulties might arise. It is a happy day for me that I have been permitted to see the result in the People's Park that has been opened today. The park was opened in August 1857. Footnote: the park is situated in the center of the borough of Halifax and covers 12 acres and a half of ground. It cost Sir Francis Crossley £35,000, who also gave to the corporation £6,300 to be invested for its maintenance. End of footnote. 3 years later, a fine statue of Sir Francis Crossley by Mr. Joseph Durham was placed in the park so that all comers, while beholding the princely gift, might also see the form and features of the giver. The cost of the statue was defrayed by public subscription, in which persons of all political parties joined. The preparation of the statue was delayed by the revolution in Italy, which placed Victor Emmanuel on the Italian throne. While the quarrymen at Carrara were digging out the block of marble of which the figure was to be sculpted, they were roused by shouts of liberty, coupled with the name of Garibaldi, and they left their work to join the banner of that victorious leader. In front of the statue is the following inscription: "This statue of Frank Crossley, Esquire, MP for the West Riding of the County of York, donor of the People's Park, was erected August 14th, 1860, by the inhabitants of Halifax, his native town, as a tribute of gratitude and respect to one whose public benefactions and private virtues deserve to be remembered." But the vow of Martha Crossley was not yet entirely fulfilled. Quote, "If the Lord does bless us at this place, the poor shall taste of it." Close quote. That was what she promised on her husband's entering into possession of Dean Clough Mills, and her sons have nobly fulfilled her promise. In 1864, the extensive business of John Crossley and Sons, with all its mills, machinery, plant, warehouses, and stock in trade, at Halifax, Kidderminster, Manchester, and London, was converted into a joint stock company. The company was formed with the primary design of receiving the cooperation of all parties associated with the business, and with the object of securing a spirit of harmony and the material well-being and profit of the workpeople, clerks, managers, and others interested in the concern. In order to enable the workpeople to join in the business, a large sum of money was lent to them for the purpose of taking up return shares in the company, and the workpeople took them up to a large extent. A preference was always given to the managers and operatives, and the amount of shares applied for by them was invariably allotted in full. The results of this system have proved entirely satisfactory, the directors reporting that the active energies of all parties necessary to ensure success have been fully enlisted. They claim originality in their method of securing the direct interest of the employees, and they rejoice in being able to report that the system has more than realized their highest expectations. At the present time, the employees hold shares in the company of the value of about £30,000, and the deposit bank, founded for the use of the workpeople exclusively, contains money savings amounting to more than £16,000. And thus the vow of Martha Crossley that the poor should taste of the prosperity of John Crossley and Sons has been amply and nobly fulfilled. End of section 18. Section 19 of Thrift. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Thrift by Samuel Smiles. The Crosleys, Masters and Men, continued, Part 2. One of the most promising of cooperative undertakings established by employers for the benefit of their workpeople was that of the Messrs. Briggs and Son of Whitwood Collieries near Wakefield. The collieries were converted into a limited company in 1865. The working colliers were made partners in the prosperity of the concern to this extent that whenever the divisible profits accruing from the business in any year, after making allowance for depreciation, exceeded 10% on the capital embarked, all of those employed in the company were to receive 1/2 of such excess profit as a bonus, to be distributed amongst them in proportion to their respective earnings during the year. The object of the owners was to put an end to strikes, which had sometimes placed them in peril of their lives, and also to enable them to live on better terms with their workpeople. The colliers were invited to become shareholders, and thus to take a personal interest in the prosperity of the concern. The project was received with great favor by the friends of cooperation. Mr. John Stuart Mill, in his Principles of Political Economy, announced that the Messrs. Briggs had taken the first step, and that it was highly honorable on the part of those employers of labor to have initiated a system so full of benefit, both to the operatives employed and to the general interests of social improvement. Mr. Hughes, M.P., after visiting the collieries, expressed his surprise at the great success achieved in the first year of working the collieries as a partnership of industry. "I believe," he said to the owners, "that in taking this step you have done a great work for England, and one which will be gratefully recognized before long by the country." The promoters also claimed a reward from the Paris Universal Exhibition for having been the first large employers in England who have allowed all their workpeople, whether co-shareholders with them or not, to participate in all divisible profits beyond a fixed percentage on the paid-up capital of the company. Only a few years have passed, and already this promising partnership of industry has come to an end. It has not been brought to an end by the masters, but by the men. The masters were satisfied with the profits made during the recent high prices of coal, but the men were not satisfied with the wages. Had they been as free as the Welsh colliers, they would have insisted on being paid as highly, but it would have been, as it was in Wales, ruinous to the masters. The system of industrial partnership had at length to be abandoned, and the men now work for wages instead of part profits. The truth is, the colliers were not sufficiently educated to appreciate the advantages of the industrial scheme. Though some of the Whitwood workmen have been stimulated by thrift to build and furnish houses of their own, the greater number of them, during the recent flush of prosperity, squandered their wages on frivolity, extravagance, and intemperance. The attempt was also made by several firms engaged in the iron trade to embody the principle of cooperation in their respective concerns. Amongst these were the firms of Greening and Company, Manchester and Fox, Head and Company, Middlesbrough. The experiments were to a certain extent brought to an end by the greed or laziness of the colliers, who have for a time destroyed the prosperity of the iron trade. Messrs. Greening and Company started with great enthusiasm, and the results were very successful as regards the work people. Nothing could have been better than the spirit of goodwill and even devotion which was displayed by many of them. But, unhappily, contracts were taken by the management which resulted in a series of losses, and the scheme ended in liquidation. Mr. Greening states that the distribution societies have as yet been much more successful than the production societies, but he hopes to see the latter crown the edifice by making workers everywhere no longer servants, but co-partners with capital. The firm of Fox, Head and Company also admitted their workmen to a partnership of profits. They had for some time been much annoyed by strikes. Their works had stood idle for about a fourth of the whole time that had elapsed since their commencement. The system of cooperation was adopted in 1866, at the close of a long strike. One of the conditions of the scheme was that Fox, Head and Company should not be members of any association of employers, and that the workmen should not be members of any trade union. The original intention was to pay the workmen a bonus according to profits. They eventually adopted the practice of the Messrs. Briggs and Company, which was to divide the profits over 10% into two parts, the one to belong to the capitalists as their profit, and the other to be divided amongst all those who had received wages or salaries during the year in proportion to the amount received by them. An opportunity was also afforded to the workmen of depositing their savings with the firm. But as there was only one instance during 3 years of a workman applying to invest his savings, the clause was withdrawn. In consequence of the depressed state of the iron trade, there were no profits to be divided during the first 2 years. The men were, however, paid the current rate of wages and were saved the expenses of union levies. The cooperative store, which had been founded by the workmen, was in a very prosperous condition. In the 3rd year of the cooperative scheme, a bonus of 2.5% was divided between the employers and the employed. The workmen also received an advance of 5% in wages. In the 4th year, the wages of the workmen were further increased 10%, and this took the cream off the bowl. However, a bonus of 4% was paid on the wages and salaries received by the employees during that year. At the meeting held to communicate the result of the year's business, Mr. Head said, quote, "There may be some who think the tendency of our policy has been too sentimental. I don't believe in doing business on sentimental principles. But I contend that mere money-making is not the sole end of existence. We have been associated with many of you for several years, and we cannot help feeling a considerable interest in you. After all, life is not so very long. Another 20 or 30 years will see us all underground, and there will be other employers and other workmen carrying on business at Newport rolling mills. It would indeed be strange if we did not take some interest in those with whom we are so much associated. And so, without in the least relaxing discipline or sacrificing any true principle of business, we hold it to be our duty as employers, as well as your duties as employees, to consider each other's interests and to do all that each of us can in the way of true and hearty cooperation." Close quote. The coal famine began to tell upon the iron workers. The furnaces were often laid off for want of coal. The principal causes of the bad supply of coal arose from shorter hours of labor and higher wages for less work. Yet a bonus of 3.25% was allowed on the wages and salaries received by the employees during the year 1871. The cooperative stores continued to be very productive, and many of the members saved considerable sums of money. In the next year, a bonus of 3.5% was divided. But difficulties were in store. The coal famine continued. The employers of labor held meetings to resist the successive advances of wages and to counteract the operations of the trades unions. Mr. Head strongly urged the men to hold together. "Cease to be deluded," he said, "by those trade unions. Save all you can, and with your savings provide against the day of sickness, a day which is sure to come sooner or later. Provide for old age. Read good books. You have every chance now, with a free library in the town. Give credit to others for wishing to be straightforward and honest as well as yourselves, and in every way I would ask you to act reasonable, straightforward, sensible English workmen ought to do. Show that you can appreciate being well used, that you can appreciate those who put themselves to trouble that they may do you good, and beware lest, by want of sympathy, you drive the best of the employers out of the business, and retain those alone who are despotic and tyrannical. Cease to follow those who are actuated by self-interest or by blind impulse, who do not care a bit if they get you into trouble, provided only they serve their own selfish ends. Such men are but blind leaders of the blind, and if you follow them, you will eventually find yourselves deserted and lying hopelessly and helplessly in the last ditch. It was of no use. The men's wages went up 20%, and there was an end of the bonuses. The coal famine continued. The masters, instead of making profits, made immense losses. The price of iron went down. The mills stood idle for 2 months. The result was that when the masters next met the workmen in public meeting, Mr. Waterhouse, the auditor, reported that, while the gross earnings of the year have exceeded the expenditures on materials, wages, and trade charges, they have been insufficient to cover the full amounts to be provided under the cooperative scheme for interest on capital depreciation and the reserve for bad debts, and that consequently it was his duty to declare that no amount was at present payable as bonus either to employers or employed. No further report was issued in 1875, excepting an announcement that there was no dividend, and that the firm did not intend to continue the cooperative scheme any longer. During the time that it lasted, the employees had received about £8,000 in bonuses. Since then, Sir Joseph Whitworth has announced his intention of giving his workmen a bonus upon his profits, but the principle of the division has not yet been announced. On hearing of his intention, Mr. Carlyle wrote the following letter to Sir Joseph. Start of letter. Would to heaven that all the captains of industry in England had a soul in them such as yours. The look of England is to me at this moment abundantly ominous, the question of capital and labor growing ever more anarchic, insoluble altogether by the notion hitherto applied to it. Pretty sure to issue in petroleum one day, unless some other gospel than that of the dismal science come to illuminate it. 2 things are pretty sure to me. The first is that capital and labor never can or will agree together till they both first of all decide on doing their work faithfully throughout, and like men of conscience and honor, whose highest aim is to behave like faithful citizens of this universe and obey the eternal commandments of Almighty God who made them. The second thing is that a sadder object even than that of the coal strike or any other conceivable strike is the fact that, loosely speaking, we may say all England has decided that the profitablest way is to do its work ill, slurrily, swiftly, and mendaciously. What a contrast between now and, say, only 100 years ago. At the latter date, all England awoke to its work, to an invocation to the eternal Maker to bless them in their day's labor and help them to do it well. Now, all England, shopkeepers, workmen, all manner of competing laborers, awaken as with an unspoken and heartfelt prayer to Beelzebub. Oh, help me, thou great Lord of shoddy adulteration and malfeasance, to do our work with the maximum slurriness, swiftness, profit, and mendacity for the devil's sake. Amen. End of letter. Fortunately, there is not a great deal of truth in this letter, nor in the heartfelt prayer to shoddy. The Right Honorable Mr. Forster ought to know something of labor and capital, and at a recent meeting of the Cobden Club he stated that they were often told that they had a war within their borders between labor and capital. But as an employer of labor, ever since he came to manhood, he would only say that he never knew a time in which employer and employed were on better terms. The late Sir Francis Crossley observed that there was a good deal of unreasonable feeling abroad. It was held by some that it was wrong for working men to sell their labor at the best price, but it must be remembered that their labor was the only thing they had to sell, and the best thing to do was to leave these matters to take their natural course. It was a great mistake on the part of the employers to suppose that the lowest paid labor was always the cheapest. If there was not so much desire to run down the price of labor, and the masters showed a more conciliatory spirit, there would be fewer strikes and outrages. What a contrast between now and, say, only 100 years ago. Certainly there is a very great contrast. England was not a manufacturing country 100 years ago. We imported nearly everything, except corn, wool, and flax. We imported the greatest part of our iron from Spain, Sweden, Germany, and Russia. We imported our pottery from Holland, our hats from Flanders, our silk from France, our cloth and carpets from Belgium. Our cotton manufacturers, our woolen and flax manufacturers, our machine manufacturers could scarcely be said to exist. Coal could scarcely be had, for the coal pits could not be kept clear of water. 100 years ago, we could not build a steam engine. We could scarcely build a bridge. Look at the churches built 100 years ago, and behold the condition of our architecture. 100 years ago, we had fallen to almost the lowest condition as a nation. We had not a harbor. We had not a dock. The most extensive system of robbery prevailed on the River Thames. The roads, such as they were, swarmed with highwaymen, and blackmail was levied by the Highlanders upon the lowland farmers down to the middle of last century. 100 years ago, our ships were rotten. They were manned by prisoners taken from the hulks, or by working men pressed in the streets in open day. When James Watt was learning his trade of an instrument maker in London 100 years ago, he durst scarcely walk abroad lest he should be seized and sent to India or the American plantations. Less than 100 years ago, the colliers and salters of Scotland were slaves. It is not 40 years since women and children worked in coal pits. Surely we are not to go down upon our knees and pray for restoration of the horrible things that existed 100 years ago. 100 years ago, Ireland was treated like a conquered country, and hangings and shootings of rebels were frequent. The fleet at the Nore mutinied, and the mutiny was put down by bloodshed and executions. Towns and cities swarmed with ruffians, and brutal sports, brutal language existed to a frightful degree. Criminals were hanged, 5 or 6 together, at Tyburn. Gibbets existed at all the crossroads throughout the country. The people were grossly ignorant and altogether neglected. Skepticism and irreligion prevailed until Wesley and Whitefield sprang up to protest against formalism and atheism. They were pelted with rotten eggs, sticks, and stones. A Methodist preacher was whipped out of Gloucester. 100 years ago, literature was at a very low ebb. The press was in a miserable state. William Whitehead was poet laureate. Who knows of him now? Gibbon had not written his Decline and Fall. Junius was the popular writer. Political corruption was scarified in his letters. The upper classes were coarse, drunken, and ill-mannered. Bribery and corruption of the grossest scale were the principal means for getting into Parliament. Mr. Dodeswell, MP for Worcestershire, said to the Commons, quote, "You have turned out a member for impiety and obscenity. What half a dozen members of this House ever met over a convivial bottle? That their discourse is entirely free from obscenity, impiety, or abuse of government?" Though drunkenness is bad enough now, it was infinitely worse 100 years ago. The publican signboards announced, "You may here get drunk for a penny, dead drunk for twopence, and have clean straw for nothing." Drunkenness was considered a manly vice. To drink deep was the fashion of the day. 6-bottle men were common. Even drunken clergymen were not unknown. What were the popular amusements of the people 100 years ago? They consisted principally of man fighting, dog fighting, cock fighting, bull baiting, badger drawing, the pillory, public whipping, and public executions. Mr. Wyndham vindicated the ruffianism of the ring in his place in Parliament, and held it up as a school in which Englishmen learnt pluck and the manly art of self-defense. Bull baiting was perhaps more brutal than prize fighting, though Wyndham defended it as calculated to stimulate the noble courage of Englishmen. The bull was secured to a stake in the marketplace, or the bull ring. The name still survives in many towns, and there the animal was baited by the rabble dogs of the neighborhood. Can one scarcely imagine the savageness of the sport? The animal mutilations, the imprecations of ruffians worse than brutes, the ferociousness and drunkenness, the blasphemy and unspeakable horrors of the exhibition. The public mind of this day absolutely revolts at such brutality. Yet, less than 100 years ago, on the 24th of May, 1802, a bill for the abolition of bull baiting was lost in the House of Commons by 64 to 51. Mr. Wyndham contending that horse racing and hunting were more cruel than bull baiting or prize fighting. The pillory was one of our time-honored institutions 50 years ago, and men and women used to be placed there for offenses such as a wise legislature would have endeavored to conceal from public consideration. The horrid scenes which then took place when men, women, and children collected in crowds to pelt the offenders with missiles were so disgusting that they cannot be described. Not more seemly were the public whippings than administered to women in common with the coarsest male offenders. The public abominations and obscenities of the good old times would almost have disgraced the days of Nero. But bull baiting, cockfighting, and other ferocious amusements have now departed. Even the village stocks have rotted out. Drunkenness has become disreputable. The good old times have departed, we hope never to return. The laborer now has other resources besides the public house. There are exhibitions and people's parks, steamboats and railways, reading rooms and coffee rooms, museums, gardens, and cheap concerts. In place of the disgusting old amusements, there has come a healthier, sounder life, greater enlightenment, more general sobriety, and a humaner spirit. We have, in 100 years, outgrown many of our savage tendencies. We are not less brave as a people, though less brutal. We are quite as manly, though much less gross. Manners are more refined, yet as a people we have not lost our pluck, energy, and endurance. We respect ourselves more, and as a nation we have become more respected. We now think with shame of the manners of 100 years ago. The achievements of which England has most reason to be proud have been accomplished during the last 100 years. English slaves have become emancipated, both at home and abroad. Impressment has been done away with. Parliamentary representation has been conferred upon all classes of the people. The corn laws have been abolished. Free trade has been established. Our ports are now open to the whole world. And then see what our inventors have accomplished. James Watt invented the steam engine, which in a few years created a large number of new industries and gave employment to immense numbers of people. Henry Court invented the puddling process and enabled England to rely upon its own stores of iron instead of depending upon foreign and perhaps hostile countries. All the docks and harbors round the English coast have been formed during the present century. The steamboat, the railway, and the telegraph have only been invented and applied during the last 50 years. With respect to the charge made against the English workman as to the slurriness, swiftness, and mendacity of his work, it is simply impossible that this should be so. Our ports are free and open to the world, and if Frenchmen, Germans, Belgians, or Americans could execute better work than Englishmen, we should not only cease to export, but also lose our home trade. The foreigner is now free to undersell us, if he can, in our own markets. It was in the perfect confidence that Englishmen were the best and most honest workers in the world that free trade was established. Should we ever become a shoddy manufacturing people, free trade will probably be abolished, and we shall then impose prohibitory duties upon foreign manufactures. But is it not the fact that every year sees an increase in the exports of British goods? That English workmanship is not considered the worst, but the best in the general markets of the world? And what numerous foreign makers place an English mark upon their productions in order to ensure their sale? It is by means of English workmen and English tools and machines that continental manufactories themselves have been established. And yet, notwithstanding their cheaper labor, we should command the foreign market, but for the prohibitory duties which foreigners impose upon English manufactures. Mr. Brassey, in his book on Work and Wages, says, "It may be affirmed that as practical mechanics the English are unsurpassed. The presence of the English engineer, the solitary representative among a crew of foreigners of the mechanical genius of his country, is a familiar recollection to all who have traveled much in the steamers of the Mediterranean." Consul Lever says that in the vast establishment of the Austrian Lloyds at Trieste, a number of English mechanical engineers are employed, not only in the workshops, but as navigating engineers in the company's fleet. Although there is no difficulty in substituting for these men Germans or Swiss at lower rates of payment, the uniform accuracy of the English, their intelligence, their consummate mastery of all the details of their art, and their resources in every case of difficulty have entirely established their superiority. The English are also the best miners, the best tool makers, the best instrument makers, the best navies, the best shipbuilders, the best spinners and weavers. Mr. Brassey says that during the construction of the Paris and Rouen Railway, the Frenchmen, Irishmen, and Englishmen were employed side by side. In the same quarry at Bornières, the Frenchman received 3 francs, the Irishman 4, and the Englishman 6. And the last was found to be the most advantageous workman of the 3. The superiority of the British workman overseas of other nations was equally remarkable whenever there was an opportunity of employing him side by side with them. There is no doubt about the swiftness of English workmanship, but this is one of the merits of English mechanism, Monsieur Jules Simon observes that heretofore the manual laborer has been an intelligent force, but by means of machinery he is converted into an intelligent director of force. It is by the speed of the English machinery and the intelligent quickness of the workman that his master makes a profit, and himself such high wages as compared with continental workmen. In France, one person is employed to mine 14 spindles. In Russia, about 1 to 28. In Prussia, 1 to 37. And in Great Britain, 1 to 74 spindles. It is by means of the swiftness of our machinery that we are enabled to bring cotton from India, manufacture it in Manchester, return the manufactured article to the place from which it was taken, and sell it at a lower price than the native-made calico. Mr. Chadwick mentions the following case. Quote, a lady, the wife of an eminent cotton manufacturer, went to him one day rejoicing with a fine piece of muslin as the produce of India, which she had bought in London, and showing it to him said, if he produced a fabric like that, he would really be doing something meritorious in textile art. He examined it and found that it was the produce of his own looms near Manchester, made for the Indian market exclusively, bought there, and resold in England as a rare Indian manufacture. An annual report is furnished to the government by our Foreign Council with reference to the character and condition of the working classes in most parts of the civilized world. Mr. Walter, M.P., in a recent address to an assembly of workmen, referred to one of these reports. He said, there is one remark in particular that occurs with lamentable frequency throughout the report, that, with few exceptions, the foreign workman does not appear to take pride in his work, nor, to use a significant expression, to put his character into it. A remarkable instance of this is mentioned of a country which generally constitutes an honorable exception to this unhappy rule. Switzerland is a country famous for its education and its watches, yet the following passage from the report will show that neither knowledge nor skill will suffice without the exercise of that higher quality on which I have been dwelling. As a rule, it says, Swiss workmen are competent in their several trades and take an interest in their work. For, thanks to their superior education, they fully appreciate the pecuniary advantages to their masters and indirectly to themselves of adhering strictly to this course. A striking instance of the impolicy of acting otherwise has lately happened at St. Imier in the Bernese Jura, and produced a deep impression. In this district, for some years past, a great falling off in the quality of the watches manufactured has taken place, owing to the inhabitants finding it much more profitable to increase the production at the cost of the workmanship than to abide by the old rules of the trade. They prospered beyond all expectation for a considerable time, but finally their watches got such a bad name that they became unsaleable, and the result is a general bankruptcy of nearly all the watchmakers of this particular district. One thing, however, remains to be said of foreign workmen generally. Although they do not work so hard as the English, they take much better care of their earnings. They are exceedingly frugal and economical. Frenchmen are much soberer than Englishmen, and much better mannered. They are, on the whole, greatly more provident than the English workmen. Mr. Brassey states that when the Paris and Rouen railway works were commenced, the contractors endeavored to produce a system by which the workmen were to be paid once a fortnight. But very soon after the operations had begun, the Frenchmen requested that the pay might take place only once a month. Mr. Reed, managing director of the line, told the House of Commons Committee on Railway Laborers that a French laborer is a much more independent person than an Englishman and much more respectable. He stated, in support of his opinion, this remarkable circumstance, that whereas a French laborer desired to be paid only once a month, the English laborer desired to be paid every Saturday night, and by the following Wednesday he wanted something on account of the week's work. Nothing could be a greater test, said Mr. Reed, of the respectability of a working man than being able to go without his pay for a month. Although the French workman has nothing like the same facilities for saving as the English, the Journal des Débats alleges that he saves 10 times as much as his rival. There are only about 1,000 savings banks and branches established in France, and yet 2 millions of persons belonging to the lower ranks last year invested in them about 28 millions sterling. But the Frenchman of the city prefers investing in government rentes, and the Frenchman of the country prefers investing in land. All, however, are thrifty, saving, and frugal, because they are educated in economy from their earliest years. End of section 19.
Section 20 of Thrift. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Michelle Eaton. Thrift by Samuel Smiles. Living Beyond the Means, Part 1. By no means run in debt. Take thine own measure. Who cannot live on £20 a year, cannot on 40, he's a man of pleasure, a kind of thing that's for itself too dear. George Herbert. But what will Mrs. Grundy say? Old play. Yes and no are, for good or evil, the giants of life. Gerald. 100 years of vexation will not pay a farthing of debt. From the French. Respectability is all very well for folks who can have it for ready money, but to be obliged to run into for debt, it's enough to break the heart of an angel. Gerald. Extravagance is the pervading sin of modern society. It is not confined to the rich and moneyed classes, but extends also to the middle and working classes. There never was such a burning desire to be rich, or to seem to be rich. People are no longer satisfied with the earnings of honest industry, but they must aim at becoming suddenly rich by speculation, gambling, betting, swindling or cheating. General extravagance is to be seen everywhere. It is especially the characteristic of town life. You see it in the streets, in the parks, in the churches. The extravagance of dress is only one of its signs. There is a general prodigality in social display. People live in a style beyond their means, and the results are observed in commercial failures, in lists of bankrupts, and in criminal courts where businessmen are so often convicted of dishonesty and fraud. Appearances must be kept up. Men must seem to be rich. Hypocrites can easily impose upon those who are willing to be convinced. People must now live in a certain style, inhabit handsome houses, give good dinners, drink fine wines, and have a handsome equipage. Perhaps they are only able to accomplish this by overreaching or by dishonesty. Everybody wondered at the generosity and style of Redpath and Robson, but there are hundreds, if not thousands, of Redpaths and Robsons now. There is another class of people, not fraudulent but extravagant, though perhaps on the brink of becoming fraudulent. They live up to their means and often beyond them. They desire to be considered respectable people. They live according to the pernicious adage, one must do as others do. They do not consider whether they can afford to live up to or beyond their means, but they think it necessary to secure the respect of others. In doing so, they usually sacrifice their own self-respect. They regard their dress, their establishments, their manner of living, and their observance of fashion as the sole test of respectability and rank. They make an appearance in the eyes of the world, though it may be entirely hypocritical and false. But they must not seem poor. They must hide their poverty by every effort. They spend their money before it is earned, run into debt at the grocers, the bakers, the milliners, and the butchers. They must entertain their fashionable friends at the expense of the shopkeepers. And yet, when misfortunes overtake them, and when their debts have become overwhelming, what becomes of the friends? They fly away and shun the man who is up to his ears in debt. Yet poverty is more than half disarmed by those who have the moral courage to say, I can't afford it. Fair weather friends are of no use whatever, except as an indication of the depth of snobbery to which human beings can descend. What is a visiting connection? It is not at all calculated to elevate one in social or even in business life. Success mainly depends upon character and the general esteem in which a person is held. And if the attempt is made to snatch the reward of success before it is earned, the half-formed footing may at once give way, and the aspirant will fall, unlamented, into the open-mouthed dragon of debt. Mrs. Grundy in the play is but an impersonation of the conventionalism of the world. Custom, habit, fashion, use, and want are all represented in her. She may be a very vulgar and commonplace person, but her power is nevertheless prodigious. We copy and imitate her in all things. We are pinned to her apron string. We are obedient at her bidding. We are indolent and complacent, and fear to provoke her ill word. What will Mrs. Grundy say? Quells many a noble impulse, hinders many a self-denying act. There seems to be a general, though unconscious conspiracy existing against each other's individuality and manhood. We discourage self-reliance and demand conformity. Each must see with others' eyes and think through others' minds. We are idolaters of customs and observances, looking behind, not forwards and upwards. Pinned down and held back by ignorance and weakness, we are afraid of standing alone, or of thinking and acting for ourselves. Conventionalism rules all. We fear stepping out into the free air of independent thought and action. We refuse to plant ourselves upon our instincts and to vindicate our spiritual freedom. We are content to bear others' fruit, not our own. In private affairs the same spirit is alike deleterious. We live as society directs, each according to the standard of our class. We have a superstitious reverence for custom. We dress and eat and live in conformity with the Grundy law. So long as we do this, we are respectable, according to class notions. Thus many rush open-eyed upon misery, for no better excuse than a foolish fear of the world. They are afraid of what others will say of them, and in 9 cases out of 10, those who might probably raise the voice of censure are not the wise or the far-seeing, but much oftener the foolish, the vain, and the short-sighted. Sir William Temple has said that a restlessness in men's minds to be something that they are not, and to have something that they have not, is the root of all immorality. The statement is strictly correct. It has been attested by universal experience. Keeping up appearances is one of the greatest social evils of the age. There is a general effort, more particularly amongst the middle and upper classes, at seeming to be something that they are not. They put on appearances, live a life of sham, and endeavour to look something superior to what they really are. Respectability is one of the chief aims. Respectability, regarded in its true sense, is a desirable thing. To be respected on right grounds is an object which every man and woman is justified in obtaining. But modern respectability consists of external appearances. It means wearing fine clothes, dwelling in fine houses, and living in fine style. It looks to the outside, to sound, show, externals. It listens to the chink of gold in the pocket. Moral worth or goodness forms no part of modern respectability. A man in these days may be perfectly respectable, and yet altogether despicable. This false and demoralising habit arises from the overweening estimate which is formed of two things, well enough in their place, rank and wealth. Everybody struggles to rise into some superior class. The spirit of caste is found as keenly at work among the humblest as among the highest ranks. At Birmingham there was a club of workmen with tails to their coats, and another without tails. The one looked down upon the other. Cobbett, so felicitous in his nicknames, called his political opponent Mr. Sadler a linen draper. But the linen draper also has plenty of people beneath him. The linen draper looks down on the huckster on the mechanic, and the mechanic on the day labourer. The flunkey who exhibits his calves behind a barron holds his head considerably higher than the flunkey who serves a brewer. It matters not at what class you begin, or however low in the social scale, you will find that every man has somebody beneath him. Among the middling ranks, this sort of exclusiveness is very marked. Each circle would think it a degradation to mix on familiar terms with the members of the circle beneath it. In small towns and villages, you will find distinct coteries holding aloof from each other, perhaps despising each other, and very often pelting each other with hard words. The cathedral towns generally have at least 6 of such distinct classes, ranking one beneath the other. And while each has his or her own exclusive circle, which all of supposed inferior rank are precluded from entering, they are at the same time struggling to pass over the line of social demarcation which has been drawn by those above them. They are eager to overleap it, and thus gain admission into a circle still more exclusive than their own. There is also a desperate scramble for front places, and many are the mean shifts employed to gain them. We must possess the homage of society, and for this purpose we must be rich, or at least seem to be so. Hence the struggles after style, the efforts made to put on the appearances of wealth, the dash, the glitter, and the show of middle and upper class life. And hence, too, the motley train of palled and vitiated tastes, of shrunken hearts and stunted intellects, of folly, frivolity, and madness. One of the most demoralising practices of modern refinement is the large party system. People cram their houses with respectable mobs, thus conforming to a ridiculous custom. Rousseau, with all his aberrations of mind, said, "I had rather have my house too small for a day than too large for a 12-month." Fashion exactly reverses the maxim, and domestic mischief is often begun with a large dwelling and suitable accommodations. The misfortune consists in this, that we never look below our level for an example, but always above it. It is not so much, however, in the mere appearances kept up, as in the means taken to keep them up, that the fruitful cause of immorality is to be found. A man having assumed a class status runs all risks to keep it up. It is thought to be a descent in the world, to abridge oneself of a superfluity. The seeming rich man, who drives his close carriage and drinks champagne, will not tolerate a descent to a gig and plain beer, and the respectable man, who keeps his gig, would rather think it a degradation to have to travel afoot or in a bus between his country house and his town office. They will descend to immorality rather than descend in apparent rank. They will yield to dishonesty rather than yield up to mock applause and hollow respect of that big fool, the world. Everybody can call to mind hundreds of cases of men, respectable men, who from one extravagance have gone on to another, wantonly squandering wealth which was not theirs, in order to keep up a worldly reputation, and cut a figure before their admiring fellows, all ending in a sudden smash, a frightful downfall, an utter bankruptcy, to the ruin perhaps of thousands. They have finished up with paying a respectable dividend of 6pence in the pound. Indeed, it is not too much to say that 5/6 of the fraud and swindling that disgrace commercial transactions have had their origin in the diseased morality of keeping up appearances. To be respectable in the false sense of the word, what is not sacrificed? Peace, honesty, truth, virtue, all to keep up appearances. We must cheat and scrub and deceive and defraud, that the world may not see behind our mask. We must torment and enslave ourselves, because we must extort the world's applause, or at least obtain the world's good opinion. How often is suicide traceable to this false sentiment? Vain men will give up their lives rather than their class notions of respectability. They will cut the thread of existence rather than cut fashionable life. Very few suicides are committed from real want. We never hear, says Joel Barlow, of a man committing suicide for want of a loaf of bread, but it is often done for want of a coach. Of this mean and miserable spirit of class and caste, women are the especial victims. They are generally brought up with false notions of life, and are taught to estimate men and things rather by their external appearances than by their intrinsic worth. Their education is conducted mainly with the view of pleasing and attracting the admiration of others, rather than of improving and developing their qualities of mind and heart. They are imbued with notions of exclusiveness, fashion and gentility. A respectable position in society is held up to them as the mark to be aimed at. To be criminal or vicious is virtually represented to them as far less horrible than to be vulgar. Immured within the Bastille of exclusivism, woman is held captive to all the paltry shifts and expediencies of convention, fashion, gentility, and so forth. The genuine benevolence of her nature is perverted, her heart becomes contracted, and the very highest sources of happiness, those which consist in a kindly sympathy with humanity in all ranks of life, are as well shut up and a fountain sealed. It is not a fact that in what is called fashionable society, a fine outside appearance is regarded almost in the light of a virtue, that to be rich or to have the appearance of riches is esteemed as a merit of a high order, whereas to be poor or to seem so ranks as something like an unpardonable offence. Nay, such is the heartlessness of this class spirit, that a young woman belonging to the better class, who by misfortune or family reverses has been thrown upon her own resources, and who endeavours by her own honest hands to earn her honest bread, immediately loses caste, and is virtually expelled from respectable society. The resolution to be independent, the most invigorating resolution which can take possession of the human mind, is scouted in such circles as a degrading thing, and those who have been brought up within the influence of fashion will submit to the most severe privations rather than submit to the loss of their class and caste respectability. Thus brought up, it is no wonder that woman has been the co-partner with man in upholding the general extravagance of the age. There never was such a rage for dress and finery amongst English women as there is now. It rivals the corrupt and debauched age of Louis XV of France. A delirium of fashion exists. Women are ranked by what they wear, not by what they are. Extravagance of dress, and almost indecency of dress, has taken the place of simple womanly beauty. Wordsworth once described the perfect woman nobly planned. Where will you find the perfect woman now? Not in the party-coloured, overdressed creature, the things of shreds and patches, with false hair, false colour, false eyebrows, false everything. Some of nature's journeymen have made them, and not made them well. They imitate humanity so abominably. The evil does not stop with the moneyed classes. It descends to those who have nothing but their salary to live upon. It descends to the wives of clerks and shopmen. They too dress for respectability. They live beyond their means. They must live in gimcrack suburban villas, and give parties. They must see what is going on at the theatres. Every farthing is spent so soon as earned, sometimes before. The husband does not insure his life, and the wife runs into debt. If the man died tomorrow, he would leave his wife and children paupers. The money he ought to have saved during his life of toil is spent on respectability, and if he leaves a few pounds behind him, they are usually spent in giving the thriftless husband a respectable funeral. Is that dress paid for? Asked a husband. No. Then you are allowing yourself to be clothed at another man's expense. No woman is justified in running into debt for a dress, without her husband's knowledge and consent. If she do so, she is clothing herself at the expense of the draper. This is one of the things that worry a man who is trying to keep his head above water, and it is often sufficient to turn his heart against his wife and her extravagances. It is in this way that incomes are muddled away, and that life is rendered the scene of bitterness and discontent. This is especially the case when both husband and wife are alike spendthrifts. By running into debt yourself, or by you allowing your wife to run into debt, you give another person power over your liberty. You cannot venture to look your creditor in the face. A double knock at the door frightens you. The postman may be delivering a lawyer's letter demanding the amount you owe. You are unable to pay it and make a sneaking excuse. You invent some pretence for not paying. At length you are driven to downright lying, for lying rides on debt's back. What madness it is to run in debt for superfluities. We buy fine articles, finer than we can pay for. We are offered 6 months, 12 months credit. It is the shopkeeper's temptation, and we fall before it. We are too spiritless to live upon our own earnings, but must meanwhile live upon others. The Romans regarded their servants as their enemies. One might almost regard modern shopkeepers in the same light. By giving credit, by pressing women to buy fine clothes, they place the strongest temptation before them. They inveigle the wives of men who are disposed to be honest in debt, and afterwards send in untruthful bills. They charge heavier prices, and their customers pay them, sometimes doubly pay them, for it is impossible to keep a proper check upon long-due accounts. Professor Newman's advice is worthy of being followed. Heartily do I wish, he says, that shop debts were pronounced after a certain day irrecoverable at law. The effect would be that no one would be able to ask creditor to shop except where he was well known, and for trifling sums. All prices would sink to the scale of cash prices. The dishonourable system of fashionable debtors, who always pay too late, if at all, and cast their deficiencies on other customers in the form of increased charges, would be at once annihilated. Shopkeepers would be rid of a great deal of care, which ruins the happiness of thousands. A perfect knowledge of human nature is in the prayer. Lead us not into temptation. No man and no woman ever resist temptation after it has begun to be temptation. It is in the outworks of the habits that the defence must lie. The woman who hesitates to incur a debt which she ought not to incur is lost. The clerk or apprentice who gloats over his master's gold sooner or later appropriates it. He does so when he has got over the habitual feeling which made any approach to it an impossibility. Thus the habits which insinuate themselves into the thousand inconsiderable acts of life constitute a very large part of man's moral conduct. This running into debt is a great cause of dishonesty. It does not matter what the debt is, whether it be for bets unsettled, for losses by cards, for milliners' or drapers' bills unpaid. Men who have been well educated, well trained, and put in the way of earning money honestly, are often run away with by extravagances, by keeping up appearances, by betting, by speculation and gambling, and by the society of the dissolute of both sexes. The writer of this book has had considerable experience of the manner in which young men have been led from the way of well-being into that of vice and criminality. On one occasion his name was forged by a clerk, to enable him to obtain a sum of money to pay the debts incurred by him at a public house. The criminal was originally a young man of good education, of reasonable ability, well connected, and married to a respectable young lady. But all his relatives and friends were forgotten, wife and child and all, in his love for drink and card playing. He was condemned and sentenced to several years' imprisonment. In another case, the defaulter was the son of a dissenting minister. He stole some valuable documents, which he converted into money. He escaped and was tracked. He had given out that he was going to Australia by Southampton. The Peninsular and Oriental steamer was searched, but no person answering to his description was discovered. Some time passed, when one of the Bank of England notes which he had carried away with him was returned to the bank from Dublin. A detective was put upon his track. He was found in the lowest company, brought back to London, tried and sentenced to 12 months' imprisonment. In another case, the criminal occupied a high position in a railway company, so high that he was promoted from it to be manager of the Royal Swedish Railway. He was one of the too numerous persons who were engaged in keeping up appearances, irrespective of honesty, morality, or virtue. He got deeply into debt, as most of such people do, and then he became dishonest. He became the associate of professional thieves. He abstracted a key from the office of which he was in charge, and handed it to a well-known thief. This was the key of the strong box in which gold and silver were conveyed by railway from London to Paris. A cast of the key was taken in wax, and it was copied in iron. It was by means of this key that the great gold robbery was effected. After some time the thieves were apprehended, and the person who had stolen the key, the keeper-up of appearances, then manager of the Royal Swedish Railway, was apprehended, convicted, and sentenced by Baron Martin to transportation for life. The Reverend John Davis, the late chaplain of Newgate, published the following, among other accounts, of the causes of crime among the convicted young men who came under his notice. I knew a youth, the child of an officer in the Navy, who had served his country with distinction, but whose premature death rendered his widow thankful to receive an official appointment for her delicate boy in a government office. His income from the office was given faithfully to his mother, and it was a pleasure and a pride to him to gladden her heart by the thought that he was helping her. She had other children, 2 little girls, just rising from the cradle to womanhood. Her scanty pension and his salary made everyone happy. But over this youth came a love of dress. He had not strength of mind to see how much more truly beautiful a pure mind is than a finely decorated exterior. He took pleasure in helping his mother and sisters, but did not take greater pleasure in thinking that to do this kindness to them, he must be contented for a time to dress a little worse than his fellow clerks. His clothes might appear a little worn, but they were like the spot on the dress of a soldier arising from the discharge of duty. They were no marks of undue carelessness. Necessity had wrought them, and while they indicated necessity, they marked also the path of honour, and without such spots, duty must have been neglected. But this youth did not think of such great thoughts as these. He felt ashamed at his threadbare but clean coat. The smart new shining dress of other clerks mortified him. He wanted to appear finer. In an evil hour, he ordered a suit of clothes from a fashionable tailor. His situation and connections procured him a short credit, but tradesmen must be paid, and he was again and again importuned to defray his debt. To relieve himself of his creditor, he stole a letter containing a £10 note. His tailor was paid, but the injured party knew the number of the note. It was traced to the tailor, by him to the thief, with the means and opportunity of stealing it, and in a few days he was transported. His handsome dress was exchanged for the dress of a convict. Better by far would it have been for him to have worn his poorer garb, with the marks of honest labour upon it. He formed only another example of the intense folly of love of dress, which exists quite as much amongst foolish young men as amongst foolish young women. End of section 20. Section 21 of Thrift. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Michelle Eaton. Thrift by Samuel Smiles. Living Beyond the Means, Part 2. When Sir Charles Napier left India, he issued an order to the army, in which he reproved the officers for contracting debts without the prospect of paying them. The Commander-in-Chief found that he was subject to constant complaints against officers for non-payment of debts, and in some cases he found that the ruin of deserving and industrious tradesmen had been consequent on that cause. This growing vice he severely reprimanded, as being derogatory to the character of the gentleman, as a degrading thing, as entitling those who practised it to group with the infamous, with those who are cheats and whose society is contamination. He strongly urged them to stick to their duties, to reprobate extravagance and expense of all sorts, and to practise rigid economy. For to drink unpaid-for champagne and unpaid-for beer, and to ride unpaid-for horses, is to be a cheat and not a gentleman. The extravagance of these young gentlemen in India is in too many respects but a counterpart of the extravagance of our young gentlemen at home. The revelations of extravagances at Oxford and Cambridge point to the school in which they have learnt their manners. Many worthy parents have been ruined by the sons whom they had sent thither to be made scholars of, but who have learnt only to be gentlemen, in the popular acceptation of the word. To be a gentleman nowadays is to be a gambler, a horse racer, a card player, a dancer, a hunter, a roué, or all combined. The gentleman lives fast, spends fast, drinks fast, dies fast. The old style of gentleman has degenerated into a gent and a fast man. Gentleman has become disreputable, and when it is now employed, it oftener signifies an idle spendthrift than an accomplished, virtuous, laborious man. Young men are growing quite shameless about being in debt, and the immorality extends throughout society. Tastes are becoming more extravagant and luxurious, without the corresponding increase of means to enable them to be gratified. But they are gratified nevertheless, and debts are incurred which afterwards weigh like a millstone round the neck. Extravagant habits once formed and fostered are very difficult to give up. The existing recklessness of running into debt without the prospect, often without even the intention, of paying the debt, saps the public morals, and spreads misery through the middle and upper classes of society. The tone of morality has sunk, and it will be long before it is fairly recovered again. In the meantime, those who can ought to set their faces against all expenditure where there are not sufficient means to justify it. The safest plan is to run up no bills and never to get into debt. And the next is, if one does get into debt, to get out of it again as quickly as possible. A man in debt is not his own master. He is at the mercy of the tradesmen he employs. He is the butt of lawyers, the byword of creditors, the scandal of neighbours. He is a slave in his own house. His moral character becomes degraded and defiled, and even his own household and family regard him with pity akin to contempt. Montaigne says, "I always feel a pleasure in paying my debts, because I discharge my shoulders of a wearisome load and of an image of slavery." Johnson might well call economy the mother of liberty. No man can be free who is in debt. The inevitable effect of debt is not only to injure personal independence, but in the long run to inflict moral degradation. The debtor is exposed to constant humiliations. Men of honourable principles must be disgusted by borrowing money from persons to whom they cannot pay it back, disgusted with drinking wine, wearing clothes, and keeping up appearances with other people's money. The Earl of Dorset, like many other young nobles, became involved in debt, and borrowed money upon his property. He was cured of his prodigality by the impertinence of a city alderman, who haunted his antechamber for the purpose of dunning him for his debt. From that day the Earl determined to economise, to keep entirely out of everybody's debt, and he kept his word. Let every man have the fortitude to look his affairs in the face, to keep an account of his items of income and debts, no matter how long or black the list may be. He must know how he stands from day to day, to be able to look the world fairly in the face. Let him also inform his wife, if he has one, how he stands with the world. If his wife be a prudent woman, she will help him to economise his expenditure, and enable him to live honourably and honestly. No good wife will ever consent to wear clothes and give dinners that belong not to her, but to her shopkeeper. The knowledge of arithmetic is absolutely necessary to those who would live within their means. Women are especially ignorant of arithmetic. They are scarcely taught the simplest elements, for female teachers think the information useless. They prefer to teach languages, music, deportment, and use of the globes. All these may be important, but the first 4 rules of arithmetic are better than all. How can they compare their expenditure with their receipts without the knowledge of addition and subtraction? How can they know precisely what to spend in rent or clothing or food or for service unless they know the value of figures? How can they check the accounts of their tradesmen or their servants? This want of knowledge of arithmetic is the cause, not only of great waste, but of great misery. Many a family of good position have fallen into destitution merely because of their ignorance of this branch of knowledge. Young people often rush into marriage without reflection. A young man meets a pretty face in a ballroom, likes it, dances with it, flirts with it, and goes home to dream about it. At length he falls in love with it, courts it, marries it, and then he takes the pretty face home and begins to know something more about it. All has as yet been very jolly. The face has hitherto been charming, graceful, artless, and beautiful. It has now to enter upon another sphere of life. It has to be seen much closer. It has to be seen daily, and it has to begin housekeeping. Most newly married people require some time to settle quietly down together. Even those whose married life has been the happiest arrive at peace and repose through a period of little struggles and bewilderments. The husband does not all at once find his place, nor the wife hers. One of the very happiest women we know has told us that the first year of her married life was the most uncomfortable of all. She had so much to learn, was so fearful of doing wrong, and had not yet found her proper position. But feeling their way, kind and loving natures will have no difficulty in at last settling down comfortably and peacefully together. It was not so with the supposed young man and his pretty face. Both entered upon their new life without thinking, or perhaps with exaggerated expectations of its unalloyed happiness. They could not make allowances for lovers subsiding into husband and wife, nor were they prepared for the little ruffles and frettings of individual temper, and both felt disappointed. There was a relaxation of the little attentions which are so novel and charming to lovers. Then the pretty face, when neglected, found relief in tears. There is nothing of which men tire sooner, especially when the tears are about trifles. Tears do not in such cases cause sympathy, but breed repulsion. They occasion sourness, both on the one side and the other. Tears are dangerous weapons to play with. Were women to try kindness and cheerfulness instead, how infinitely happier would they be? Many are the lives that are made miserable by an indulgence in fretting and carking, until the character is indelibly stamped, and the rational enjoyment of life becomes next to a moral impossibility. Mental qualities are certainly admirable gifts in domestic life, but though they may dazzle and delight, they will not excite love and affection to anything like the same extent as a warm and happy heart. They do not wear half so well, and do not please half so much, and yet how little pains are taken to cultivate the beautiful quality of good temper and happy disposition, and how often is life, which otherwise might have been blessed, embittered and soured by the encouragement of peevish and fretful habits, so totally destructive of everything like social and domestic comfort. How often have we seen both men and women set themselves round about as if with bristles, so that no one dared to approach them without the fear of being pricked. For want of a little occasional command over one's temper, an amount of misery is occasioned in society which is positively frightful. Thus is enjoyment turned into bitterness, and life becomes like a journey barefooted amongst prickles and thorns and briars. In the instance we have cited, the pretty face soon became forgotten, but as the young man had merely bargained for the face, as it was that to which he had paid his attentions, that which he had vowed to love, honour and protect, when it ceased to be pretty, he began to find out that he had made a mistake. And if the home be not made attractive, if the newly married man finds that it is only an indifferent boarding house, he will gradually absent himself from it. He will stay out in the evenings, and console himself with cigars, cards, politics, the theatre, the drinking club, and the poor pretty face will then become more and more disconsolate, hopeless and miserable. Perhaps children grow up, but neither husband nor wife know much about training them, or keeping them healthy. They are regarded as toys when babies, dolls when boys and girls, drudges when young men and women. There is scarcely a quiet, happy, hearty hour spent during the life of such a luckless couple. Where there is no comfort at home, there is only a succession of petty miseries to endure. Where there is no cheerfulness, no disposition to accommodate, to oblige, to sympathise with one another, affection gradually subsides on both sides. It is said that when poverty comes in at the door, love flies out at the window. But it is not from poor men's houses only that love flies. It flies quite as often from the homes of the rich, where there is a want of loving and cheerful hearts. This little home might have been snug enough, with no appearance of want about it. Rooms well furnished, cleanliness pervading it, the table well supplied, the fire burning bright and yet without cheerfulness. There wanted the happy faces, radiant with contentment and good humour. Physical comfort, after all, forms but a small part of the blessings of a happy home. As in all other concerns of life, it is the moral state which determines the weal or woe of the human condition. Most young men think very little of what has to follow courtship and marriage. They think little of the seriousness of the step. They forget that when the pledge has once been given, there is no turning back. The knot cannot be untied. If a thoughtless mistake has been made, the inevitable results will nevertheless follow. The maxim is current that marriage is a lottery. It may be so if we abjure the teachings of prudence, if we refuse to examine, inquire, and think, if we are content to choose a husband or a wife, with less reflection than we bestow upon the hiring of a servant, whom we can discharge any day, if we merely regard attractions of face, of form, or of purse, and give way to temporary impulse or to greedy avarice, then in such cases marriage does resemble a lottery, in which you may draw a prize, though there are 100 chances to 1 that you will only draw a blank. But we deny that marriage has any necessary resemblance to a lottery. When girls are taught wisely how to love, and what qualities to esteem in a companion for life, instead of being left to gather their stock of information on the subject from the fictitious and generally false personations given to them in novels, and when young men accustom themselves to think of the virtues, graces, and solid acquirements requisite in a wife, with whom they are to spend their days, and on whose temper and good sense the whole happiness of their home is to depend, then it will be found that there is very little of the lottery in marriage, and that, like any concern of business or of life, the man or woman who judges and acts wisely, with proper foresight and discrimination, will reap the almost certain consequences in a happy and prosperous future. True, mistakes may be made, and will be made, as in all things human, but nothing like the grievous mistake of those who stake their happiness in the venture of a lottery. Another great point is to be able to say no on proper occasions. When enticements allure, or temptations assail, say no at once, resolutely and determinedly. No, I can't afford it. Many have not the moral courage to adopt this course. They consider only their selfish gratification. They are unable to practice self-denial. They yield, give way, and enjoy themselves. The end is often defalcation, fraud, and ruin. What is the verdict of society in such cases? The man has been living beyond his means. Of those who may have been entertained by him, not one of them will thank him, not one of them will pity him, not one of them will help him. Everyone has heard of the man who couldn't say no. He was everybody's friend but his own. His worst enemy was himself. He ran rapidly through his means, and then called upon his friends for bonds, bails, and promises to pay. After spending his last guinea, he died in the odour of harmless stupidity and folly. His course in life seemed to be directed by the maxim of doing for everybody what everybody asked him to do. Whether it was that his heart beat responsive to every other heart, or that he did not like to give offence, could never be ascertained. But certain it is that he was rarely asked to sign a requisition, to promise a vote, to lend money, or to endorse a bill, that he did not comply. He couldn't say no, and there were many who knew him well, who said he had not the moral courage to do so. His father left him a snug little fortune, and he was at once beset by persons wanting a share of it. Now was the time to say no, if he could, but he couldn't. His habit of yielding had been formed. He did not like to be bored, could not bear to refuse, could not stand importunity, and almost invariably yielded to the demands made upon his purse. While his money lasted, he had no end of friends. He was a universal referee, everybody's bondsman. "Just sign me this little bit of paper," was a request often made to him by particular friends. "What is it?" he would mildly ask. For with all his simplicity, he prided himself upon his caution. Yet he never refused. 3 months after, a bill for a rather heavy amount would fall due, and who should be called upon to make it good but everybody's friend, the man who couldn't say no. At last a maltster, for whom he was bondsman, a person with whom he had only a nodding acquaintance, suddenly came to a stand in his business, ruined by heavy speculations in funds and shares. When the man who couldn't say no was called upon to make good the heavy duties due to the crown, it was a heavy stroke and made him a poor man. But he never grew wise. He was a post against which every needy fellow came and rubbed himself, a tap from which every thirsty soul could drink, a flitch at which every hungry dog had a pull, an ass on which every needy rogue must have his ride, a mill that ground everybody's corn but his own. In short, a good-hearted fellow who couldn't for the life of him say no. It is of great importance to a man's peace and well-being that he should be able to say no at the right time. Many are ruined because they cannot or will not say it. Vice often gains a footing within us because we will not summon up the courage to say no. We offer ourselves too often as willing sacrifices to the fashion of the world, because we have not the honesty to pronounce the little word. The duellist dares not say no, for he would be cut. The beauty hesitates to say it when a rich blockhead offers her his hand, because she has set her ambition on an establishment. The courtier will not say it, for he must smile and promise to all. When pleasure tempts with its seductions, have the courage to say no at once. The little monitor within will approve the decision, and virtue will become stronger by the act. When dissipation invites and offers its secret pleasures, boldly say no. If you do not, if you acquiesce and succumb, virtue will have gone from you, and your self-reliance will have received a fatal shock. The first time may require an effort, but strength will grow with use. It is the only way of meeting temptations to idleness, to self-indulgence, to folly, to bad custom, to meet it at once with an indignant no. There is indeed great virtue in a no when pronounced at the right time. A man may live beyond his means until he has nothing left. He may die in debt, and yet society does not quit its hold of him until he is laid in his grave. He must be buried as society is buried. He must have a fashionable funeral. He must to the last bear witness to the power of Mrs. Grundy. It is to please her that the funeral cloaks, hat bands, scarves, mourning coaches, gilded hearses, and processions of mutes are hired. And yet how worthless and extravagant is the mummery of the undertaker's grief, and the feigned woe of the mutes, sollies, and plume-bearers who are paid for their day's parade. It is not so much among the wealthy upper classes that the mischiefs of this useless and expensive mummery are felt, as amongst the middle and working classes. An expensive funeral is held to be respectable. Middle-class people, who are struggling for front places in society, make an effort to rise into the region of mutes and nodding plumes, and like their betters, they are victimised by the undertakers. These fix the fashion for the rest. We must do as others do, and most people submit to pay the tax. They array themselves, friends and servants, in mourning, and a respectable funeral is thus purchased. The expenditure falls heavy upon a family at a time when they are the least able to bear it. The breadwinner has been taken away, and everything is left to the undertaker. How is a wretched widow in the midst of her agony, or how are orphan children deprived of the protecting hand of a parent, to higgle with a tradesman about the cheapening of mourning suits, black gloves, weepers, and other miserable trappings of woe. It is at such a moment, when in thousands of cases every pound and every shilling is of consequence to the survivors, and the little ready money they can scrape together is lavished without question upon a vulgar and extravagant piece of pageantry. Would not the means which have been thus foolishly expended in paying an empty honour to the dead be much better applied in being used for the comfort and maintenance of the living? The same evil propagates itself downwards in society. The working class suffer equally with the middle classes in proportion to their means. The average cost of a tradesman's funeral in England is about £50. Of a mechanic or labourer, it ranges from £5 to £10. In Scotland, funeral expenses are considerably lower. The desire to secure respectable interment for departed relatives is a strong and widely diffused feeling among the labouring population, and it does them honour. They will subscribe for this purpose when they will for no other. The largest of the working men's clubs are burial clubs. £10 are usually allowed for the funeral of a husband, and £5 for the funeral of a wife. As much as £15, £20, £30, and even £40 are occasionally expended on a mechanic's funeral. In cases where the deceased has been a member of several clubs, on which occasions the undertakers meet and settle between them their several shares in the performance of the funeral. It is not unusual to insure a child's life in 4 or 5 of these burial clubs, and we have heard of a case where one man had insured payments in no fewer than 19 different burial clubs in Manchester. When the working man in whose family a death has occurred does not happen to be a member of a burial club, he is still governed by their example, and has to tax himself seriously to comply with the usages of society, and give to his wife or child a respectable funeral. Where it is the father of the family himself who has died, the case is still harder. Perhaps all the savings of his life are spent in providing mourning for his wife and children at his death. Such an expense at such a time is ruinous and altogether unjustifiable. Does putting on garments of a certain colour constitute true mourning? Is it not the heart and the affections that mourn, rather than the outside raiment? Bingham, in speaking of the primitive Christians, says that they did not condemn the notion of going into a mourning habit for the dead, nor yet much approve of it, but left it to all men's liberty as an indifferent thing, rather commending those that either omitted it wholly, or in short laid it aside again, as acting more according to the bravery and philosophy of a Christian. John Wesley directed in his will that 6 poor men should have 20 shillings each for carrying his body to the grave. "For," said he, "I particularly desire that there may be no hearse, no coach, no escutcheon, no pomp, except the tears of those that have loved me, and are following me to Abraham's bosom. I solemnly adjure my executors in the name of God punctually to observe this. It will be very difficult to alter the mourning customs of our time. We may anxiously desire to do so, but the usual question will occur: what will people say? What will the world say? We involuntarily shrink back and play the coward like our neighbours. Still, common sense, repeatedly expressed, will have its influence, and in course of time it cannot fail to modify the fashions of society. The last act of Queen Adelaide, by which she dispensed with the hired mummery of undertaker's grief, and the equally characteristic request of Sir Robert Peel on his deathbed, that no ceremony nor pomp should attend his last obsequies, cannot fail to have their due effect upon the fashionable world, and through them the middle classes, who are so disposed to imitate them in all things, will in course of time benefit by their example. There is also, we believe, a growing disposition on the part of the people at large to avoid the unmeaning displays we refer to, and it only needs the repeated and decided expression of public opinion to secure a large measure of beneficial reform in this direction. Societies have already been established in the United States, the members of which undertake to disuse mourning themselves, and to discountenance the use of it by others. It is only perhaps by association and the power of numbers that this reform is to be accomplished, for individuals here and there could scarcely be expected to make way against the deeply rooted prejudices of the community at large. End of section 21.
Section 22 of Thrift. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Gabrielle Dickinson. Thrift by Samuel Smiles. Great Debtors. What would life be without arithmetic but a scene of horrors? You are going to Boulogne, the city of debts, peopled by men who never understood arithmetic. Sidney Smith. When we owe and we do not pay, it is if we don't owe. Ariane Jose. Of what a hideous progeny is debt the father, what lies, what meanness, what invasions of self-respect, what cares, what double-dealing. How in due season it will carve the frank, open face into wrinkles. How like a knife it will stab the haute heart. Douglas Jerrold. The human species, according to the best theory I can form of it, is composed of two distinct races, the men who borrow and the men who lend. To these two original diversities may be reduced all those impertinent classifications of Gothic and Celtic tribes, white men, black men, red men, and such like. Charles Lamb. People do not know what troubles they are brewing for themselves when they run into debt. It does not matter for what the debt is incurred. It hangs like a millstone round a man's neck until he is relieved of it. It presses like a nightmare upon him. It hinders the well-being of his family. It destroys the happiness in his household. Even those who are in the regular receipt of large incomes feel crippled, often for years, by the incubus of debt. Weighed down by this, what can a man do to save, to economize with a view to the future of his wife and children? A man in debt is disabled from insuring his life, from insuring his house and goods, from putting money in the bank, from buying a house or a freehold. All his surplus gains must go towards the payment of his debt. Even men of enormous property, great lords with vast landed estates, often feel themselves oppressed and made miserable by loads of debt. They or their forefathers having contracted extravagant habits, a taste for gambling, horse racing, or expensive living, borrow money on their estates, and the burden of debt remains, not perhaps in the case of strictly entailed estates, for the aristocracy have contrived so that their debts shall be wiped out at their death, and they can thus gratify their spendthrift taste at the expense of the public. The estates going comparatively unburdened to the entailed heir, but comparatively few are in the position of privileged classes. In the case of the majority, the debts are inherited with the estates, and often the debts are more than the estates are worth. Thus it happens that a large part of the lands of England are at this moment the property of mortgagees and moneylenders. The greatest men have been in debt. It has even been alleged that greatness and debt have a certain relation to each other. Great men have great debts. They are trusted. So have great nations. They are respectable and have credit. Spiritless men have no debts. Neither have spiritless nations. Nobody will trust them. Men as well as nations in debt secure a widely extended interest. Their names are written in many books, and many are the conjectures formed as to whether they will pay or not. Man who has no debts slips the world comparatively unnoticed, while he who is in everybody's books has all the eyes fixed upon him. His health is inquired after with interest, and if he goes into foreign countries, his return is anxiously looked for. The creditor is usually depicted as the severe man, with a hard visage, while the debtor is an open-handed, generous man, ready to help and entertain everybody. He is the object of general sympathy. When Goldsmith was done for his milk score and arrested for the rent of his apartments, who would think of pitying the milkwoman or the landlady? It is the man in debt who is the prominent feature of the piece, and all our sympathy is reserved for him. "What were you," asked Pantagruel of Panurge, "without your debts? God preserve me from ever being without them. Do you think there is anything divine in lending or in crediting others? No. To owe is the true heroic virtue. Yet whatever may be said in praise of debt, it has unquestionably a very seedy side. The man in debt is driven to resort to many sorry expedients to live. He is the victim of duns and sheriff's officers. Few can treat them with the indifference that Sheridan did, who put them into livery to wait upon his guests. The debtor starts and grows pale at every knock at his door. His friends grow cool, and his relatives shun him. He is ashamed to go abroad, and has no comfort at home. He becomes crabbed, morose, and querulous, losing all pleasure in life. He wants the passport to enjoyment and respect, money. He only has his debts, and these make him suspected, despised, and snubbed. He lives in the slough of despond. He feels degraded in others' eyes, as well as in his own. He must submit to impertinent demands, which he can only put off by sham excuses. He has ceased to be his own master, and has lost the independent bearing of a man. He seeks to excite pity, and pleads for time. A sharp attorney pounces on him, and suddenly he feels himself in the vulture's grip. He tries a friend or a relative, but all that he obtains is a civil leer and a cool repulse. He tries a money-lender, and, if he succeeds, he is only out of the frying pan into the fire. It is easy to see what the end will be, a life of mean shifts and expedients, perhaps ending in the gaol or the workhouse. Can a man keep out of debt? Is there a possibility of avoiding the moral degradation which accompanies it? Could not debt be dispensed with altogether, and man's independence preserved secure? Is there only one way of doing this, by living within the means? Unhappily, this is too little the practice in modern times. We incur debt, trusting to the future for the opportunity of defraying it. We cannot resist the temptation to spend money. One will have fine furniture and live in a high-rented house. Another will have wines and a box at the opera. A third must give dinners and music parties. All good things in their way, but not to be indulged in if they cannot be paid for. Is it not a shabby thing to pretend to give dinners, if the real parties who provide them are the butcher, the poulterer, and the wine merchant, whom you are in debt to, and cannot pay? A man has no business to live in a style which his income cannot support, or to mortgage his earnings of next week or of next year, in order to live luxuriously today. The whole system of debt, by means of which we forestall and anticipate the future, is wrong. They are almost as much to blame who give the credit, and encourage customers to take credit, as those are who incur debts. A man knows what his actual position is. If he pays his way as he goes, he can keep within his means, and so apportion his expenditure as to reserve a fund of savings against a time of need. He is always balanced up, and if he buys nothing but what he pays for in cash, he cannot fail to be on the credit side of his household accounts at the year's end. But once let him commence the practice of running up bills, one at the tailor's, another at the dressmaker's and milliner's, another at the butcher's, another at the grocer's, and so on, and he never knows how he stands. He is deceived into debt. The road is made smooth and pleasant for him. Things flow into the house, for which he does not seem to pay, but they are all set down against him, and at the year's end, when the bills come in, he is ready to lift up his hands in dismay, when he finds that the sweet of the honey will not repay for the smart of the sting. It is the same as respects the poorer classes. Not many years since, Parliament passed a law facilitating the establishment of small loan societies, for the purpose of helping small tradesmen and poor people generally to raise money on an emergency. The law was at once pounced upon by the numerous race of Graubles, as a means of putting money in their purse. They gave the working classes facilities for running into debt, and for mortgaging their future industry. A few men, desirous of making money, would form themselves into a loan club, and offer sums of money ostensibly at 5% interest, repayable in weekly installments. The laboring people eagerly availed themselves of the facility for getting into debt. One wanted money for a spree, another wanted money for a suit of clothes, a third for an 8-day clock, and so on. And instead of saving the money beforehand, they preferred getting the money from the club, keeping themselves in difficulties and poverty until the debt was paid off. Such a practice is worse than living from hand to mouth. It is living upon one's own vitals. It is easy to understand how the partners in the loan club made money. Suppose that they advanced £10 for 3 months at 5%. It is repayable in weekly installments at 10 shillings a week, the repayments commencing the very first week after the advance has been made. But though 10 shillings are repaid weekly until the debt is wiped off, interest at 5% is charged upon the whole amount until the last installment is paid off, so that, though the nominal interest is 5%, it goes on increasing until, during the last week, it reaches the enormous rate of 100%. This is what is called eating the calf in the cow's belly. Men of genius are equally facile in running into debt. Genius has no necessary connection with prudence or self-restraint, nor does it exercise any influence over the common rules of arithmetic, which are rigid and inflexible. Men of genius are often superior to what Bacon calls the wisdom of business. Yet Bacon himself did not follow his own advice, but was ruined by his improvidence. He was in straits and difficulties when a youth, and in still greater straits and difficulties when a man. His life was splendid, but his excessive expenditure involved him in debts which created a perpetual craving for money. One day, in passing out to his antechambers, where his followers waited for his appearance, he said, "Be seated, my masters. Your rise has been my fall." To supply his wants, Bacon took bribes, and was thereupon beset by his enemies, convicted, degraded, and ruined. Even men with a special genius for finance on a grand scale may completely break down in the management of their own private affairs. Pitt managed the national finances during a period of unexampled difficulty, yet was himself always plunged into debt. Lord Carrington, the ex-banker, once or twice, at Mr. Pitt's request, examined his household accounts, and found the quantity of butcher's meat charged in the bills was 100 weight a week. The charge for servants' wages, board wages, living, and household bills exceeded £2,300 a year. At Pitt's death, the nation voted £40,000 to satisfy the demands of his creditors. Yet his income had never been less than £6,000 a year, and at one time, with the wardenship of Cinque Ports, it was nearly £4,000 a year more. Macaulay truly says that the character of Pitt would have stood higher if, with the disinterestedness of Pericles and De Witt, he had united their dignified frugality. But Pitt by no means stood alone. Lord Melville was as unthrifty in the management of his own affairs as he was of the money of the public. Fox was an enormous ower, his financial maxim being that a man need never want money if he was willing to pay enough for it. Fox called the outer room at Almack's, where he borrowed on occasions from Jew-lenders at exorbitant premiums, his Jerusalem chamber. Passion for play was his great vice, and at a very early age it involved him in debt to an enormous amount. It is stated by Gibbon that on one occasion Fox sat playing at hazard for 20 hours in succession, losing £11,000. But deep play was the vice of high life in those days, and cheating was not unknown. Selwyn, alluding to Fox's losses at play, called him Charles the Martyr. Sheridan was the hero of debt. He lived on it. Though he received large sums of money in one way or another, no one knew what became of it, for he paid nobody. It seemed to melt away in his hands like snow in summer. He spent his first wife's fortune of £1,600 in a 6 weeks' jaunt to Bath. Necessity drove him to literature, and perhaps to the stimulus of poverty we owe The Rivals, and the dramas which succeeded it. With his second wife, he obtained a fortune of £5,000, and with £15,000, which he realized by the sale of Drury Lane shares, he bought an estate in Surrey, from which he was driven by debt and duns. The remainder of his life was a series of shifts, sometimes brilliant, but oftener degrading, to raise money and evade creditors. Taylor, of the Opera House, used to say that if he took off his hat to Sheridan in the street, it would cost him £50, but if he stopped to speak to him, it would cost 100. One of Sheridan's creditors came for his money on horseback. "That is a nice mare," said Sheridan. "Do you think so?" Yes, indeed. How does she trot?" The creditor, flattered, told him he should see, and immediately put the mare at full trotting pace, on which Sheridan took the opportunity of trotting round the nearest corner. His duns would come in numbers each morning, to catch him before he went out. They were shown into rooms on each side of the entrance hall. When Sheridan had breakfasted, he would come down and ask, "Are those doors all shut, John?" And on being assured that they were, he marched out deliberately between them. He was in debt all round, to his milkman, his grocer, his baker, and his butcher. Sometimes Mrs. Sheridan would be kept waiting for an hour or more, while the servants were beating up the neighborhood for coffee, butter, eggs, and rolls. While Sheridan was paymaster of the Navy, a butcher one day brought a leg of mutton to the kitchen. The cook took it and clapped it in the pot to boil, and went upstairs for the money, but not returning. The butcher coolly removed the pot lid, took out the mutton, and walked away with it in his tray. Yet while living in these straits, Sheridan, when invited with his son into the country, usually went in 2 chaises and 4, he in one, and his son Tom following the other. The end of all was very sad. For some weeks before his death, he was nearly destitute of the means of subsistence. His noble and royal friends had entirely deserted him. Executions for debt were in his house, and he passed his last days in the custody of sheriff's officers, who abstained from conveying him to prison merely because they were assured that to remove him would cause his immediate death. The Cardinal de Retz sold off everything to pay his debts, but he did not recover his liberty. He described the perpetual anguish of the debtor. He even preferred confinement in the castle of Vincennes to being exposed to the annoyances of his creditors. Mirabeau's life was one of perpetual debt, for he was a dreadful spendthrift. The only mode by which his father could keep him out of scrapes was by obtaining a lettre de cachet and having him safely imprisoned. Though Mirabeau wielded the powers of the state, when he died he was so poor, or had been so extravagant, that he was still indebted to the tailor for his wedding suit. Lamartine ran through 6 fortunes, and at the end of his life was, quote, "sending round the hat," end quote. Lamartine boldly proclaimed that he hated arithmetic, quote, "that negative of every noble thought," end quote. He was accordingly driven by very shabby shifts to live. The Cours de Littérature alone brought him in 200,000 francs a year. Yet the money ran through his hands like a quicksilver. His debts are said to have amounted to 3 millions of francs. Yet his style of living remained unchanged. One of his enthusiastic admirers, having stinted himself in subscribing towards the repurchase of the Lamartine estates, went into a fishmonger's one day to purchase a piece of turbot. It was too dear for his means. A distinguished-looking personage entered, paused for a moment before the turbot, and without questioning the price, ordered the fish to be sent to his house. It was M. de Lamartine. Webster, the American statesman, was afflicted with impecuniosity, arising from his carelessness about money matters, as well as from his extravagance. If we are to believe Theodore Parker, Webster, like Bacon, took bribes. Quote, "He contracted debts and did not settle, borrowed and yielded not again. Private money sometimes clove to his hands. A senator of the United States, he was pensioned by the manufacturers of Boston. His later speeches smelled of bribes." End quote. Monroe and Jefferson were always in want of money, and often in debt, though they were both honest men. The life which public men lead nowadays is often an incentive to excessive expenditure. They may be men of moderate means, they may even be poor, but not many of them, moving in general society, have the moral courage to seem to be so. To maintain their social position, they think it necessary to live as others do. They are thus drawn into the vortex of debt, and into all the troubles, annoyances, shabby shifts, and dishonesties which debt involves. Men of science are, for the most part, exempt from the necessity of shining in society, and hence they furnish but a small number of instances of illustrious debtors. Many of them have been poor, but they have usually lived within their means. Kepler's life was indeed a struggle with poverty and debt, arising principally from the circumstances of his salary. as principal mathematician to the Emperor of Germany, having been always in arrear. This drove him to casting nativities in order to earn a living. "I pass my time," he once wrote, "in begging at the doors of crown treasurers." At his death he left only 22 crowns, the dress he wore, 2 shirts, a few books, and many manuscripts. Leibniz left behind him a large amount of debt, but this may have been caused by the fact that he was a politician as well as a philosopher, and had frequent occasion to visit foreign courts and to mix on equal terms with the society of the great. Spinoza was poor in means, yet inasmuch as what he earned by polishing glasses for the opticians was enough to supply his wants. He incurred no debts. He refused a professorship and refused a pension, preferring to live and die independent. Dalton had a philosophical disregard for money. When his fellow townsmen at Manchester once proposed to provide him with an independence, that he might devote the rest of his life to scientific investigation, he declined the offer, saying that teaching was a kind of recreation to him, and that if richer he would probably not spend more time in his investigations than he was accustomed to do. Faraday's was another instance of moderate means and noble independence. Lagrange was accustomed to attribute his fame and happiness to the poverty of his father, the Astronomer Royal of Turin. Quote, "Had I been rich," he said, "probably I should not have become a mathematician." The greatest debtor connected with science was John Hunter, who expended all his available means, and they were wholly earned by himself, in accumulating the splendid collection now known as the Hunterian Museum. All that he could collect in fees went to purchase new objects for preparation and dissection, or upon carpenters' and bricklayers' work for the erection of his gallery. Though his family were left in strained circumstances at his death, the sale of the collection to the nation for £15,000 enabled all his debts to be paid, and at the same time left an enduring monument to his fame. Great artists have nearly all struggled into celebrity through poverty, and some have never entirely emerged from it. This, however, has been mainly because of their improvidence. Jan Steen was always in distress, arising principally from the habit he had acquired of drinking his own beer, for he was first a brewer, and afterwards a tavern keeper. He drank and painted alternately, sometimes transferring the drinking scenes of which he had been a witness to the canvas, even while himself in a state of intoxication. He died in debt, after which his pictures rose in value, until now they are worth their weight in gold. Notwithstanding the large income of Van Dyck, his style of living was so splendid and costly as to involve him in heavy debt. To repair his fortunes, he studied alchemy for a time, in the hope of discovering the philosopher's stone. But towards the end of his life he was so enabled to retrieve his position, and to leave a comfortable competency to his widow. Rembrandt, on the other hand, involved himself in debt through his love of art. He was an insatiable collector of drawings, armor, and articles of virtue, and thus became involved in such difficulties that he was declared a bankrupt. His property remained under legal control for 13 years, until his death. The great Italian artists were, for the most part, temperate and moderate men, and lived within their means. Haydn, in his autobiography, says, "Raphael, Michelangelo, Zeuxis, Apelles, Rubens, Reynolds, Titian were rich and happy. Why? Because with their genius they combined practical prudence." Haydn himself was an instance of the contrary practice. His life was a prolonged struggle with difficulty and debt. He was no sooner free from one obligation than he was involved in another. His mock election was painted in the King's Bench prison, while he lay there for debt. There is a strange entry in his journal. Quote, "I borrowed £10 today of my butterman, Webb, an old pupil of mine, recommended to me by Sir George Beaumont 24 years ago, but who wisely, after drawing hands, set up a butter shop, and was enabled to send his old master £10 in his necessity." End quote. Hayden's autobiography is full of his contest with lawyers and sheriff's officers. Creditors dogged and dunned him at every step. Lazarus's head, he writes, was painted just after an arrest. Eucles was finished from a man in possession, the beautiful face in Xenophon in the afternoon, after a morning spent in begging mercy of lawyers. And Cassandra's head was finished in agony not to be described, and her hand completed after a broker's man in possession, in an execution put in for taxes. Cowper used to say that he never knew a poet who was not thriftless, and he included himself. Notwithstanding his quiet, retired life, he was constantly outrunning the constable. By the help of good management, he once wrote, and a clear notion of economical matters, I contrived in 3 months to spend the income of a 12th month. But though the number of thriftless poets may be great, it must not be forgotten that Shakespeare, who stands at the head of the list, was a prudent man. He economized his means, and left his family in comfort. His contemporaries were, however, for the most part, indebted men. Ben Jonson was often embarrassed, and always poor, borrowing 20 shillings at a time from Henslowe, though he rarely denied himself another jolly night at the Mermaid. Massinger was often so reduced in circumstances as not to be able to pay his score at the same tavern. Greene, Peele, and Marlowe lived lives in dissipation and died in poverty. Marlowe was killed in a drunken brawl. When Greene was on his deathbed, dying of the disease which his excesses had caused, he was haunted by the debt of £10, which he owed to the shoemaker who had lodged him. He then warned his friend Peele to amend his ways, but Peele, like him, died in distress and debt, one of the last letters he wrote being an imploring letter to Burleigh, asking for relief. "Long sickness," said he, "having so enfeebled me as maketh bashfulness almost impudency." Spenser died forsaken and in want. Ben Jonson says of him that he died for lack of bread in King Street, and refused 20 broad pieces sent to him by my Lord of Essex, adding, he was sorry he had no time to spend them. Of later poets and literary men, Milton died in obscurity, though not in debt. Lovelace died in a cellar. Butler, the author of Hudibras, died of starvation in Rose Alley, the same place in which Dryden was beaten by hired ruffians. Otway was hunted by bailiffs to his last hiding-place on Tower Hill. His last act was to beg a shilling of a gentleman, who gave him a guinea, and buying a loaf to appease his hunger. He choked at the first mouthful. Wycherley lay 7 years in gaol for debt, but lived to die in his bed at nearly 80. Fielding's extravagance and dissipation in early life involved him in difficulties which he never entirely shook off, and his death was embittered by the poverty in which he left his widow and child in a foreign land. End of section 22.
Section 23 of Thrift. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Thrift by Samuel Smiles. Great Debtors, Part 2. Savage had a pension of £50 a year, which he usually spent in a few days. It was then fashionable to wear scarlet cloaks trimmed with gold lace, and Johnson one day met him just after he had got his pension with one of these cloaks upon his back, while at the same time his naked toes were sticking through his shoes. After living a life of recklessness and dissipation, he died in prison, where he had lain 6 months for debt. In concluding his Life of Savage, Johnson says this relation will not be wholly without its use, if those who, in confidence of superior capacities or attainments, disregard the common maxims of life, shall be reminded that nothing will supply the want of prudence, and that negligence and irregularity, long continued, will make knowledge useless, wit ridiculous, and genius contemptible. Sterne died poor, if he did not die insolvent. At his death, a subscription was got up for the support of his wife and daughter. Churchill was imprisoned for debt occasioned by his dissoluteness and extravagance. Cowper characterizing him as spendthrift alike of money and of wit. Chatterton, reduced to a state of starvation and despair, poisoned himself in his 18th year. Sir Richard Steele was rarely out of debt. In many respects he resembled Sheridan in temperament and character. He was full of speculation, and was always on the point of some grand stroke of luck, which was to make his fortune. He was perpetually haunted by duns and bailiffs. Yet he did not stint himself of luxuries so long as he obtained credit. When appointed to the office of Commissioner of Stamps with a moderate income, he set up a carriage with 2 and sometimes 4 horses, and he maintained 2 houses, one in London, the other at Hampton. His means being altogether inadequate to this style of living, he soon became drowned in greater debt than before. He was repeatedly impounded by lawyers and locked up in sponging houses. Executions were put into his houses. His furniture was sold off. His wife wanted the commonest necessaries of life, and still the pleasure-loving Steele maintained his equanimity and good temper. Something great was always on the point of turning up in his favor. One of his grandest schemes was that for bringing fish alive to the London market. And then, said he to his wife, you will be better provided for than any lady in England. But the good turn never came to Sir Richard, and he died out at elbows on his wife's little property in Wales. Goldsmith was another of the happy-go-lucky debtors. He swam in debt. He was no sooner out of it than he was plunged into it again, deeper than before. The first money he earned as a tutor, it was all the money he had, was spent in buying a horse. His relations raised £50 and sent him to the Temple to study law, but he got no further than Dublin, where he spent or gambled away all the money. Then he went to Edinburgh to study medicine and was forced to fly from it, having become surety for a friend. He started on the tour of Europe without any money in his pocket, with nothing but his flute, and he begged and played until he came back to England as poor as he went. He himself used afterward to say that there was hardly a kingdom in Europe in which he was not a debtor. Even when Goldsmith began to earn money freely, he was still in debt. He gave away with one hand what he earned with the other. He was done for his milk score, arrested for rent, threatened by lawyers, but never learnt the wisdom of economy. In the same month in which the second edition of his Vicar of Wakefield was published, his bill of 15 guineas, drawn on Newbery, was returned dishonoured. When he was figuring at Boswell's dinner in Old Bond Street in a ratteen suit lined with satin, and bloom-colored silk breeches, the clothes belonged to his tailor, and remained unpaid till his death. Prosperity increased his difficulties rather than diminished them. The more money he had, the more thoughtless and lavish was his expenditure. He could refuse no indulgence, either to himself or others. He would borrow a guinea and give it to a beggar. He would give the clothes off his back and the blankets off his bed. He would refuse nobody. To meet his thoughtless expenditure, he raised money by promising to write books which he never began. He was perpetually discounting tomorrow and mortgaging an estate already overburdened. Thus he died, as he had begun, poor, embarrassed, and in debt. At his death, he owed over £2,000. Was ever a poet, says Johnson, so trusted before? The case of Goldsmith and others has been cited as instances of the harsh treatment of genius by the world, and in proof of the social disabilities of literary men and artists. It has been held society should be more indulgent to its men of genius, and that government should do something more for them than it does now. But nothing that society or government could do for men of genius would be likely to prove any service to them unless they will do what other and less gifted men do, exhibit self-respect and practice ordinary economy. We may pity poor Goldsmith, but we cannot fail to see that he was throughout his own enemy. His gains were large, amounting to about £8,000 in 14 years, representing a much larger sum of money at the present day. For his History of the Earth and Animated Nature, he received £850, and the book was, at best, but a clever compilation. Johnson said of him that if he can tell a horse from a cow, that is the extent of his knowledge of zoology. The representation of his good-natured man produced him £500, and so on with his other works. He was as successful as Johnson was, but then he had not Johnson's sobriety, self-restraint, and self-respect. Yet Goldsmith, in his thoughtful moments, knew the right path, though he had not the courage to pursue it. In a letter to his brother Henry respecting the career of his son, Goldsmith wrote, quote, "Teach, my dear sir, to your son thrift and economy. Let his poor, wandering uncle's example be placed before his eyes. I had learned from books to be disinterested and generous before I was taught from experience the necessity of being prudent. I had contracted the habits and notions of a philosopher while I was exposing myself to the insidious approaches of cunning, and often, by being, even with my narrow finances, charitable to excess, I forgot the rules of justice and placed myself in the very situation of the wretch who thanked me for my bounty." Close quote. Byron had scarcely reached manhood when he became involved in debt. Writing to Mr. Becker in his 20th year, he said, "Entre nous, I am cursedly debt. My debts, everything inclusive, will be 9,000 or 10,000 before I am 21. On his coming of age, the festivities at Newstead were celebrated by means supplied by money-lenders at enormously usurious rates of interest. His difficulties did not diminish, but only increased with time. It is said that his mother's death was occasioned by a fit of rage brought on by reading the upholsterer's bills. When the first canto of Childe Harold was published, Byron presented the copyright to Mr. Dallas, declaring that he would never receive money for his writings, a resolution which he afterwards wisely abandoned. But his earnings by literature at that time could not have lightened the heavy load of debt under which he staggered. Newstead was sold, and still the load accumulated. Then he married, probably in the expectation that his wife's fortune would release him, but her money was locked up, and the step, instead of relieving him, brought only an accession of misery. Everyone knows the sad result of the union, which was aggravated by the increasing assaults of duns and sheriff's officers. Byron was almost driven to sell the copyright of his books, but he was prevented from doing so by his publisher, who pressed upon him a sum of money to meet his temporary wants. During the first year of his marriage, his house was 9 times in the possession of bailiffs. His door was almost daily beset by duns, and he was only saved from jail by the privileges of his rank. All this, to a sensitive nature such as his, must have been gall and bitterness, while his wife's separation from him, which shortly followed, could not fail to push him almost to the point of frenzy. Although he had declined to receive money for his first poems, Byron altered his views and even learned to drive a pretty hard bargain with his publishers. But Moore does not, in his biography of the poet, inform us whether he ever got rid, except by death, of his grievous turmoil of debt. Footnote: You offer 1,500 guineas for the new canto, the 4th of Childe Harold. I won't take it. I ask 2,500 guineas for it, which you will either give or not, as you think proper. If Mr. Eustace was to have 2,000 for a poem on education, if Mr. Moore was to have 3,000 for Lala, if Mr. Campbell is to have 3,000 for his prose or poetry, I don't mean to disparage these gentlemen or their labors, but I ask the aforesaid price for mine. Lord Byron to Mr. Murray, September 4th, 1817. End footnote. There is the greatest difference in the manner in which men bear the burden of debt. Some feel it to be no burden at all, others bear it very lightly, whilst others look upon creditors in the light of persecutors, and themselves in the light of martyrs. But where the moral sense is a little more keen, where men use the goods of others without rendering the due equivalent of money, where they wear unpaid clothes, eat unpaid meat, drink unpaid wines, and entertain guests at the expense of the butcher, grocer, wine merchant, and greengrocer, they must necessarily feel that their conduct is of the essence not only of shabbiness, but of dishonesty, and the burden must then bear very heavily indeed. Of light-hearted debtors, the proportion is considerable. Thus Theophilus Kibber, when drowned in debt, begged the loan of a guinea, and then spent it on a dish of ortolans. Thus Foote, when his mother wrote to him, "Dear Sam, I am in prison for debt. Come and help your loving mother," replied, "Dear mother, so am I, which prevents this duty being paid to his loving mother by her affectionate son." Steele and Sheridan both bore the load lightly. When entertaining company, they put the bailiffs who were in possession in livery, and made them wait at table, passing them off as servants. Nothing disturbed Steele's equanimity, and when driven from London by debt, he carried his generosity into the country, giving prizes to the lads and lasses assembled at rural games and country dances. Sheridan also made very light of his debts, and had many a good joke over them. Someone asked him how it was that the O was not prefixed to his name, and he replied that he was sure no family had a better right to it, quote, "for in truth we owe everybody," close quote. And when a creditor once apologized for the soiled and tattered state of the bill, which had been much worn by being so often presented, Sheridan advised him, quote, "as a friend, to take it home and write it upon parchment," close quote. Very different was it in the case of poor Burns, who was almost driven distracted because he owed a debt of £7 4s for a volunteer's uniform, which he could not pay. He sent to his friend Thompson, the publisher of his songs, imploring the sum of £5, promising full value in his song genius. His last poem was a love song, in part payment for the loan, which he composed only a few days before his death. Footnote. Quote, "After all my boasted independence," he said, "cursed necessity compels me to implore you for £5. A cruel scoundrel of a haberdasher, to whom I owe an account, taking it into his head that I am dying, has commenced a process, and will infallibly put me in jail. Do, for God's sake, send me that sum, and by return of post. Forgive me this earnestness, but the horrors of a jail have made me half distracted. I do not ask all of this gratuitously, for upon returning health, I promise and engage to furnish you with £5 worth of the neatest song genius you have seen." Close quote. Burns to Thompson, 12th July, 1796. Burns died on the 21st of that same month. End footnote. Sidney Smith had a severe struggle with poverty in the early part of his life. He had a poor living, a wide parish, and a large family. His daughter says that his debts occasioned him many sleepless nights, and that she has seen him in an evening when bill after bill has poured in, carefully examining them and gradually paying them off. quite overcome by the feeling of the debt hanging over him, covered his face with his hands and exclaimed, "Ah, I see I shall end my old age in a jail." But he bore up bravely under the burden, laboring onward with a cheerful heart, eking out his slender means by writing articles for the Edinburgh, until at length promotion reached him, and he reaped the rewards of his perseverance, his industry, and his independence. Defoe's life was a long battle with difficulty and debt. He was constantly involved in broils, mostly of his own stirring up. He was a fierce pamphleteer from his youth up, and never for a moment at rest. He was by turns a soldier with the Duke of Monmouth, a pentile maker, a projector, a poet, a political agent, a novelist, an essayist, a historian. He was familiar with the pillory and spent much of his time in jail. When reproached by one of his adversaries with mercenariness, he piteously declared how he had, in the pursuit of peace, brought himself into innumerable broils, how he had been sued for other men's debts and stripped naked by public opinion of what should have enabled him to pay his own, how, with numerous family and with no helps but his own industry, he had forced his way with undiscouraged diligence through a sea of debt and misfortune, and, in jails, in retreats, and in all manner of extremities, supported himself without the assistance of friends and relations. Surely there never was such a life of struggle and of difficulty as that of the indefatigable Defoe. Yet all his literary labors, and they were enormous, did not suffice to keep him clear of debt, for it is believed that he died insolvent. Southey was, in his own line, almost as laborious a writer as Defoe, though his was the closet life of the student and not the aggressive life of the polemic. Though he knew debt, it never became his master, and from an early period in his career he determined not to contract a debt that he was not able to discharge. He was not only enabled to this, but to help his friends liberally, maintaining for a time the families of his brothers-in-law, Coleridge and Lovell, by simply not allowing himself any indulgences beyond his actual means, though these were often very straitened. The burden he carried would have borne down a man less brave and resolute, but he worked and studied and wrote and earned money enough for all his own wants as well as the wants of those who had become dependent upon him. He held on his noble way without a murmur of complaint. He not only liberally helped his relatives, but his old schoolfellows in distress. He took Coleridge's wife and family to live with him at a time when Coleridge had abandoned himself to opium drinking. To meet the numerous claims upon him, Southey merely imposed upon himself so much extra labor. He was always ready with good advice to young men who sought his help. Thus he encouraged Kirke White, Herbert Knowles, and Dunstan, all of whom died young and full of promise. He not only helped them with advice and encouragement, but with money. And his timely assistance rescued the sister of Chatterton from absolute want. And thus he worked on nobly and unselfishly to the last, finding happiness and joy in the pursuit of letters, not so learned as poor, not so poor as proud, and not so proud as happy. These were his own words. The most touching story in Sir Walter Scott's life is the manner in which he conducted himself after the failure of the publishing house of Constable and Company, with which he had become deeply involved. He had built Abbotsford, become a laird, was sheriff of his county, and thought himself a rich man, when suddenly the Constable firm broke down, and he found himself indebted to the world more than £100,000. "It is very hard," he said, when the untoward news reached him, "thus to lose all the labor of a lifetime, and to be made a poor man at last. But if God grant me health and strength for a few years longer, I have no doubt that I shall redeem it all." Everybody thought him a ruined man, and he almost felt himself to be so. But his courage never gave way. When his creditors proposed to him a composition, his sense of honor forbade his listening to them. "No, gentlemen," he replied, "time and die against any two." Though the debts had been contracted by others, he made himself legally responsible for them. And strong in his principle of integrity, he determined, if he could, to pay them off to the last farthing. And he set himself to do it, but it cost him his life. He parted with his town house and furniture, delivered over his personal effects to be held in trust for his creditors, and bound himself to discharge a certain amount of his liabilities annually. This he did by undertaking new literary works, some of them of great magnitude, the execution of which, though they enabled him to discharge a large portion of his debt, added but little to his reputation. One of his first tasks was his Life of Napoleon Bonaparte, in 9 volumes, which he wrote in the midst of pain, sorrow, and ruin in about 13 months, receiving for it about £14,000. Even though struck by paralysis, he went on writing until, in about 4 years, he had discharged about 2/3 of the debt for which he was responsible, an achievement probably unparalleled in the history of letters. The sacrifices and efforts which he made during the last few years of his life, even while paralyzed and scarcely able to hold his pen, exhibit Scott in a truly heroic light. He bore up with unconquerable spirit to the last. When his doctor expostulated with him against his excessive brain work, he replied, "If I were to be idle, I should go mad. In comparison to this, death is no risk to shrink from." Shortly before his last fatal attack, when sitting dozing in his chair on the grass in front of his house at Abbotsford, he suddenly roused himself, threw off the plaids which covered him, and exclaimed, "This is sad idleness. Take me to my own room, and fetch the keys of my desk." They wheeled him into his study, and put pens and paper before him. But he could not grasp the pen. He could not write, and the tears rolled down his cheeks. His spirit was not conquered, but his bodily powers were exhausted and shattered. And when at last he died, he fell asleep like a child. Scott felt that every sensible nature must feel that poverty is a much lighter burden to bear than debt. There is nothing ignominious about poverty. It may even serve a healthy stimulus to great spirits. "Under gold mountains and thrones," said Jean-Paul, "lie buried many spiritual giants." Richter even held that poverty was to be welcomed, so that it came not too late in life. And doubtless Scott's burden was all the heavier to bear because it came upon him in his declining years. Shakespeare was originally a poor man. "It is a question," says Carlyle, "whether had not want, discomfort, and distressed warrants been busy at Stratford-upon-Avon, Shakespeare had not lived killing calves or combing wool." To Milton's and Dryden's narrow means, probably we owe the best part of their works. Johnson was a very poor man, and a very brave one. He never knew what wealth was. His mind was always greater than his fortune, and it is the mind that makes the man rich or poor, happy or miserable. Johnson's gruff and bluff exterior covered a manly and noble nature. He had early known poverty and debt, and wished himself clear of both. When at college, his feet appeared through his shoes, but he was too poor to buy new ones. His head was full of learning, but his pockets were empty. How he struggled through distress and difficulty during his first years in London, the reader can learn from his life. He bedded and boarded for 4 halfpenny a day, and when too poor to pay for a bed, he wandered with Savage whole nights in the streets. He struggled on manfully, never whining his lot, but trying harder to make the best of it. Footnote. Quote, He said a man might live in a garret at 18 pence a week. Few people would inquire where he lodged, and if they did, it was easy to say, "Sir, I am to be found at such a place." By spending 3 pence in a coffee house, he might be for some hours every day in very good company. He might dine for 6 pence, breakfast on bread and milk for a penny, and do without supper. On clean shirt day, he went abroad and paid visits. Close quote. Boswell, Life of Johnson. End of footnote. These early sorrows and struggles of Johnson left their scars upon his nature, but they also enlarged and enriched his experience as well as widened his range of human sympathy. Even when in his greatest distress, he had room in his heart for others whose necessities were greater than his own, and he was never wanting in his help to those who needed it or were poorer than himself. From his sad experience, no one could speak with greater authority on the subject of debt than Johnson. Quote, "Do not accustom yourself," he wrote to Boswell, "to consider debt only an inconvenience. You will find it a calamity. Let it be your first care not to be in any man's debt. Whatever you have, spend less. Frugality is not only the basis of quiet, but of beneficence." Close quote. To Simpson the barrister, he wrote, quote, "Small debts are like small shot. They are rattling on every side and can scarcely be escaped without a wound. Great debts are like cannon of loud noise, but of little danger. You must therefore be able to discharge petty debts, that you may have leisure with security to struggle with the rest." Close quote. "Sir," said he to the patient and the receptive Boswell, "get as much peace of mind as you can, and keep within your income, and you won't go far wrong." Men who live by their wits, their talents, or their genius have somehow or other acquired the character of being improvident. Charles Nodier, writing about a distinguished genius, said of him, quote, "In the life of intelligence and art he was an angel. In the common practical life of every day he was a child." Close quote. The same might be said of many great writers and artists. The greatest of them have been so devoted, heart and soul, to their special work that they have not cared to think how the efforts of their genius might be converted into pounds, shillings, and pence. Had they placed the money consideration first, probably the world would not have inherited the products of their genius. Milton would not have labored for so many years at his Paradise Lost, merely for the sake of the £5 for which he sold his first edition to the publisher. Nor would Schiller have gone on toiling for 20 years up to the topmost pinnacles of thought, merely for the sake of the bare means of living which he earned by his work. At the same time, men of genius should not disregard the common rules of arithmetic. If they spend more than they earn, they will run into debt. Nor will complaining of the harshness of the world keep them out of it. They have to stand or fall on their merits as men, and if they are not provident, they will suffer the same consequences as others. Thackeray, in painting the character of Captain Shandon in his Pendennis, gave considerable offense to the literary profession, yet he only spoke the truth. Quote, "If a lawyer," said he, "or a soldier, or a parson outruns his income and does not pay his bills, he must go to jail, and an author must go too." Close quote. Literary men are not neglected because they are literary men, but they have no right to expect that society would overlook their social offenses because they are literary men. It is necessary for the world's sake, as well as for their own sake, that literary men and artists should take care to provide against the evil day like other people. "Imagination and art," says Madame Stael, "have needed to look after their own comfort and happiness in this world. The world ought to help them generously. All good men ought to help them. But what is better than all, they ought to help themselves." In section 23.
Section number 24 of Thrift. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Thrift by Samuel Smiles. Riches in Charity, Part 1. Who's here? I, Robert of Doncaster, that I spent, that I had, that I gave, that I have, that I left, that I lost. Epitaph A.D. 1579. If thou art rich, thou art poor, for, like an ass whose back with ingots bows, thou bearest thy heavy riches, but a journey and death unloads thee. Shakespeare. Il abundatri charitable meauki c'est la lupin, la fontaine. There are many idlers to whom a penny begged is sweeter than a shilling earned. Douglas Jerrold. He stole a pig, and in God's name gave the trotters to the poor. From the Spanish. Man must be thrifty in order to be generous. Thrift does not end with itself, but extends its benefits to others. It founds hospitals, endows charities, establishes colleges, and extends educational influences. Benevolence springs from the best qualities of the mind and heart. Its divine spirit elevates the benefactors of the world, the Howards, Clarksons, and Naviers, to the highest pedestals of moral genius and of national worship. The same feeling pervades our common humanity. The poorest man, the daily worker, the obscurest individual, shares the gift and the blessing of doing good, a blessing that imparts no less delight to him who gives than to him who receives. Man is dear to man. The poorest poor long for some moments in a weary life when they can know and feel that they have been themselves the fathers and the dealers out of some small blessings, have been kind to such as needed kindness for this single cause, that we have all of us one human heart. The duty of helping the helpless is one that speaks trumpet-tongued, but especially to those who profess love to God and goodwill to men. It is a duty that belongs to men as individuals and as members of the social body. As individuals, because we are enjoined to help the widow and the fatherless in their affliction, and as members of the social body, because society claims of every man that he shall be a helper in the cause of progress and of social well-being. It is not necessary that men should be rich to be helpful to others. John Pounds was not a rich man, yet by his influence Ragged schools were established. He was temperate and saved enough from his earnings to buy food for his pupils. He attracted them by his kindness, sometimes by a hot potato. He taught them and sent them out into the world, fortified by his good example, to work in it and do their duty towards it. Nor was Robert Raikes, the founder of Sunday and the other schools, a rich man. Neither was Thomas Wright, the prison philanthropist. Nor were Saint Vincent de Paul and Father Matthew, the promoters of education and temperance. Nor were the great men of science, Newton, Watt, and Faraday, nor the great missionaries, Xavier, Martin, Carey, and Livingstone. A fine instance of gentleness and generosity is recorded in Walton's memoir of Dr. Donne, when the latter, long straitened in his means, had entered upon the deanery of St. Paul's, and was thereby provided with an income more than sufficient for all his wants. He felt that those means had been entrusted to him for good uses, and to employ for human help and to the glory of the giver thereof. At the foot of a private account, to which God and his angels only were witnesses with him, Dr. Donne computed first his revenue, then what was given to the poor and other pious uses, and lastly what rested for him and his, and having done that, he then blessed each year's poor remainder with a thankful prayer. Dr. Don did most of his good in secret, letting not his right hand know what his left hand did. He redeemed many poor from prison, helped many a poor scholar, and employed a trusty servant or a discreet friend to distribute his bounty where it was most needed. A friend whom he had known in days of affluence, having by a too liberal heart and carelessness become decayed in his estate and reduced to poverty, Don sent him £100, but the decayed gentleman returned it with thanks, saying that he wanted it not, for, says Walton, in narrating the event, as there be some spirits so generous as to labor to conceal and endure a sad poverty, rather than expose themselves to those blushes that attend the confession of it, so there be others to whom nature and grace have afforded such sweet and compassionate souls as to pity and prevent the distresses of mankind, which I have mentioned because of Dr. Don's reply, whose answer was, I know you want not what will sustain nature, for a little will do that. But my desire is that you, who in the days of your plenty have cheered and raised the hearts of so many of your dejected friends, would now receive this from me, and use it as a cordial for the cheering of your own. And upon these terms it was received. The truth is that we very much exaggerate the power of riches. Immense subscriptions are got up for the purpose of reforming men from their sinful courses, and turning them from evil to good, and yet subscriptions will not do it. It is character that can do the work, money never can. Great changes in society can never be effected through riches. To turn men from intemperance, improvidence, and irreligion, and to induce them to seek their happiness in the pursuit of proper and noble objects, requires earnest purpose, honest self-devotion, and hard work. Money may help in many respects, but money by itself can do nothing. The Apostle Paul planted the knowledge of the Christian religion over half the Roman Empire, yet he supported himself by tent-making and not by collecting subscriptions. Men of anxious, earnest, honest hearts are far more wanted than rich men willing to give money in charity. Nothing is so much overestimated as the power of money. All the people who are looking out for front seats in society think it the one thing needful. They may be purse liberal, but they are also purse proud. The hypocritical professions of some people, with a view to elicit the good opinions of others, and the teeth of their daily life and practice, is nothing short of disgusting. "Oh, Geordie, jingling Geordie," said King James in the novel. It was grand to hear baby Charles laying down the guilt of dissimulation and Steenie lecturing on the turpitude of incontinence. Some people have an idolatrous worship of money. The Israelites had their golden calf, the Greeks had their golden Jupiter, old Bounderby valued the man who was worth 100,000 pounds. Others do the same. The lowest human nature loves money, possessions, value. What is he worth? What is his income? Are the usual questions. If you say, there is a thoroughly good, benevolent, virtuous man, nobody will notice him. But if you say, there is a man worth 1,000,000 of money, he will be stared at till out of sight. A crowd of people used to collect at Hyde Park Corner to see a rich man pass. Here comes old Crocky, and the crowd would separate to allow him to pass, amidst whispers of admiration. It was old Crockford who made a large fortune by keeping a gambling house. The very sound of millions, says Mrs. Gore, tickles the ear of an Englishman. He loves it so much, indeed, that it is all but reconciles him to the national debt, and when applied to private proprietorship, it secures deference for lowness of mind, birth, habits, and pursuits. Ambition and money love, if they tend to ennoble a country, reduce to insignificance the human particles of which the nation is composed. In their pursuit of riches, the English are gradually losing sight of higher characteristics. Our pursuit of railway bubbles and every other frantic speculation of the hour affords sufficient evidence of the craving after capital superseding every better aspiration, whether for this world or the next. The love of gold threatens to drive everything before it. The pursuit of money has become the settled custom of the country. Many are so absorbed by it that every other kind of well-being is either lost sight of or altogether undervalued. And then the lovers of money think to recover their morale tone by bestowing charity. Mountains of gold weigh heavily upon the heart and soul. The man who can withstand the weight of riches and still be diligent, industrious, and strong in mind and heart must be made of strong stuff. For people who are rich are almost invariably disposed to be idle, luxurious, and self-indulgent. If money, said the Rev. Mr. Griffiths, rector of Merthyr, did not make men forget men, one half of the evil that is in the world would never occur. If masters drew near to the men, and men were permitted to draw near their masters, we should not be passing through this fiery ordeal. Let them do something to win the men out of the public houses. Let them spare more of their enormous gains to build places of amusement and recreation for the people. Let them provide better houses to live in, better conveniences for decency, better streets, and if all these things are done, we shall have neither lockouts nor strikes. We hear with pomp and triumph of the millions and millions that have been dug out of this old Welsh land of ours, but we hear nothing, and we see, indeed less, of the public buildings, the people's parks, the public libraries and public institutions, and other civilizing agencies. 15 months ago, when we were in the highest tide of prosperity, I said all this, and no notice was taken of it. Why should any notice be taken of a preaching parson or a Christian minister of any kind, when sovereigns fly about like snowflakes in winter, or may be gathered like blackberries in summer? Men go on toiling and moiling, eager to be richer, desperately struggling, as if against poverty, at the same time that they are surrounded with abundance. They scrape and scrape, add shilling to shilling, and sometimes do shabby things in order to make a little more profit, though they may have accumulated far more than they can actually enjoy. And still they go on, worrying themselves incessantly in the endeavor to grasp at an additional increase of superfluity. Perhaps such men have not enjoyed the advantages of education in early life. They have no literary pleasures to fall back upon. They have no taste for books. Sometimes they can scarcely write their own names. They have nothing to think of but money, and of what will make money. They have no faith but in riches. They keep their children under restriction and bring them up with a servile education. At length, an accumulation of money comes into the children's hands. They have before been restricted in their expenditure, now they become lavish. They have been educated in no better tastes. They spend extravagantly. They will not be drudges in business as their father was. They will be gentlemen, and spend their money like gentlemen, and very soon the money takes wings and flies away. Many are the instances in which families have been raised to wealth in the first generation, launched into ruinous expense in the second, and disappeared in the third, being again reduced to poverty. Hence the Lancashire proverb, "Twice clogs, once boots." The first man wore clogs and accumulated a power o' money. His rich son spent it, and the third generation took up the clogs again. A candidate for parliamentary honours, when speaking from the hustings, was asked if he had plenty brass. "Plenty brass?" said he. "Aye, I've lots of brass. I stink of brass." The same social transformations are known in Scotland. The proverb there is, "The grandsire digs, the father bigs, the son thigs." That is, the grandfather worked hard and made a fortune, the father built a fine house, and the son, an unthrifty son of Lynn, when land and goods were gone and spent, took to thieving. Merchants are sometimes princes today and beggars tomorrow, and so long as the genius for speculation is exercised by a mercantile family, the talent which gave them landed property may eventually deprive them of it. To be happy in old age, at a time when men should leave forever the toil, anxiety, and worry of money-making, they must, during youth and middle life, have kept their minds healthily active. They must familiarize themselves with knowledge and take an interest in all that has been done and is doing to make the world wiser and better from age to age. There is enough leisure in most men's lives to enable them to interest themselves in biography and history. They may also acquire considerable knowledge of science or of some ennobling pursuit different from that by which money is made. Mere amusement will not do. No man can grow happy upon amusement. The mere man of pleasure is a miserable creature, especially in old age. The mere drudge in business is a little better, whereas the study of literature, philosophy, and science is full of tranquil pleasure, down to the end of life. If the rich old man has no enjoyment apart from money-making, his old age becomes miserable. He goes on grinding and grinding in the same rut, perhaps growing richer and richer. What matters it? He cannot eat his gold. He cannot spend it. His money, instead of being beneficial to him, becomes a curse. He is the slave of avarice, the meanest of sins. He is spoken of as a despicable creature. He becomes base, even in his own estimation. What a miserable end was that of the rich man who, when dying, found no comfort save in plunging his hands into a pile of new sovereigns, which had been brought to him from the bank. As the world faded from him, he still clutched them, handled and fondled them one by one, and then he passed away, his last effort being to finger his gold. Els, the miser, died, shrieking, "I will keep my money! Nobody shall deprive me of my property!" A ghastly and humiliating spectacle. Rich men are more punished for their excess of economy than poor men are for their want of it. They become miserly, think themselves daily growing poorer, and die the deaths of beggars. We have known several instances. One of the richest merchants in London, after living for some time in penury, went down into the country to the parish where he was born and applied to the overseers for poor's relief. Though possessing millions, he was horror-struck by the fear of becoming poor. Relief was granted him, and he positively died the death of a pauper. One of the richest merchants in the north died in the receipt of poor's relief. Of course, all the parish authorities had doled out to these poor rich men was duly repaid by their executors. And what did these rich persons leave behind them? Only the reputation that they had died rich men. But riches do not constitute any claim to distinction. It is only the vulgar who admire riches as riches. Money is a drug in the market. Some of the most wealthy men living are mere nobodies. Many of them are comparatively ignorant. They are of no moral or social account. A short time since, a list was published of 224 English millionaires. Some were known as screws, some were smart men in regard to speculations, some were large navies, coal miners, and manufacturers. Some were almost unknown beyond their own local circle. Some were very poor creatures. Very few were men of distinction. All that one could say of them was that they died rich men. All the rich and all the covetous men in the world, said Jeremy Taylor, will perceive, and all the world will perceive for them, that is but an ill recompense for all their cares, that by this time all that shall be left will be this, that the neighbors shall say, he died a rich man, and yet his wealth will not profit him in the grave, but hugely swell the sad accounts of his doomsday. One of the chief causes, says Mrs. Gore, which render the pursuit of wealth a bitterer as well as more pardonable struggle in England than on the continent is the unequal and capricious distribution of family property. Country gentlemen and professional men, nay, men without the pretension of being gentlemen, are scarcely less smitten with the mania of creating an eldest son, to the exclusion and degradation of their younger children, and by the individuals thus defrauded by their nearest and dearest, is the idolatry of mammon, pursued without the least regard to self-respect, or the rights of their fellow creatures. Injured, they injure in their turn. Their days are devoted to a campaign for the recovery of their birthright. Interested marriages, shabby bargains, and a political jobbery may be traced to the vile system of things which converts the elder son into a Dives and makes a Lazarus of his brother. But democrats have quite as great a love for riches as aristocrats, and many austere republicans are eager to be millionaires. Forms of government do not influence the desire for wealth. The elder Cato was a usurer. One of his means of making money was by buying young half-fed slaves at a low price. Then by fattening them up and training them to work, he sold them at an enhanced price. Brutus, when in the Isle of Cyprus, lent his money at 48% interest, and no one thought the worse of him for his usury. Washington, the hero of American freedom, bequeathed his slaves to his wife. It did not occur to him to give them their liberty. Municipal jobbery is not unknown in New York, and its influential citizens are said to be steeped to the lips in political corruption. Mr. Mills says that the people of the northeastern states have apparently got rid of all social injustices and inequalities, that the proportion of population to capital and land is such as to ensure abundance for every able-bodied man, that they enjoy the 6 points of the Charter and need never complain of poverty. Yet all that these advantages have done for them is, that the life of the whole of our sex is devoted to dollar hunting, and of the other to breeding dollar hunters. This, Mr. Mill adds, is not a kind of social perfection which philanthropists to come will feel any very eager desire to assist in realizing. Saladin the Great conquered Syria, Arabia, Persia, and Mesopotamia. He was the greatest warrior and conqueror of his time. His power and wealth were enormous, yet he was fully persuaded of the utter hollowness of riches. He ordered by his will that considerable sums should be distributed to Mussulmans, Jews, and Christians, in order that the priests of the 3 religions might implore for him the mercy of God. He commanded that the shirt or tunic which he wore at the time of his death should be carried on the end of a spear throughout the whole camp and at the head of his army, and that the soldier who bore it should pause at intervals and say aloud, "Behold, all that remains of the Emperor Saladin, of all the states he had conquered, of all the provinces he had subdued, of the boundless treasures he had amassed, of the countless wealth he possessed. He retained, in dying, nothing but this shroud." Don José da Salamanca, the great railway contractor of Spain, was, in the early part of his life, a student at the University of Granada. He there wore, as he himself says, the oldest and most worn of cassoques. He was a diligent student, and after leaving college he became a member of the Spanish press. From thence he was translated to the cabinet of Queen Christina, of which he became finance minister. This brought out his commercial capacities and induced him to enter on commercial speculations. He constructed railways in Spain and Italy, and took the principal share in establishing several steam-shipping companies. But while pursuing commerce, he did not forget literature. Once a week he kept an open table, to which the foremost men in literature and the press were invited. They returned his hospitality by inviting him to a dinner on the most economic scale. Busts of Shakespeare, Cervantes, Dante, Schiller, and other literary men adorned the room. In returning thanks for his health, Salamanca referred to his university experience and his labors in connection with the press. Then, he went on to say, "The love of gold took possession of my soul, and it was at Madrid that I found the object of my adoration, but not, alas, without the loss of my juvenile illusions. Believe me, gentlemen, the man who can satisfy all his wishes has no more enjoyment. Keep to the course you have entered on. I advise you, Rothschild's celebrity will expire on the day of his death. Immortality can be earned, not bought. Here are before us the effigies of men who have gloriously cultivated liberal arts. Their busts I have met with in every part of Europe, but nowhere have I found a statue erected to the honor of a man who has devoted his life to making money. Riches and happiness have no necessary connection with each other. In some cases, it might be said that happiness is in the inverse proportion to riches. The happiest part of most men's lives is while they are battling with poverty, and gradually raising themselves above it. It is then that they deny themselves for the sake of others, that they save from their earnings to secure a future independence, that they cultivate their minds while laboring for their daily bread, that they endeavor to render themselves wiser and better, happier in their homes and more useful to society at large. William Chambers, the Edinburgh publisher, speaking of the labors of his early years, says, "I look back to those times with great pleasure, and I am almost sorry that I have not to go through the same experience again, for I reaped more pleasure when I had not a sixpence in my pocket, studying in a garret in Edinburgh, than I now find when sitting amidst all the elegancies and comforts of a parlour." There are compensations in every condition of life. The difference in the lot of the rich and the poor is not so great as is generally imagined. The rich man has often to pay a heavy price for his privileges. He is anxious about his possessions. He may be the victim of extortion. He is apt to be cheated. He is the mark for every man's shaft. He is surrounded by a host of clients till his purse bleeds at every pore. As they say in Yorkshire, when people become rich, the money soon broadles through, or if engaged in speculation, the rich man's wealth may fly away at any moment. He may try again, and then wear his heart out in speculating on the chances of the market. Insomnia is a rich man's disease. The thought of his winnings and losings keeps him sleepless. He is awake by day and awake by night. Riches on the brain is full of restlessness and agony. The rich man overeats or overdrinks, and he has gout. Imagine a man with a vice fitted to his toe. Let the vice descend upon the joint and be firmly screwed down. Screw it again. He is in agony. Then suddenly turn the screw tighter. Down, down. That is gout. Gout, of which Sydenham has said that, unlike any other disease, it kills more rich men than poor, more wise than simple. Great kings, emperors, generals, admirals, and philosophers have died of gout. Hereby nature shows her impartiality, since those whom she favors in one way she afflicts in another, or the rich man may become satiated with food and lose his appetite, while the poor man relishes and digests anything. A beggar asked alms of a rich man, because he was hungry. "Hungry?" said the millionaire. "How I envy you." Abernethy's prescription to the rich man was, "Live upon a shilling a day and earn it." When the Duke of York consulted him about his health, Abernethy's answer was, "Cut off the supplies, and the enemy will soon leave the citadel." The laborer who feels little and thinks less has the digestion of an ostrich, while the non-worker is never allowed to forget that he has a stomach, and is obliged to watch every mouthful that he eats. Industry and indigestion are two things seldom found united. Many people envy the possessions of the rich, but will not pass through the risks, the fatigues, or the dangers of acquiring them. It is related of the Duke of Dancy that an old comrade, whom he had not seen for many years, called upon him at his hotel in Paris, and seemed amazed at the luxury of his apartments, the richness of his furniture, and the magnificence of his gardens. The Duke, supposing that he saw in his old comrade's face a feeling of jealousy, said to him bluntly, "You may have all that you see before you on one condition." "What is that?" said his friend. "It is that you will place yourself 20 paces off, and let me fire at you with a musket 100 times." "I will certainly not accept your offer at that price." "Well," replied the marshal, "to gain all that you see before you, I have faced more than 1,000 gunshots, fired and not moved than 10 paces off." The Duke of Marlborough often faced death. He became rich and left $1.5 million to his descendants to squander. The Duke was a penurious man. He is said to have scolded his servant for lighting 4 candles in his tent when Prince Eugene called upon him to hold a conference before the Battle of Blenheim. Swift said of the Duke, "I dare hold a wager that in all his campaigns he was never known to lose his baggage." But this merely showed his consummate generalship. When ill and feeble at Bath, he is said to have walked home from the rooms to his lodgings to save 6d. And yet this may be excused, for he may have walked home for exercise. He is certainly known to have given £1,000 to a young and deserving soldier who wished to purchase a commission. When Bolingbroke was reminded of one of the weaknesses of Marlborough, he observed, "He was so great a man that I forgot that he had that defect." End of section 24. Riches and Charity. Read by Kathleen. San Antonio, May 26th of 2021.
Section 25 of Thrift. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Heather Eney. Thrift by Samuel Smiles. Riches and Charity, Part 2. It is no disgrace to be poor. The praise of honest poverty has often been sung. When a man will not stoop to do wrong, when he will not sell himself for money, when he will not do a dishonest act, then his poverty is most honorable. But the man is not poor who can pay his way and save something besides. He who pays cash for all that he purchases is not poor, but well off. He is in a happier condition than the idle gentleman who runs into debt and is clothed, shod, and fed at the expense of his tailor, shoemaker, and butcher. Montesquieu says that a man is not poor because he has nothing, but he is poor when he will not or cannot work. The man who is able and willing to work is better off than the man who possesses 1,000 crowns without the necessity for working. Nothing sharpens a man's wits like poverty. Hence, many of the greatest men have originally been poor men. Poverty often purifies and braces a man's morals. To spirited people, difficult tasks are usually the most delightful ones. If we may rely upon the testimony of history, men are brave, truthful, and magnanimous, not in proportion to their wealth, but in proportion to their smallness of means. And the best are often the poorest, always supposing that they have sufficient to meet their temporal wants. A divine has said that God has created poverty, but he has not created misery. And there is certainly a great difference between the two. While honest poverty is honorable, misery is humiliating. Inasmuch as the latter is for the most part the result of misconduct and often idleness and drunkenness, poverty is no disgrace to him who can put up with it. But he who finds the beggar's staff once get warm in his hand never does any good, but a great amount of evil. The poor are often the happiest of people, far more so than the rich, but though they may be envied, no one will be found willing to take their place. Moore has told the story of the overfed, oversatisfied Eastern despot who sent a messenger to travel through the world in order to find out the happiest man. When discovered, the messenger was immediately to seize him, take his shirt off his back, and bring it to the caliph. The messenger found the happiest man in an Irishman, happy, dancing, and flourishing his shillelagh. But when the ambassador proceeded to seize him and undress him, he found that the Irishman had got no shirt to his back. The portion of Agur is unquestionably the best. Remove far from me vanity and lies. Give me neither poverty nor riches. Feed me with food convenient for me. The unequal distribution of the disposition to be happy is of far greater importance than the unequal distribution of wealth. The disposition to be content and satisfied, said David Hume, is at least equal to an income of 1,000 a year. Montaigne has observed that fortune confers but little. Human good or ill does not depend upon it. It is but the seed of good, which the soul, infinitely stronger than wealth, changes and applies as it pleases, and it is thus the only cause of a happy or unhappy disposition. England is celebrated for its charities. Mr. Guizot declares that there is nothing in this land that so fills the mind of a stranger with amazement at our resources and admiration at our use of them as the noble free gift monuments raised on every side for the relief of multiform suffering. The home philanthropist, who looks a little deeper than the foreign visitor, may be disposed to take another view of the effects of money-giving. That charity produces unmixed good is very much questioned. Charity, like man, is sometimes blind, and frequently misguided. Unless money is wisely distributed, it will frequently do more harm than good. If charity could help or alleviate the poor, London would now be the happiest city in the world, for about 3 millions of money are spent on charity, and about 1 in every 3 of the London population are relieved by charitable institutions. It is very easy to raise money for charity. Subscription lists constantly attest the fact. A rich man is asked by some influential person for money. It is very easy to give it. It saves time to give it. It is considered a religious duty to give it. Yet to give money unthinkingly, to give it without considering how it is to be used, instead of being for the good of our fellow creatures, may often prove the greatest injury we could inflict upon them. True benevolence does not consist in giving money. Nor can charitable donations given indiscriminately to the poor have any other effect than to sap the foundations of self-respect and break down the very outworks of virtue itself. There are many forms of benevolence which create the very evils they are intended to cure, and encourage the poorer classes in the habit of dependence upon the charity of others, to the neglect of those far healthier means of social well-being which lie within their own reach. One would think that 3 million a year were sufficient to relieve all the actual distress that exists in London. Yet the distress, notwithstanding all the money spent upon it, goes on increasing. May not the money spent in charity create the distress it relieves, besides creating other distress which it fails to relieve? Uneducated and idle people will not exert themselves for a living, when they have the hope of obtaining the living without exertion. Who will be frugal and provident when charity offers all that frugality and providence can confer? Does not the gift of the advantages, comforts, and rewards of industry, without the necessity of laboring for them, tend to sap the very foundations of energy and self-reliance? It is not the circumstance that poverty is the only requisite qualification on the part of the applicant for charity, calculated to tempt the people to self-indulgence, to dissipation, and to those courses of life which keep them poor? Men who will not struggle and exert themselves are those who are helped first. The worst sort of persons are made comfortable, whilst the hard-working, self-supporting man who disdains to throw himself upon charity is compelled to pay rates for the maintenance of the idle. Charity stretches forth its hand to the rottenest parts of society. It rarely seeks out or helps the struggling and the honest. As Carlyle has said, "Oh, my astonishing benevolent friends, that never think of meddling with the material while it continues sound, that stress and strain it with new rates and assessments, till even it has given way and declared itself rotten, whereupon you greedily snatch at it and say, "Now let us try to do some good upon it." The charity which merely consists in giving is an idle indulgence, often an idle vice. The mere giving of money will never do the work of philanthropy. As a recent writer has said, the crimes of the virtuous, the blasphemies of the pious, and the follies of the wise would scarcely fill a larger volume than the cruelties of the humane. In this world, a large part of the occupation of the wise has been to neutralize the efforts of the good. Public charities, said the late Lord Lytton, are too often merely a bonus to public indolence and vice. What a dark lesson of the fallacy of human wisdom does this knowledge strike into the heart! What a waste of the materials of kindly sympathies! What a perversion individual mistakes can cause, even in the virtues of a nation! Charity is a feeling dear to the pride of the human heart. It is an aristocratic emotion. Mahomet testified his deep knowledge of this kind when he allowed the vice hardest to control, sexual licentiousness, and encouraged the virtue easiest to practice, charity. Footnote: Lord Lytton, England and the English, page 124, end footnote. There are clergymen in London who say that charity acts against the extension of religion amongst the people. The Reverend Mr. Stone says he is an unwelcome visitor to the poor who brings the Bible in one hand without a loaf, a blanket, or a shilling in the other. And no wonder. By the prevailing system of charitable relief, they have been nursed in this carnal spirit. They have been justified in those selfish expectations. Instead of being allowed to learn the great and salutary lesson of Providence, that there is a necessary connection between their conduct and their condition, they have, by this artificial system, been taught that indigence is of itself sufficient to constitute a claim to relief. They have been thus encouraged in improvidence, immorality, fraud, and hypocrisy. The truest philanthropists are those who endeavor to prevent misery, dependence, and destitution, and especially those who diligently help the poor to help themselves. This is the great advantage of the Parochial Mission Women Association. They bring themselves into close communication with the people in the several parishes of London and endeavor to assist them in many ways. But they avoid giving indiscriminate alms. Their objects are to help the poor to help themselves, and to raise them by making them feel that they can help themselves. There is abundant room for philanthropy amongst all classes, and it is most gratifying to find ladies of high distinction taking part in this noble work. There are numerous other societies established of late years, which afford gratifying instances of the higher and more rational, as well as really more Christian, forms of charity. The societies for improving the dwellings of the industrial classes, for building baths and wash-houses, for establishing workmen's, seamen's, and servants' homes, for cultivating habits of providence and frugality amongst the working classes, and for extending the advantages of knowledge amongst the people, are important agencies of this kind. These, instead of sapping the foundations of self-reliance, are really and truly helping the people to help themselves, and are deserving of every approbation and encouragement. They tend to elevate the condition of the mass. They are embodiments of philanthropy in its highest form, and are calculated to bear good fruit through all time. Rich men with the prospect of death before them are often very much concerned about their money affairs. If unmarried and without successors, they find a considerable difficulty in knowing what to do with the pile of gold they have gathered during their lifetime. They must make a will and leave it to somebody. In olden times, rich people left money to pay for masses for their souls. Perhaps many do so still. Some founded almshouses, others hospitals. Money was left for the purpose of distributing doles to poor persons or to persons of the same name and trade as the deceased. These doles, said the wife of a clergyman in the neighborhood of London, are doing an infinite deal of mischief. They are rapidly pauperizing the parish. Not long since, the town of Bedford was corrupted and demoralized by the doles and benefactions which rich men had left to the poorer classes. Give a man money without working for it, and he will soon claim it as a right. It practically forbids him to exercise forethought or to provide against the vicissitudes of trade or the accidents of life. It not only breaks down the bulwarks of independence, but the outposts of virtue itself. Large sums of money are left by rich men to found charities. They wish to do good, but in many cases they do much moral injury. Their charities are anything but charitable. They destroy the self-respect of the working classes and also of the classes above them. We can get this charity for nothing. We can get medical assistance for nothing. We can get our children educated for nothing. Why should we work? Why should we save? Such is the idea which charity, so-called, inculcates. The charitable institution becomes a genteel poorhouse, and the lesson is extensively taught that we can do better by begging than by working. The bequeathment of Stephen Girard, the wealthy American merchant, was of a different character. Girard was a native of Bordeaux. An orphan at an early age, he was put on board a ship as a cabin boy. He made his first voyage to North America when about 10 or 12 years old. He had a little education and only a limited acquaintance with reading and writing. He worked hard. He gradually improved in means so that he was able to set up a store. Whilst living in Water Street, New York, he fell in love with Polly Luna, the daughter of a caulker. The father forbade the marriage, but Girard persevered, and at length he won and married Polly Lum. It proved a most unfortunate marriage. His wife had no sympathy with him, and he became cross, snappish, morose. He took to sea again, and at 40 he commanded his own sloop, and was engaged in the coasting trade between New York, Philadelphia, and New Orleans. Then he settled in Philadelphia and became a merchant. He devoted his whole soul to his business, for he had determined to become rich. He practiced the most rigid economy. He performed any work by which money could be made. He shut his heart against the blandishments of life. The desire for wealth seems to have possessed his soul. His life was of unceasing labor. Remember that Girard was unhappy at home. His nature might have been softened had he been blessed with a happy wife. He led 10 miserable years with her, and then she became insane. She lay for about 20 years in the Pennsylvania hospital and died there. Yet there was something more than hardness and harshness in Girard. There was a deep undercurrent of humanity in him. When the yellow fever broke out in Philadelphia in 1793, his better nature showed itself. The people were smitten to death by thousands. Nurses could not be found to attend the patients in the hospital. It was regarded as certain death to nurse the sick. Wealth had no power to bribe, nor beauty to charm the oppressor. But all perished alike beneath the scourge of his anger. Only, alas, I the poor, who had neither friends nor attendants, crept away to die in the almshouse, home of the homeless. It was at this time, when many were stricken with fever, that Girard abandoned his business and offered his services as superintendent of the public hospital. He had Peter Helm for his associate. Girard's business faculty immediately displayed itself. His powers of organization were immense. and the results of his work were soon observed. Order began to reign where everything had before been in confusion. Dirt was conquered by cleanliness. Where there had been wastefulness, there was now thriftiness. Where there had been neglect, there was unremitting attention. Gerard saw that every case was properly attended to. He himself attended to the patients afflicted by the loathsome disease, ministered to the dying, and performed the last kind offices for the dead. At last the plague was stayed, and Gerard and Helm returned to their ordinary occupations. The visitors of the poor in Philadelphia placed the following minute on their books: Stephen Gerard and Peter Helm, members of the committee, commiserating the calamitous state to which the sick may probably be reduced for want of suitable persons to superintend the hospital, voluntarily offered their services for that benevolent employment, and excited a surprise and satisfaction that can be better conceived than expressed. The results of Stephen Gerard's industry and economy may be seen in Philadelphia, in the beautiful dwelling houses row after row, but more than all, in the magnificent marble edifice of Gerard College. He left the greater part of his fortune for public purposes, principally to erect and maintain a public library and a large orphanage. It might have been in regard to his own desolate condition, when cast an orphan among strangers and foreigners, that he devised his splendid charity for poor, forlorn, and fatherless children. One of the rooms in the college is singularly furnished. Gerard had directed that a suitable room was to be set apart for the preservation of his books and papers, but from excess of pious care or dread of the next of kin, all the plain, homely man's effects were shoveled into this room. Here are his boxes and his bookcase, his gig and his gaiters, his pictures and his pottery, and in a bookcase, hanging with careless grace, are his braces. Old, homely knitted braces, telling their tale of simplicity and carefulness. One of the finest hospitals in London is that founded by Thomas Guy, the bookseller. He is said to have been a miser. At all events, he must have been a thrifty and saving man. No foundation such as that of Guy's can be accomplished without thrift. Men who accomplish such things must deny themselves for the benefit of others. Thomas Guy appears early to have projected schemes of benevolence. He first built and endowed almshouses at Tamworth for 14 poor men and women, with pensions for each occupant, and with a thoughtfulness becoming his vocation, he furnished them with a library. He had himself been educated at Tamworth, where he had doubtless seen hungry and homeless persons suffering from cleanness of teeth and the winter's rage, and the almshouses were his contribution for their relief. He was a bookseller in London at that time. Guy prospered not so much by bookselling as by buying and selling South Sea stock. When the bubble burst, he did not hold a share, but he had realized a profit of several £100,000. This sum he principally employed in building and endowing the hospital which bears his name. The building was roofed in before his death in 1724. Scotch benefactors, for the most part, leave their savings for the purpose of founding hospitals for educational purposes. There was first the Heriot's Hospital, found in Edinburgh by George Heriot, the goldsmith of James I, for maintaining and educating 180 boys. But the property of the hospital having increased in value, the new town of Edinburgh being for the most part built on George Heriot's land, the operations of the charity have been greatly extended, as many as 4,000 boys and girls being now educated free of expense in different parts of the city. There are also the George Watson's Hospital, the John Watson's Hospital, the Orphan Hospital, 2 maiden hospitals, the Covens Hospital, the Donaldson's Hospital, the Stewart's Hospital, and the splendid Fettes College, recently opened, all founded by Scottish benefactors for the ordinary education of boys and girls and also for their higher education. Edinburgh may well be called the city of educational endowments. There is also the Madras College at St. Andrews, founded by the late Andrew Bell, D.D., the Dollar Institution founded by John Macrath, and the Dick Bequest for elevating the character and position of the parochial schools and schoolmasters in the counties of Aberdeen, Banff, and Moray. The effects of this last bequest have been most salutary. It has raised the character of the education given in the public schools, and the results have been frequently observed at Cambridge, where men from the northern counties have taken high honors in all departments of learning. English benefactors have recently been following in the same direction. The Owens College at Manchester, the Brown Library and Museum at Liverpool, the Whitworth benefaction by which 30 scholarships of the annual value of £100 each have been founded for the promotion of technical instruction, and the Scientific College at Birmingham, founded by Sir Josiah Mason for the purpose of educating the rising generation in sound, extensive, and practical scientific knowledge, form a series of excellent institutions which will, we hope, be followed by many similar benefactions. A man need not moulder with the green grass over his grave before his means are applied to noble purposes. He can make his benefactions while living, and assist at the outset in carrying out his liberal intentions. Among the great benefactors of London, the name of Mr. Peabody, the American banker, cannot be forgotten. It would take a volume to discuss his merits, though we must dismiss him in a paragraph. He was one of the first to see, or at all events to make amends for, the houseless condition of the working classes of London. In the formation of railways under and above ground, in opening out and widening new streets, in erecting new public buildings, the dwellings of the poor were destroyed, and their occupants swarmed away no one knew whither. Perhaps they crowded closer together and bred disease in many forms. Societies and companies were formed to remedy the evil to a certain extent. Sir Sidney Waterlow was one of the first to lead the way, and he was followed by others. But it was not until Mr. Peabody had left his splendid benefaction to the poor of London that any steps could be taken to deal with the evil on a large and comprehensive scale. His trustees have already erected ranges of workmen's dwellings in many parts of the metropolis, which will from time to time be extended to other parts. The Peabody dwellings furnish an example of what working men's dwellings ought to be. They are clean, tidy, and comfortable homes. They have diminished drunkenness. They have promoted morality. Mr. Peabody intended that his bounty should directly ameliorate the condition and augment the comforts of the poor, and he hoped that the results would be appreciated not only by the present, but by future generations of the people of London. From all that the trustees have done, it is clear that they are faithfully and nobly carrying out his intentions. All these benefactors of the poor were originally men of moderate means. Some of them were at one time poor men. Sir Joseph Whitworth was a journeyman engineer with Mr. Clement in Southwark, the inventor of the planing machine. Sir Josiah Mason was by turns a costermonger, journeyman, baker, shoemaker, carpet weaver, jeweler, split steel ring maker. Here he made his first £1,000, steel pen maker, copper smelter, and electroplater, in which last trade he made his fortune. Mr. Peabody worked his way up by small degrees, from a clerk in America to a banker in London. Their benefactions have been the result of self-denial, industry, sobriety, and thrift. Benevolence throws out blossoms which do not always ripen into fruit. It is easy enough to project a benevolent undertaking, but more difficult to carry it out. The author was once induced to take an interest in a proposed navvy's home, but cold water was thrown upon the project and it failed. The navvy workmen who have made the railways and docks of England are a hard-working but a rather thriftless set. They are good-hearted fellows, but sometimes drunken. In carrying out their operations, they often run great dangers. They are sometimes so seriously injured by wounds and fractures as to be disabled for life. For instance, in carrying out the works of the Manchester, Sheffield, and Lincolnshire Railway, there were 22 cases of compound fractures, 74 simple fractures besides burns from blasts, severe contusions, lacerations, and dislocations. One man lost both his eyes by a blast. Another had his arm broken by a blast. Many lost their fingers, feet, legs, and arms, which disabled them for further work. Knowing the perils to which railway laborers were exposed, it occurred to a late eminent contractor to adopt some method for helping and comforting them in their declining years. The subject was brought under the author's notice by his friend the late Mr. Eberall in the following words: "I have just been visiting a large contractor, a man of great wealth, and he requests your assistance in establishing a navvy's home. You know that many of the contractors and engineers who have been engaged in the construction of railways are men who have accumulated immense fortunes. The savings of some of them amount to millions. Well, my friend the contractor not long since found a miserable, worn-out old man in a ditch by the roadside. 'What,' said he, 'is that you?' naming the man in the ditch by his name. 'Aye,' replied the man, 'deed it is.' 'What are you doing there?' 'I have come here to die. I can work no more.' 'Why don't you go to the workhouse? They will attend to your wants there.' 'No, no workhouse for me. If I am to die, I will die in the open air.' The contractor recognized in the man one of his former navvies. He had worked for him and for other contractors many years, and while they had been making their fortunes, the navvy who had worked for them had fallen so low as to be found dying in a ditch. The contractor was much affected. He thought of the numerous other navvies who must be wanting similar help. Shortly after, he took ill, and during his illness, thinking of what he might do for the navvies, the idea occurred to him of founding a navvy's home, and he has desired me to ask you to assist him in bringing out the institution. It seemed to the author an admirable project, and he consented to do all that he could for it. But when the persons who were the most likely to contribute to such an institution were applied to, they threw such floods of cold water upon it. Footnote, with one admirable exception. A noble-hearted man still living volunteered a very large subscription toward the establishment of the navvy's home. End footnote. That it became evident in the face of their opposition that the navvy's home could not be established. Of course, excuses were abundant. Navvies were the most extravagant workmen. They threw away everything that they earned. They spent their money on beer, whiskey, tally women, and champagne. If they died in ditches, it was their own fault. They might have established themselves in comfort if they wished to do so. Why should other people provide for them in old age more than for any other class of laborers? There was the workhouse, let them go there, and so on. It is easy to find a stick to beat a sick dog. As for the original projector, he recovered his health, he forgot to subscribe for the navvy's home, and the scheme fell to the ground. The devil was sick, the devil a saint would be. The devil grew well, the devil a saint was he. End of section 25.
Section 26 of Thrift. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Thrift by Samuel Smiles. Healthy Homes, Part 1. The best security for civilization is the dwelling. B. Disraeli. Cleanliness is the elegance of the poor. English proverb. Sanitas sanitatum et omnia sanitas. Julius Minocius. Virtue never dwelt long with filth and nastiness. Count Rumford. More servants wait on man than he'll take notice of. In every path he treads down that which doth befriend him, when sickness makes him pale and wan. George Herbert. Health is said to be wealth. Indeed, all wealth is valueless without health. Every man who lives by labor, whether of mind or body, regards health as one of the most valuable of possessions. Without it, life would be unenjoyable. The human system has been so framed as to render enjoyment one of the principal ends of physical life. The whole arrangement, structure, and functions of the human system are beautifully adapted for that purpose. The exercise of every sense is pleasurable. The exercise of sight, hearing, taste, touch, and muscular effort. What can be more pleasurable, for instance, than the feeling of entire health? Health, which is the sum total of the functions of life, duly performed. Enjoyment, says Dr. Southwood Smith, is not only the end of life, but it is the only condition of life which is compatible with a protracted term of existence. The happier a human being is, the longer he lives. The more he suffers, the sooner he dies. To add to enjoyment is to lengthen life. To inflict pain is to shorten its duration. Happiness is the rule of healthy existence. Pain and misery are its exceptional conditions. Nor is pain altogether an evil. It is rather a salutary warning. It tells us that we have transgressed some rule, violated some law, disobeyed some physical obligation. It is a monitor which warns us to amend our state of living. It virtually says, return to nature, observe her laws, and be restored to happiness. Thus, paradoxical though it may seem, pain is one of the conditions of the physical well-being of man, as death, according to Dr. Thomas Brown, is one of the conditions of the enjoyment of life. To enjoy physical happiness, therefore, the natural laws must be complied with. To discover and observe these laws, man has been endowed with the gift of reason. Does he fail to exercise this gift? Does he neglect to comply with the law of his being? Then pain and disease are the necessary consequence. Man violates the laws of nature in his own person, and he suffers accordingly. He is idle and overfeeds himself. He is punished by gout, indigestion, or apoplexy. He drinks too much. He becomes bloated, trembling, and weak. His appetite falls off, his strength declines, his constitution decays, and he falls a victim to the numerous diseases which haunt the steps of the drunkard. Society suffers in the same way. It leaves districts undrained and streets uncleaned. Masses of the population are allowed to live crowded together in unwholesome dens, half poisoned by the mephitic air of the neighborhood. Then a fever breaks out, or a cholera, or a plague. Disease spreads from the miserable abodes of the poor into the comfortable homes of the rich, carrying death and devastation before it. The misery and suffering incurred in such cases are nothing less than wilful, inasmuch as the knowledge necessary to avert them is within the reach of all. Wherever any number of persons live together, the atmosphere becomes poisoned, unless means be provided for its constant change and renovation. If there be not sufficient ventilation, the air becomes charged with carbonic acid, principally the product of respiration. Whatever the body discharges becomes poison to the body if introduced again through the lungs. Hence the immense importance of pure air. A deficiency of food may be considerably less injurious than a deficiency of pure air. Every person above 14 years of age requires about 600 cubic feet of shut-up space to breathe in during the 24 hours. Footnote 1. Where 600 cubic feet of space is allowed, the air requires to be changed by ventilation 5 times in the hour in order to keep it pure. The best amount of space to be allowed for a healthy adult is about 800 cubic feet. The air which is breathed becomes so rapidly impure that a constant supply of fresh air must be kept up to make the air of the shut-up space fit for breathing. The following are some amounts of space per head which are met with in practice. Artisan rooms, 200 cubic feet. Metropolitan lodging houses, 240 cubic feet. Poor law board dormitories, 300 cubic feet. Barrack regulation, 60 cubic feet. The best hospitals, 1,500 to 2,000 cubic feet. End of footnote 1. If he sleeps in a room of smaller dimensions, he will suffer more or less and gradually approach the condition of being smothered. Shut up a mouse in a glass receiver and it will gradually die by re-breathing its own breath. Shut up a man in a confined space and he will die in the same way. The English soldiers expired in the black hole of Calcutta because they wanted pure air. Thus about half the children born in some manufacturing towns die before they are 5 years old, principally because they want pure air. Humboldt tells of a sailor who was dying of fever in the close hold of a ship. His comrades brought him out of his hold to die in the open air. Instead of dying, he revived and eventually got well. He was cured by the pure air. The most common result of breathing impure air amongst adults is fever. The heaviest municipal tax, said Dr. Southwood Smith, is the fever tax. It is estimated that in Liverpool some 7,000 persons are yearly attacked by fever, of whom about 500 die. Fever usually attacks persons of between 20 and 30, or those who generally have small families depending on them for support. Hence, death from fever, by causing widowhood and orphanage, impose a very heavy tax upon the inhabitants of all the large manufacturing towns. Dr. Playfair, after carefully considering the question, is of opinion that the total pecuniary loss inflicted on the county of Lancashire from preventable disease, sickness, and death amounts to not less than 5 million sterling annually. But this is only the physical and pecuniary loss. The moral loss is infinitely greater. Where are now the happy humble swains and the gentle shepherds of the old English poets? At the present time they are nowhere to be found. The modern Strephon and Phyllis are a very humble pair, living in a clay-floored cottage and maintaining a family on from 12 to 15 shillings a week, and so far from Strephon spending his time in sitting by a purling stream, playing roundelays upon a pipe. Poor fellow, he can scarcely afford to smoke one. His hours of labour are so long, and his wages are so small. As for Daphnis, he's a lout, and can neither read nor write, nor is his Chloe any better. Phineas Fletcher thus sang of the shepherd's home. Thrice, oh thrice, happy shepherd's life and state, when courts are happinessy, unhappy pawns. His cottage low and safely humble gate shuts out proud fortune with her scorns and fawns. No feared treason breaks his quiet sleep, singing all day his flocks he learns to keep, himself as innocent as are his simple sheep. His certain life, that never can deceive him, is full of thousand sweets and rich content. The smooth-leaved beeches in the field receive him with coolest shades, till noontide's rage is spent. His life is neither tossed in boisterous seas of troublous world, nor lost in slothful ease. Pleased and full blessed he lives, when he his God can please. Where, oh where, has this gentle shepherd gone? Have spinning jennies swallowed him up? Alas, as was observed of Mrs. Harris, there is no such person. Did he ever exist? We have a strong suspicion that he never did, save in the imaginations of poets. Before the age of railroads and sanitary reformers, the pastoral life of the Acadians was a beautiful myth. The Blue Book men have exploded it forever. The agricultural laborers have not decent houses, only miserable huts to live in. They have but few provisions for cleanliness or decency. 2 rooms for sleeping and living in are all that the largest family can afford. Sometimes they have only 1. The day room, in addition to the family, contains the cooking utensils, the washing apparatus, agricultural implements, and dirty clothes. In the sleeping apartment, the parents and their children, boys and girls, are indiscriminately mixed, and frequently a lodger sleeps in the same and only room, which has generally no window. The openings in the half-thatched roof admitting light, and exposing the family to every vicissitude of the weather. The husband, having no comfort at home, seeks it in the beer shop. The children grow up without decency or self-restraint. As for the half-hearted wives and daughters, their lot is very miserable. It is not often that village affairs are made the subject of discussion in newspapers, for the power of the press has not yet reached remote country places. But we do hear occasionally of whole villages being pulled down and razed in order to prevent them becoming nests of beggars' brats. A member of Parliament did not hesitate to confess before a parliamentary committee that he had pulled down between 26 and 30 cottages which, had they been left standing, would have been inhabited by young married couples. And what becomes of the dispossessed? They crowd together in the cottages which are left standing, if their owners will allow it, or they crowd into the workhouses, or, more generally, they crowd into the towns, where there is at least some hope of employment for themselves and their children. Our manufacturing towns are not at all what they ought to be, not sufficiently pure, wholesome, or well regulated. But the rural labourers regard even the misery of towns as preferable to the worse misery of the rural districts, and year by year they crowd into the seats of manufacturing industry in search of homes and employment. This speaks volumes as to the actual state of our boasted peasantry, the country's pride. The intellectual condition of the country labourers seems to be on a par with their physical state. Those in the western counties are as little civilized as the poor people in the east of London. A report of the Diocesan Board of the County of Hereford states that a great deal of the superstition of past ages lingers in our parishes. The observation of lucky and unlucky days and season is by no means unusual. The phases of the moon are regarded with great respect. In one, medicine may be taken, in another it is advisable to kill a pig. Over the doors of many houses may be found twigs placed crosswise and never suffered to lose their cruciform position, and the horseshoe preserves its old station on many a stable door. Charms are devoutly believed in. A ring made from a shilling, offered at the communion, is an undoubted cure for fits. Hair plucked from the crop of an ass's shoulder and woven into a chain to be put round a child's neck is powerful for the same purpose. And the hand of a corpse applied to the neck is believed to disperse a ven. The evil eye, so long dreaded in uneducated countries, has its terrors among us, and if a person of ill life be suddenly called away, there are generally some who hear his tokens or see his ghost. There exists, besides, the custom of communicating death to hives of bees, in the belief that they invariably abandon their owners if the intelligence be withheld. Sidney Smith has said, with more truth than elegance, that in the infancy of all nations, even the most civilized, men lived the life of pigs. And if sanitary reporters had existed in times past as they do now, we should doubtless have received an account of the actual existent and domestic accommodation of the old English swains and shepherds, very different from that given by Phineas Fletcher. Even the mechanics of this day are more comfortably lodged than the great landed gentry of the Saxon and Norman periods, and if the truth could be got at, it would be found that, bad as is the state of our agricultural labourers now, the condition of their forefathers was no better. The first method of raising a man above the life of an animal is to provide him with a healthy home. The home is, after all, the best school for the world. Children grow up into men and women there. They imbibe their best and their worst morality there, and their morals and intelligence are in a great measure well or ill trained there. Man can only be really and truly humanized and civilized through the institution of the home. There is domestic purity and moral life in the good home, and individual defilement and moral death in the bad one. The schoolmaster has really very little to do with the formation of the characters of children. These are formed in the home by the father and mother, by brothers, sisters, and companions. It does not matter how complete may be the education given in schools. It may include the whole range of knowledge, yet if the scholar is under the necessity of daily returning to a home which is indecent, vicious, and miserable, all this learning will prove of comparatively little value. Character and disposition are the result of home training, and if these are, through bad physical and moral conditions, deteriorated and destroyed, the intellectual culture acquired in the school may prove an instrumentality for evil rather than for good. The home should not be considered merely as an eating and sleeping place, but as a place where self-respect may be preserved, and comfort secured, and domestic pleasures enjoyed. 3/4 of the petty vices which degrade society and swell into crimes which disgrace it would shrink before the influence of self-respect. to be a place of happiness, exercising beneficial influences upon its members, and especially upon the children growing up within it, the home must be pervaded by the spirit of comfort, cleanliness, affection, and intelligence. And in order to secure this, the presence of a well-ordered, industrious, and educated woman is indispensable. So much depends upon the woman that we might almost pronounce the happiness or unhappiness of the home to be the woman's work. No nation can advance except through the improvement of the nation's homes, and these can only be improved through the instrumentality of women. They must know how to make homes comfortable, and before they can know, they must have been taught. Women must, therefore, have sufficient training to fit them for their duties in real life. Their education should be conducted throughout with a view to their future position as wives, mothers, and housewives. But amongst all classes, even the highest, the education of girls is rarely conducted with this object. Amongst the working people, the girls are sent out to work. Amongst the higher classes, they are sent out to learn a few flashy accomplishments. And men are left to pick from them, very often with little judgment, the future wives and mothers of England. Men themselves attach little or no importance to the intelligence or industrial skill of women, and they only discover their value when they find their home stupid and cheerless. Men are caught by the glance of a bright eye, by a pair of cherry cheeks, by a handsome figure, and when they fall in love, as the phrase goes, they never bethink them of whether the loved one can mend a shirt or cook a pudding. And yet the most sentimental of husbands must come down from his ecstatics as soon as the knot is tied, and then he soon enough finds out that the clever hands of a woman are worth far more than her bright glances. And if the shirt and pudding qualifications be absent, then woe to the unhappy man, and woe also to the unhappy woman. If the substantial element of physical comfort be absent from the home, it soon becomes hateful. The wife, notwithstanding all her good looks, is neglected, and the public house separates those whom the law and the church have joined together. Men are really desperately ignorant respecting the home department. If they thought for a moment of its importance, they would not be so ready to rush into premature housekeeping. Ignorant men select equally ignorant women for their wives, and these introduce into the world families of children whom they are utterly incompetent to train as rational or domestic beings. The home is no home, but a mere lodging, and often a very comfortless one. We speak not merely of the poorest labourers, but of the best paid workmen in the large manufacturing towns. Men earning from 2 to 3 pounds a week, or more than the average pay of curates and bankers' clerks, though spending considerable amounts on beer, will often grudge so small a part of their income as half a crown a week to provide decent homes for themselves and their children. What is the consequence? They degrade themselves and their families. They crowd together in foul neighborhoods, into dwellings possessing no element of health or decency, where even the small rental which they pay is in excess of the accommodation they receive. The results are inevitable: loss of self-respect, degradation of intelligence, failure of physical health, and premature death. Even the highest-minded philosopher, placed in such a situation, would gradually gravitate towards mortality. But the amount thus saved, or rather not expended on house rent, is not economy, it is reckless waste. The sickness caused by the bad dwelling involves frequent interruptions of work and drains upon the savings bank or the benefit society, and a final and rapid descent to the poor rates. Though the loss to the middle and upper classes is great, the loss is not for a moment to be compared with that which falls upon the working classes themselves through their neglect in providing wholesome and comfortable dwellings for their families. It is, perhaps, not saying too much to aver that 1/2 the money expended by benefit societies in large towns may be set down as pecuniary loss arising from bad and unhealthy homes. But there is a worse consequence still. The low tone of physical health thereby produced is one of the chief causes of drunkenness. Mr. Chadwick once remonstrated with an apparently sensible workman on the expenditure of half his income on whiskey. His reply was, "Do you, sir, come and live here, and you will drink whiskey too." Mr. Lee says, "I would not be understood that habits of intoxication are wholly due to a defective sanitary condition, but no person can have the experience I have had without coming to the conclusion that unhealthy and unhappy homes, loss of vital and consequently of industrial energy, and a consciousness of inability to control external circumstances induce thousands to escape from miserable depression in the temporary excitement of noxious drugs and intoxicating liquors. They are like the seamen who struggle for a while against the evils by which they are surrounded, but at last, seeing no hope, stupefy themselves with drink and perish." It may be said, in excuse, that working people must necessarily occupy such houses as are to be had and pay the rental asked for them, bad and unwholesome though they be. But there is such a thing as supply and demand, and the dwellings now supplied are really those which are most in demand because of their lowness of rental. Were the working classes to shun unwholesome districts and low-priced dwellings, and rent only such tenements as were calculated to fulfill the requirements of a wholesome and cleanly home, the owners of property would be compelled to improve the character of their houses and raise them to the required standard of comfort and accommodation. The real remedy must lie with the working classes themselves. Let them determine to raise their standard of rental, and the reform is in a great measure accomplished. We have already shown how masters have done a great deal for the better accommodation of their workpeople, how the benefactors of the poor, such as Mr. Peabody and Lady Burdett Coutts, have promoted the building of healthy homes. Yet the result must depend upon the individual action of the working classes themselves, when they have the choice of living in a dwelling situated in a healthy locality, and of another situated in an unhealthy locality, they ought to choose the former. But very often they do not. There is perhaps a difference of 6 pence a week in the rental, and, not knowing the advantages of health, they take the unhealthy dwelling because it is the cheapest. But the money that sickly people have to pay for physic, doctor's bills, and loss of wages far more than exceeds the amount saved by cheaper rental, not to speak of the loss of comfort, the want of cleanliness, and the depression of spirits, which is inevitable where foul air is breathed. To build a wholesome dwelling costs little more than to build an unwholesome one. What is wanted on the part of the builder is a knowledge of sanitary conditions and a willingness to provide the proper accommodation. The space of ground covered by the dwelling is the same in both cases. The quantity of bricks and mortar need be no greater, and pure air is of the same price as foul air. Light costs nothing. A healthy home presided over by a thrifty, cleanly woman, may be the abode of comfort, of virtue, and of happiness. It may be the scene of every ennobling relation in family life. It may be endeared to a man by many delightful memories, by the affectionate voices of his wife, his children, and his neighbors. Such a home will be regarded not as a mere nest of common instinct, but as a training ground for young immortals, a sanctuary for the heart, a refuge from storms, a sweet resting place after labor, a consolation in sorrow, a pride in success, and a joy at all times. Much has been done to spread the doctrines of sanitary science. There is no mystery attached to it, otherwise we should have had professors teaching it in colleges, as we have now, and graduates practicing it amongst the people. It is only of recent years that it has received general recognition, and we owe it, not to the medical faculty, but to a barrister, that it has become embodied in many important Acts of Parliament. End of section 26. Read by Astrid Weinmann, London. Section 27 of Thrift. This is a librivox recording. All librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Thrift by Samuel Smiles. Healthy Homes, Part 2. Edwin Chadwick has not yet received ordinary justice from his contemporaries, though he has been one of the most indefatigable and successful workers of the age and has greatly influenced the legislation of his time. He is probably less known than many a fourth-rate parliamentary talker. Mr. Chadwick belongs to a Lancashire family and was born near Manchester. He received his education chiefly in London. Having chosen the law for his profession, he was enrolled a student of the Inner Temple in his 26th year. There he ate his way to the bar, maintaining himself by reporting and writing for the daily press. He was not a man of an extraordinary amount of learning, but he was a sagacious and persevering man. He was ready to confront any amount of labor in prosecuting an object, no matter how remote its attainment might at first sight appear to be. At an early period in his career, Edwin Chadwick became possessed by an idea. It is a great thing to be thoroughly possessed by an idea, provided its aim and end be beneficent. It gives a color and bias to the whole of a man's life. The idea was not a new one, but being taken up by an earnest, energetic, and hard-working man, there was some hope for the practical working out of his idea in the actual life of humanity. It was neither more nor less than the sanitary idea, the germ of the sanitary movement. We must now briefly state how he worked his way to its practical realization. It appears that Mr. Morgan, the government actuary, had stated before a parliamentary committee that though the circumstances of the middle classes had improved, their expectation of life had not lengthened. This being diametrically opposed to our student's idea, he endeavored to demonstrate the fallacy of the actuary's opinion. He read up and sifted numerous statistical documents, blue books, life tables, and population tables. He bored his way through the cumbrous pile and brought an accumulation of facts from the most unlooked-for quarters for the purpose of illustrating his idea and elucidating his master thought. The result was published in the Westminster Review for April 1828. Mr. Chadwick demonstrated by an immense array of facts and arguments that the circumstances which surround human beings must have an influence upon their health, that health must improve with an improvement of these circumstances, that many of the diseases and conditions unfavorable to human life were under man's control and capable of being removed, that the practice of vaccination, the diminution of hard drinking amongst the middle and upper classes, the increase of habits of cleanliness, the improvements in medical science, and the better construction of streets and houses must, according to all medical and popular experience, have contributed a priori to lengthen life, and these he proved by a citation of facts from numerous authentic sources. In short, Mr. Morgan was wrong. The expectancy of life, as is now universally admitted, has improved and is rapidly improving amongst the better classes, but it was never thoroughly demonstrated until Edwin Chadwick undertook the discussion of the question. Another article, which Mr. Chadwick published in the London Review in 1829 on preventive police, was read by Jeremy Bentham, then in his 82nd year, who so much admired it that he craved an introduction to the writer. The consequence was the formation of a friendship that lasted without interruption until the death of the philosopher in 1832. Mr. Bentham wished to engage the whole of his young friend's time in assisting him with the preparation of his administrative code, and he offered to place him in independent circumstances if he would devote himself exclusively to the advancement of his views. The offer was, however, declined. Mr. Chadwick completed his law studies and was called to the bar in November 1830. He was preparing to enter upon the practice of common law, occasionally contributing articles to the Westminster, when he was, in 1832, appointed a commissioner, in conjunction with Dr. Southwood Smith and Mr. Tooke, to investigate the question of factory labour, which Lord Ashley and Mr. Sadler were at that time strongly pressing upon public attention. The sanitary idea again found opportunity for expression in the report of the Commission, which referred to defective drainage, ventilation, water supplies, and the like as causes of disease, acting concurrently with excessive toil to depress the health and shorten the lives of the factory population. In the same year, 1832, an important commission of inquiry was appointed by Lord Grey's government in reference to the operation of the Poor Laws in England and Wales. Mr. Chadwick was appointed one of the assistant commissioners for the purpose of taking evidence on the subject, and the districts of London and Berkshire were allotted to him. His report, published in the following year, was a model of what a report should be. It was full of information, admirably classified and arranged, and was so racy by virtue of the facts brought to light and the care taken to preserve the very words of the witnesses as they were spoken, that the report may be read with interest by the most inveterate enemy of blue books. Mr. Chadwick showed himself so thoroughly a master of the subject, his suggestions were so full of practical value, that he was, shortly after the publication of the report, advanced from the post of Assistant Commissioner to that of Chief Commissioner, and he largely shared with Mr. Senior in the labours and honours of the Commissioner's report submitted to the House of Commons in 1834, and also in the famous Poor Law Amendment Act passed in the same year, in which the recommendations of the Commissioners were substantially adopted and formalized. One may venture to say now, without fear of contradiction, that That law was one of the most valuable that has been placed on the statute book in modern times. And yet no law proved more unpopular than this was, for years after it had been enacted. But Mr. Chadwick never ceased to have perfect faith in the soundness of the principles on which it was based, and he was indefatigable in defending and establishing it. It has been well said that to become popular is an easy thing, but to do unpopular justice, that requires a man. And Edwin Chadwick is the man who has never failed in courage to do the right thing, even though it should prove to be the unpopular thing. Whilst borrowing amidst the voluminous evidence on the poor laws, Mr. Chadwick never lost sight of his sanitary idea. All his reports were strongly imbued with it. 1/4 of the then existing pauperism was traced by him to the preventable causes of disease. His minute investigations into the condition of the laboring population and of the poorer classes generally gave him a thorough acquaintance with the physical evils that were preying upon the community, carrying them off by fevers, consumption, and cholera. And the sanitary idea took still firmer possession of his mind. One day, in 1838, while engaged in his official vocation of secretary to the Poor Law Commission, an officer of the Whitechapel Union hastily entered the boardroom of the Poor Law Commission and, with a troubled countenance, informed the secretary that a terrible fever had broken out round a stagnant pool in Whitechapel, that the people were dying by scores, and that the extreme malignity of the cases gave reason to apprehend that the disease was allied to Asiatic cholera. On hearing this, the board, at Mr. Chadwick's instance, immediately appointed Doctors Arnott, Kay, and Southwood Smith to investigate the causes of this alarming mortality and to report generally upon the sanitary condition of London. This inquiry at length ripened into the sanitary inquiry. In the meantime, Mr. Chadwick had been engaged as a member of the commission to inquire as to the best means of establishing an efficient constabulary force in England and Wales. The evidence was embodied in a report as interesting as a novel of Dickens, which afforded a curious insight into the modes of living, the customs and habits of the lowest classes of the population. When this question had been dismissed, Mr. Chadwick proceeded to devote himself almost exclusively to the great work of his life, the sanitary movement. The Bishop of London, in 1839, moved in the Lords that the inquiry which had been made at Mr. Chadwick's instance by Doctors Southwood Smith, Arnott, and Kay into the sanitary state of the metropolis should be extended to the whole population, city, rural, and manufacturing of England and Wales. Some residents in Edinburgh also petitioned that Scotland might be included, and accordingly, in August 1839, Lord John Russell addressed a letter to the Poor Law Board, authorizing them by royal command to extend to the whole of Great Britain the inquiry into preventable disease, which had already been begun with regard to the metropolis. The onerous task of setting on foot and superintending the inquiry throughout, of sifting the evidence and classifying and condensing it for the purposes of publication, devolved upon Mr. Chadwick. The first report on the health of towns was ready for publication in 1842. It ought to have appeared as the official report of the Poor Law Board, but as the commissioners, some of whom were at variance with Mr. Chadwick with respect to the new poor law, He refused to assume the responsibility of a document that contained much that must necessarily offend many influential public bodies. Mr. Chadwick took the responsibility upon himself, and it was published as his report, which indeed it was, and accepted from him as such by the commissioners. The amount of dry, hard work encountered by Mr. Chadwick in the preparation of this and his other reports can scarcely be estimated, except by those who know anything of the labor involved in extracting from masses of evidence, written and printed, sent in from all parts of the empire, only the most striking results bearing upon the question in hand, and such as are deemed worthy of publication. The mountains of paper which Mr. Chadwick has thus bored through in his lifetime must have been immense, and could they now be presented before him in one pile, they would appall even his stout heart. The sensation excited throughout the country by the publication of Mr. Chadwick's sanitary report was immense. Such a revelation of the horrors lying concealed beneath the fair surface of our modern civilization had never before been published. But Mr. Chadwick had no idea of merely creating a sensation. He had an object in view, which he persistently pursued. The report was nothing unless its recommendations were speedily carried into effect. A sanitary party was formed, and the ministers, for the time being, aided by members of both sides in politics, became its influential leaders. A sanitary commission was appointed in 1844 to consider the whole question in its practical bearings. The commission published 2 reports with a view to legislation, but the free trade struggle interfered, and little was done for several years. Meanwhile, our sanitary reformer was occupied as a commissioner in inquiring into the condition of the metropolis. The commission published 3 reports in which the defective drainage, sewage, and water supply of London were discussed in detail, and these have recently been followed by important acts of legislation. The sanitary idea at length had its triumph in the enactment of the Public Health Act of 1848 and the appointment of a General Board of Health, of which Mr. Chadwick was a member, to superintend its administration. Numerous supplemental measures have since been enacted, with the view of carrying into practical effect the sanitary principles adopted by the board. Reports continue to be published from time to time, full of valuable information, for instance, in reference to the application of sewage water to agricultural purposes, on epidemic cholera, on quarantine, on drainage, on public lodging houses, and the like. The sanitary movement, in short, became a great fact, and that it is so, we have mainly to thank Edwin Chadwick, the missionary of the sanitary idea. It is true, he was eventually dismissed from his position of influence at the Board of Health, partly through spleen, but chiefly because of his own unaccommodating nature. Unaccommodating especially to petty local authorities and individual interests opposed to the public good. But with all thinking and impartial men, his character stands as high as it ever did. At all events, his works remain. We do not know a more striking instance than that presented by this gentleman's career of the large amount of good which a man strongly possessed by a beneficent idea can accomplish, provided he have only the force of purpose and perseverance to follow it up. Though Mr. Chadwick has not been an actual legislator, he has nevertheless been the mover of more wise measures than any legislator of our time. He created a public opinion in favor of sanitary reform. He has also impressed the minds of benevolent individuals with the necessity for providing improved dwellings for the people, and has thus been the indirect means of establishing the Peabody dwellings, the Baroness Coutts dwellings, and the various societies for erecting improved dwellings for the industrial classes. Edwin Chadwick has thus proved himself to be one of the most useful and practical of public benefactors. He deserves to be ranked with Clarkson or Howard. His labors have been equally salutary. Some will say that they have been much more so in their results. Sanitary science may be summed up in the one word: cleanliness. Pure water and pure air are its essentials. Wherever there is impurity, it must be washed away and got rid of. Thus, sanitary science is one of the simplest and most intelligible of all the branches of human knowledge. Perhaps it is because of this that, like most common things, it has continued to receive so little attention. Many still think that it requires no science at all to ventilate a chamber, to clean out a drain, and to keep house and person free from uncleanness. Sanitary science may be regarded as an unsavory subject. It deals with dirt and its expulsion from the skin, from the house, from the street, from the city. It is comprised in the words: wherever there is dirt, get rid of it instantly, and with cleanliness let there be a copious supply of pure water and of pure air for the purposes of human health. Take, for instance, an unhealthy street or block of streets in a large town. There you find typhus fever constantly present. Cleanse and sewer the street. Supply it with pure air and pure water, and fever is forthwith banished. Is not this a much more satisfactory result than the application of drugs? 50,000 persons, says Mr. Lee, annually fall victims to typhus fever in Great Britain, originated by causes which are preventable. The result is the same as if these 50,000 persons were annually taken out of their wretched dwellings and put to death. We are shocked by the news of a murder, by the loss of a single life by physical causes, and yet we hear, almost without a shudder, the reiterated statement of the loss of tens of thousands of lives yearly from physical causes in daily operation. The annual slaughter from preventable causes of typhus fever is double the amount of what was suffered by the Allied armies at the Battle of Waterloo. By neglect of the ascertained conditions of healthful living, the great mass of the people lose nearly half the natural period of their lives. Typhus, says a medical officer, is a curse which man inflicts upon himself by the neglect of sanitary arrangements. Mr. Chadwick affirmed that in the cellars of Liverpool, Manchester, and Leeds he had seen amongst the operatives more vice, misery, and degradation than those which, when detailed by Howard, had excited the sympathy of the world. The Irish poor sink into the unhealthy closes, lanes, and back streets of large towns, and so frequent are the attacks of typhus among them, that in some parts of the country the disease is known as the Irish fever. It is not merely the loss of life that is so frightful, there is also the moral death that is still more appalling in these unhealthy localities. Vice and crime consort with foul living. In these places, demoralization is a normal state. There is an absence of cleanliness, of decency, of decorum. The language used is polluting, and scenes of profligacy are of almost hourly occurrence, all tending to foster idleness, drunkenness, and vicious abandonment. Imagine such a moral atmosphere for women and children. The connection is close and intimate between physical and moral health, between domestic well-being and public happiness. The destructive influence of an unwholesome dwelling propagates a moral typhus worse than the plague itself, where the body is enfeebled by the depressing influences of vitiated air and bodily defilement. The mind, almost of necessity, takes the same low, unhealthy tone. Self-respect is lost. A stupid, inert, languid feeling overpowers the system. The character becomes depraved, and too often, eager to snatch even a momentary enjoyment, to feel the blood bounding in the veins, the miserable victim flies to the demon of strong drink for relief. Hence misery, infamy, shame, crime, and wretchedness. This neglect of the conditions of daily health is a frightfully costly thing. It costs the rich a great deal of money in the shape of poor rates for the support of widows made husbandless and children made fatherless by typhus. It costs them also a great deal in disease, for the fever often spreads from the dwellings of the poor into the homes of the rich, and carries away father, mother, or children. It costs a great deal in subscription to maintain dispensaries, infirmaries, houses of recovery, and asylums for the destitutes. It costs the poor still more. It costs them their health, which is their only capital. In this is invested their all. If they lose it, their docket is struck, and they are bankrupt. How frightful is the neglect, whether it be on the part of society or of individuals, which robs the poor man of his health and makes his life a daily death. Why then is not sanitary science universally adopted and enforced? We fear it is mainly through indifference and laziness. The local authorities, municipalities and boards of guardians are so many Mrs. McLartys in their way. Like that dirty matron, they cannot be fashed. To remove the materials of disease requires industry, constant attention, and, what is far more serious, increased rates. The foul interests hold their ground and bid defiance to the attacks made upon them. Things did very well, they say, in the good old times. Why should they not do so now? When typhus or cholera breaks out, they tell us that nobody is to blame. That terrible nobody! How much he has to answer for! More mischief is done by nobody than by all the world besides. Nobody adulterates our food. Nobody poisons us with bad drink. Nobody supplies us with foul water. Nobody spreads fever in blind alleys and unswept lanes. Nobody leaves towns undrained. Nobody fills jails, penitentiaries, and convict stations. Nobody makes poachers, thieves, and drunkards. Nobody has a theory too, a dreadful theory. It is embodied in 2 words, laissez-faire, let alone. When people are poisoned by plaster of Paris mixed with flour, let alone is the remedy. When Cocculus indicus is used instead of hops and men die prematurely, it is easy to say, nobody did it. Let those who can find out when they are cheated. Caveat emptor. When people live in foul dwellings, let them alone. Let wretchedness do its work. Do not interfere with death. It matters nothing to me, said a rich man, who heard of a poor woman and her sick child being driven forth from a town for begging.
The workhouse authorities would have nothing to do with her and sent her away. But the poor woman went and sat down with her child at the rich man's door. The child died there. The contagion of typhus was wafted into the gilded saloon and the luxurious bedchamber, and the rich man's child fell a victim to the disease. But nobody has considerably less power in society than he once had, and our hope is that he may ultimately follow in the wake of old bogey and disappear altogether. Wherever there is suffering and social depression, we may depend upon it that somebody is to blame. The responsibility rests somewhere, and if we allow it to remain, it rests with us. We may not be able to cope with the evil as individuals single-handed, but it becomes us to unite and bring to bear upon the evil the joint moral power of society in the form of a law. A law is but the expression of a combined will, and it does that for society, which society, in its individual and separate action, cannot so well or efficiently do for itself. Laws may do too much. They may meddle with things which ought to be let alone, but the abuse of a thing is no proper argument against its use in cases where its employment is urgently called for. Mere improvement of towns, however, as respects drainage, sewerage, paving, water supply, and abolition of cellar dwellings, will effect comparatively little unless we can succeed in carrying the improvement further, namely, into the homes of the people themselves. A well-devised system of sanitary measures may ensure external cleanliness, may provide that the soil on which the streets of houses are built shall be relieved of all superfluous moisture, and that all animal and vegetable refuse shall be promptly removed, so that the air circulating through the streets and floating from them into the houses of the inhabitants shall not be laden with poisonous miasmata, the source of disease, suffering, and untimely death. Cellar dwellings may be prohibited, and certain regulations as to the buildings hereafter to be erected may also be enforced. But here municipal or parochial authority stops. It can go no further. It cannot penetrate into the home, and it is not necessary that it should do so. The individual efforts of the community themselves are therefore needed, and any legislative enactments which dispensed with these would probably be an evil. The government does not build the houses in which the people dwell. These are provided by employers and by capitalists, small and large. It is necessary, therefore, to enlist these interests in the cause of sanitary improvement in order to ensure success. Individual capitalists have already done much to provide wholesome houses for their working people, and have found their account in so doing by their increased health, as well as in their moral improvement in all ways. Capitalists imbued with a benevolent and philanthropic spirit can thus spread blessings far and wide, and were a few enterprising builders in every town to take up this question practically and provide a class of houses for work people with suitable accommodation, provided with arrangements for ventilation, cleanliness, and separation of the sexes, such as health and comfort require, they would really be conferring an amount of benefit on the community at large, and at the same time, we believe, upon themselves, which it would not be easy to overestimate. But there also needs the active cooperation of the dwellers in poor men's homes themselves. They, too, must join cordially in the sanitary movement, otherwise comparatively little good can be effected. You may provide an efficient water supply, yet if the housewife will not use the water as it ought to be used, if she be lazy and dirty, the house will be foul and comfortless still. You may provide for ventilation, yet if offensive matters be not removed, and doors and windows are kept closed, the pure outer air will be excluded, and the house will still smell fusty and unwholesome. In any case, there must be a cleanly woman to superintend the affairs of the house, and she cannot be made so by Act of Parliament. The sanitary commissioners cannot, by any notification, convert the slatternly shrew into a tidy housewife, nor the disorderly drunkard into an industrious, home-loving husband. There must, therefore, be individual effort on the part of the housewife in every working man's home. As a recent writer on home reform observes, we must begin by insisting that, however much of the physical and moral evils of the working classes may be justly attributable to their dwellings, it is too often the case that more ought, in truth, to be attributed to themselves. For surely the inmate depends less on the house than the house on the inmate, as mind has more power over matter than matter over mind. Let a dwelling be ever so poor and incommodious, yet a family with decent and cleanly habits will contrive to make the best of it, and will take care that there shall be nothing offensive in it which they have power to remove. Whereas a model house, fitted up with every convenience and comfort which modern science can supply, will, if occupied by persons of intemperate and uncleanly habits, speedily become a disgrace and a nuisance. A sober, industrious, and cleanly couple will impart an air of decency and respectability to the poorest dwelling, while the spendthrift, the drunkard, or the gambler will convert a palace into a scene of discomfort and disgust. Since, therefore, so much depends on the character and conduct of the parties themselves, it is right that they should feel their responsibility in this matter, and that they should know and attend to the various points connected with the improvement of their own homes. While this important truth should be kept steadily in view, every possible exertion ought, at the same time, to be made to provide a greater abundance of comfortable, decent, and comely dwellings for the working classes. For it is to be lamented that, in many districts, they are, as it were, forced by the necessities of their condition to gravitate into localities and to inhabit dwellings where decency is rendered almost impossible, where life becomes a slow dying, and where the influences operating on the entire human energies, physical and moral, are of the most deleterious character. End of section 27. Read by Astrid Weinmann, London. Section 28 of Thrift. This is a librivox recording. All librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Thrift by Samuel Smiles. Healthy Homes, Part 3. Homes are the manufactories of men, and as the homes are, so will the men be. Mind will be degraded by the physical influences around it. Decency will be destroyed by constant contact with impurity and defilement. And coarseness of manners, habits, and tastes will become inevitable. You cannot rear a kindly nature, sensitive against evil, careful of proprieties, and desirous of moral and intellectual improvement amidst the darkness, dampness, disorder, and discomfort which unhappily characterize so large a portion of the dwellings of the poor in our large towns. And until we can, by some means or other, improve their domestic accommodation, their low moral and social condition must be regarded as inevitable. We want not only a better class of dwellings, but we require the people to be so educated as to appreciate them. An Irish landlord took his tenantry out of their mud huts and removed them into comfortable dwellings which he had built for their accommodation. When he returned to his estate, he was greatly disappointed. The houses were as untidy and uncomfortable as before. The pig was still under the bed, and the hens over it. The concrete floor was as dirty as the mud one had been. The panes of the windows were broken, and the garden was full of weeds. The landlord wrote to a friend in despair. The friend replied, "You have begun at the wrong end. You ought to have taught them the value of cleanliness, thriftiness, and comfort." To begin at the beginning, therefore, we must teach the people the necessity of cleanliness, its virtues and its wholesomeness, for which purpose it is requisite that they should be intelligent, capable of understanding ideas conveyed in words, able to discern, able to read, able to think. In short, the people, as children, must first have been to school and properly taught there, whereas we have allowed the majority of the working people to grow up untaught, nearly half of them unable to read and write, and then we expect them to display the virtues, prudence, judgment, and forethought of well-educated beings. It is of the first importance to teach people cleanly habits. This can be done without teaching them either reading or writing. Cleanliness is more than wholesomeness. It furnishes an atmosphere of self-respect and influences the moral condition of the entire household. It is the best exponent of the spirit of thrift. It is to the economy of the household what hygiene is to the human body. It should preside at every detail of domestic service. It indicates comfort and well-being. It is among the distinctive attributes of civilization and marks the progress of nations. Dr. Paley was accustomed to direct the particular attention of travelers in foreign countries to the condition of the people as respects cleanliness and the local provisions for the prevention of pollution. He was of opinion that a greater insight might thus be obtained into their habits of decency, self-respect, and industry, and into their moral and social condition generally, than from facts of any other description. People are cleanly in proportion as they are decent, industrious, and self-respecting. Unclean people are uncivilized. The dirty classes of great towns are invariably the dangerous classes of those towns. And if we would civilize the classes yet uncivilized, we must banish dirt from amongst them. Yet dirt forms no part of our nature. It is a parasite feeding upon human life and destroying it. It is hideous and disgusting. There can be no beauty where it is. The prettiest woman is made repulsive by it. Children are made fretful, impatient, and bad-tempered by it. Men are degraded and made reckless by it. There is little modesty where dirt is, for dirty is indecency. There can be little purity of mind where the person is impure, For the body is the temple of the soul, and must be cleansed and purified to be worthy of the shrine within. Dirt has an affinity with self-indulgence and drunkenness. The sanitary inquirers have clearly made out that the dirty classes are the drunken classes, and that they are prone to seek, in the stupefaction of beer, gin, and opium, a refuge from the miserable depression caused by the foul conditions in which they live. We need scarcely refer to the moral as well as the physical beauty of cleanliness. Cleanliness which indicates self-respect and is the root of many fine virtues, and especially of purity, delicacy, and decency. We might even go farther and say that purity of thought and feeling result from habitual purity of body. For the mind and heart of men are, to a very great extent, influenced by external conditions and circumstances, and habit and custom, as regards outward things, stamp themselves deeply on the whole character, alike upon the moral feelings and the intellectual powers. Moses was the most practical of sanitary reformers. Among the Eastern nations generally, cleanliness is a part of religion. They esteem it not only as next to godliness, but as a part of godliness itself. They connect the idea of internal sanctity with that of external purification. They feel that it would be an insult to the Maker they worship to come into his presence covered with impurity. Hence the Mohammedans devote almost as much care to the erection of baths as to that of mosques, and alongside the place of worship is usually found the place of cleansing, so that the faithful may have the ready means of purification previous to their act of worship. What worship, says a great writer, is there not in mere washing? Perhaps one of the most moral things a man, in common cases, has it in his power to do. Strip thyself, go into the bath, or whir it into the limpid pool of a running brook, and there wash and be clean. Thou wilt step out again a purer and a better man. This consciousness of perfect outer pureness, that to thy skin there now adheres no foreign speck of imperfection, how it radiates on thee with cunning symbolic influences to thy very soul. Thou hast an increased tendency towards all good things whatsoever. The oldest Eastern sages, with joy and holy gratitude, had felt it to be so, and that it was the Maker's gift and will. The common well-being of men, women, and children depends upon attention to what at first sight may appear comparatively trivial matters. And unless these small matters be attended to, comfort in person, mind, and feeling is absolutely impossible. The physical satisfaction of a child, for example, depends upon attention to its feeding, clothing, and washing. These are the commonest of common things, and yet they are of the most essential importance. If the child is not properly fed and clothed, it will grow up feeble and ill-conditioned, and as the child is, so will the man be. Grown people cannot be comfortable without regular attention to these common matters. Everyone needs, and ought to have, comfort at home, and comfort is the united product of cleanliness, thrift, regularity, industry, in short, a continuous performance of duties, each in itself apparently trivial. The cooking of a potato, the baking of a loaf, the mending of a shirt, the darning of a pair of stockings, the making of a bed, the scrubbing of a floor, the washing and dressing of a baby are all matters of no great moment. But a woman ought to know how to do these before the management of a household, however poor, is entrusted to her. Why, asked Lord Ashburton in a lecture to the students of the Wolfsea training schools, why was one mother of a family a better economist than another? Why could one live in abundance where another starved? Why, in similar dwellings, were the children of one parent healthy, of another puny and ailing? Why could this laborer do with ease a task that would kill his fellow? It was not luck nor chance that decided those differences. It was the patient observation of nature that suggested to some gifted minds rules for their guidance which had escaped the heedlessness of others. It is not so much, however, the patient observation of nature as good training in the home and in the school that enables some women to accomplish so much more than others in the development of human beings and the promotion of human comfort. And to do this efficiently, women as well as men require to be instructed as to the nature of the objects upon which they work. Take one branch of science as an illustration, the physiological. In this science, we hold that every woman should receive some instruction. And why? Because if the laws of physiology were understood by women, children would grow up into better, healthier, happier, and probably wiser men and women. Children are subject to certain physiological laws, the observance of which is necessary for their health and comfort. Is it not reasonable, therefore, to expect that women should know something of those laws and of their operation? If they are ignorant of them, they will be liable to commit all sorts of blunders, productive of suffering, disease, and death. To what are we to attribute the frightful mortality of children in most of our large towns, where 1/2 of all that are born perish before they reach their 5th year? If women, as well as men, knew something of the laws of healthy living, about the nature of the atmosphere, how its reaction upon the blood is necessary to health, of the laws of ventilation, cleanliness, and nutrition, we cannot but think that the moral, not less than the physical condition of the human beings committed to their charge would be greatly improved and promoted. Were anything like a proper attention given to common things, there would not be such an amount of discomfort, disease, and mortality amongst the young. But we accustom people to act as if there were no such provisions as natural laws. If we violate them, we do not escape the consequences because we have been ignorant of their mode of operation. We have been provided with intelligence that we might know them. And if society keep its members blind and ignorant, the evil consequences are inevitably reaped. Thus tens of thousands perish for lack of knowledge of even the smallest and yet most necessary conditions of right living. Women have also need to be taught the important art of domestic economy. If they do not earn the family income, at least they have to spend the money earned. And their instruction ought to have a view to the spending of that money wisely. For this purpose, a knowledge of arithmetic is absolutely necessary. Some may say, what use can a woman have for arithmetic? But when men marry, they soon find this out. If the woman who has a household to manage be innocent of addition and multiplication, and if she fail to keep a record of her income or expenditure, she will, before long, find herself in great trouble. She will find that she cannot make the ends meet and then run into debt. If she spend too much on dress, she will have too little for food or education. She will commit extravagances in one direction or another, and thus subject her household to great discomfort. She may also bring her husband into trouble through the debts she has contracted, and make a beginning of his misfortunes and sometimes of his ruin. Much might be said in favor of household management, and especially in favor of improved cookery. Ill-cooked meals is a source of discomfort in many families. Bad cooking is waste of money and loss of comfort. Whom God has joined in matrimony, ill-cooked joints and ill-boiled potatoes have very often put asunder. Among the common things which educators should teach the rising generation, this ought certainly not to be overlooked. It is the commonest and yet most neglected of the branches of female education. The greater part of human labor is occupied in the direct production of the materials for human food. The farming classes and the laborers devote themselves to the planting, rearing, and reaping of oats and other cereals, and the grazing farmer to the production of cattle and sheep for the maintenance of the population at large. All these articles, corn, beef, mutton, and such like, are handed over to the female half of the human species to be converted into food, for the sustenance of themselves, their husbands, and their families. How do they use their power? Can they cook? Have they been taught to cook? Is it not a fact that, in this country, cooking is one of the lost or undiscovered arts? Thousands of artisans and laborers are deprived of half the actual nutriment of their food, and continue half-starved because their wives are utterly ignorant of the art of cooking. They are yet in entire darkness as to the economizing of food and the means of rendering it palatable and digestible. Even the middle classes are badly served in this respect. If we could see, says a public writer, by the help of an Asmodeus, what is going on at the dinner hour of the humbler of the middle class, what a spectacle of discomfort, waste, ill-temper, and consequent ill-conduct it would be. The man quarrels with his wife because there's nothing he can eat, and he generally makes up in drink for the deficiencies in the article of food. There is thus not only the direct waste of food and detriment to health, but the further consequent waste of the use of spirits with its injury to the habits and the health. On the other hand, people who eat well drink moderately, the satisfaction of the appetite dispensing with the necessity for resorting to stimulants. Good humour too, and good health follow a good meal, and by a good meal we mean anything, however simple, well dressed in its way. A rich man may live very expensively and very ill, and a poor man may live frugally and very well, if it be his good fortune to have a good cook in his wife or in his servant. The most worthless unit in a family is an ill-managing wife, or an indolent woman of any sort. The fair sex are sometimes very acute in what concerns themselves. They keep a tight hand over their dressmakers and milliners. They can tell to a thread when a flounce is too narrow or a tuck too deep. But if their knowledge only extends to their own dress, they are not helpmeets, but encumbrances. If they know nothing of their kitchen and are at the mercy of the cook, their table will soon be intolerable. Bad soup, soft and flabby fish, meat burnt outside and raw within. The husband will soon fly from the Barmecide feast and take refuge in his club, where he will not only find food that he can digest, but at the same time fly from the domestic discord that usually accompanies ill-cooked victuals at home. Mr. Smee says that diseases of the digestive organs greatly exceed in England the relative number found in other countries. The reason is that in no other country do men eat so much ill-cooked food. The least observant of travellers must have been struck with admiration at the readiness with which a dinner of 8 or 10 dishes of various eatables makes its appearance in foreign inns, particularly when he remembers the perpetual mutton chop and mashed potatoes of the English road. The author remembers arriving at a roadside inn in a remote part of Dauphiny, immediately under the foot of the Pic du Midi. On looking at the clay floor and the worn state of the furniture, he remarked to his friend, "Surely we can get no dinner here?" "Wait till you see," was his answer. In about half an hour, the table, though propped up, was spread with a clean tablecloth and successive dishes of soup, fowl, roast beef, pommes de terre frites, French beans, with wholesome bread and butter made their appearance. In the principal inns of most provincial towns in England, it would not have been possible to obtain such a dinner. Great would be the gain to the community if cookery were made an ordinary branch of female education. To the poor, the gain would be incalculable. Among the prizes which the bountifuls of both sexes are fond of bestowing in the country, we should like to see some offered for the best boiled potato, the best grilled mutton chop, and the best seasoned hodgepodge, soup or broth. In writing of a well-boiled potato, we are aware that we shall incur the contempt of many for attaching importance to a thing they suppose to be so common. But the fact is that their contempt arises, as is often the origin of contempt, from their ignorance, there being not one person in 100 who has ever seen and tasted that great rarity, a well-boiled potato. In short, we want common sense in cookery, as in most other things. Food should be used and not abused. Much of it is now absolutely wasted for want of a little art in cooking it. Food is not only wasted by bad cooking, but much of it is thrown away which French women would convert into something savory and digestible. Health, morals, and family enjoyments are all connected with the question of cookery. Above all, it is the handmaid of thrift. It makes the most and the best of the bounties of God. It wastes nothing, but turns everything to account. Every English woman, whether gentle or simple, ought to be accomplished in an art which confers so much comfort, health, and wealth upon the members of her household. It appears to me, says Mrs. Margaretta Gray, that with an increase of wealth unequally distributed and a pressure of population, there has sprung up amongst us a spurious refinement that cramps the energy and circumscribes the usefulness of women in the upper class of society. A lady, to be such, must be a lady, and nothing else. Ladies dismissed from the dairy, the confectionery, the storeroom, the still-room, the poultry-yard, the kitchen garden, and the orchard. She might have added, the spinning-wheel, have hardly yet found for themselves a sphere equally useful and important in the pursuits of trade and art to which to apply their too abundant leisure. When, at any time, has society presented, on the one hand, so large an array of respectably educated individuals embarrassed for want of a proper calling, and on the other, so ponderous a multitude of untrained, neglected poor who cannot, without help, rise out of their misery and degradation. What an obstruction to usefulness and all eminence of character is that of being too rich or too genteelly connected to work at anything. Many intelligent, high-minded ladies who have felt disgusted at the idleness to which society condemns them have of late years undertaken the work of visiting the poor and of nursing, a noble work. But there is another school of usefulness which stands open to them. Let them study the art of common cookery and diffuse the knowledge of it amongst the people. They will thus do an immense amount of good and bring down the blessings of many a half-hungered husband upon their benevolent heads. Women of the poorer classes require much help from those who are better educated or who have been placed in better circumstances than themselves. The greater number of them marry young and suddenly enter upon a life for which they have not received the slightest preparation. They know nothing of cookery, of sewing, or clothes mending, or of economical ways of spending their husband's money. Hence slatternly and untidy habits and uncomfortable homes, from which the husband is often glad to seek refuge in the nearest public house. The following story, told by Joseph Corbett, a Birmingham operative, before a parliamentary committee, holds true of many working people in the manufacturing districts. "My mother," he said, "worked in a manufactory from a very early age. She was clever and industrious, and, moreover, she had the reputation of being virtuous. She was regarded as an excellent match for a working man. She was married early. She became the mother of 11 children. I am the eldest. To the best of her ability she performed the important duties of a wife and mother. But she was lamentably deficient in domestic knowledge, in that most important of all human instruction, how to make the home and the fireside to possess a charm for her husband and children. She had never received one single lesson. She had children apace. As she recovered from her lying in, so she went to work, the babe being brought to her at stated times to receive nourishment. As the family increased, so everything like comfort disappeared altogether. The power to make home cheerful and comfortable was never given to her. She knew not the value of cherishing in my father's mind a love of domestic objects. Not one moment's happiness did I ever see under my father's roof. All this dismal state of things I can distinctly trace to the entire and perfect absence of all training and instruction to my mother. He became intemperate, and his intemperance made her necessitous. She made many efforts to abstain from shop work, but her pecuniary necessities forced her back into the shop. The family was large, and every moment was required at home. I have known her, after the close of a hard day's work, sit up nearly all night for several nights together, washing and mending clothes. My father could have no comfort there. These domestic obligations, which in a well-regulated house, even in that of a working man, where there are prudence and good management, would be done so as not to annoy the husband, were to my father a sort of annoyance, and he, from an ignorant and mistaken notion, sought comfort in an alehouse. My mother's ignorance of household duties, my father's consequent irritability and intemperance, the frightful poverty, the constant quarrelling, the pernicious example to my brothers and sisters, the bad effect upon the future conduct of my brothers, one and all of us being forced out to work so young that our feeble earnings would produce only 1 shilling a week. Cold and hunger, and the innumerable sufferings of my childhood crowd upon my mind and overpower me. They keep alive a deep anxiety for the emancipation of thousands of families in this great town, Birmingham, and neighborhood, who are in a similar state of horrible misery. My own experience tells me that the instruction of the females in the work of a house, in teaching them to produce cheerfulness and comfort at the fireside, would prevent a great amount of misery and crime. There would be fewer drunken husbands and disobedient children. As a working man, within my own observation, female education is disgracefully neglected. I attach more importance to it than to anything else, for woman imparts the first impressions to the young susceptible mind. She models the child from which is formed the future man. End of section 28. Read by Astrid Weinmann, London.
Section number 29 of Thrift. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Thrift by Samuel Smiles. Section 29, Chapter 16, The Art of Living, Part 1. Deem no man in any age gentle for his lineage. Though he be not highly born, he is gentle if he doth what longeth to a gentleman. Chaucer. Every one is the son of his own work. Cervantes. Serve a noble disposition, though poor, the time comes that he will repay thee. George Herbert. Although men are accused for not knowing their own weakness, yet perhaps as few know their own strength. It is in men as in soils, where sometimes there is a vein of gold, which the owner knows not of. Swift. Let not what I cannot have my cheer of mind destroy. Cibber. The art of living deserves a place among the fine arts. Like literature, it may be ranked with the humanities. It is the art of turning the means of living to the best account, of making the best of everything. It is the art of extracting from life its highest enjoyment, and, through it, of reaching its highest results. To live happily, the exercise of no small degree of art is required. Like poetry and painting, the art of living comes chiefly by nature, but all can cultivate and develop it. It can be fostered by parents and teachers, and perfected by self-culture. Without intelligence, it cannot exist. Happiness is not like a large and beautiful gem, so uncommon and rare that all search for it is vain, all efforts to obtain it hopeless. But it consists of a series of smaller and commoner gems, grouped and set together, forming a pleasing and graceful whole. Happiness consists in the enjoyment of little pleasures scattered along the common path of life, which, in the eager search for some great and exciting joy, we are apt to overlook. It finds delight in the performance of common duties, faithfully and honorably fulfilled. The art of living is abundantly exemplified in actual life. Take 2 men of equal means, one of whom knows the art of living, and the other not. The one has the seeing eye and the intelligent mind. Nature is ever new to him and full of beauty. He can live in the present, rehearse the past, or anticipate the glory of the future. With him, life has a deep meaning and requires the performance of duties which are satisfactory to his conscience and are therefore pleasurable. He improves himself, acts upon his age, helps to elevate the depressed classes, and is active in every good work. His hand is never tired, his mind is never weary. He goes through life joyfully, helping others to its enjoyment. Intelligence, ever expanding, gives him every day fresh insight into men and things. He lays down his life full of honor and blessing, and his greatest monument is the good deeds he has done and the beneficent example he has set before his fellow creatures. The other has comparatively little pleasure in life. He has scarcely reached manhood ere he has exhausted its enjoyments. Money has done everything that it could for him, yet he feels life to be vacant and cheerless. Traveling does him no good, for him history has no meaning. He is only alive to the impositions of innkeepers and couriers, and the disagreeableness of traveling for days amidst great mountains, among peasants and sheep, cramped up in a carriage. Picture galleries he feels to be a bore, and he looks into them because other people do. These pleasures soon tire him, and he becomes blasé. When he grows old and has run the round of fashionable dissipations, and there is nothing left which he can relish, life becomes a masquerade, in which he recognizes only knaves, hypocrites, and flatterers. Though he does not enjoy life, yet he is terrified to leave it. Then the curtain falls. With all his wealth, life has been to him a failure, for he has not known the art of living, without which life cannot be enjoyed. It is not wealth that gives the true zest to life, but reflection, appreciation, taste, culture. Above all, the seeing eye and the feeling heart are indispensable. With these, the humblest lot may be made blessed. Labor and toil may be associated with the highest thoughts and the purest tastes. The lot of labor may thus become elevated and ennobled. Montaigne observes that all moral philosophy is as applicable to a vulgar and private life as to the most splendid. Every man carries the entire form of the human condition within him. Even in material comfort, good taste is a real economist, as well as an enhancer of joy. Scarcely have you passed the doorstep of your friend's house when you can detect whether taste presides within it or not. There is an air of neatness, order, arrangement, grace, and refinement that gives a thrill of pleasure, though you cannot define it or explain how it is. There is a flower in the window, or a picture against the wall, that marks the home of taste. A bird sings at the windowsill, books lie about, and the furniture, though common, is tidy, suitable, and, it may be, even elegant. The art of living extends to all the economies of the household. It selects wholesome food and serves it with taste. There is no profusion. The fare may be very humble, but it has a savor about it. Everything is so clean and neat, the water so sparkles in the glass, that you do not desire richer viands, or a more exciting beverage. Look into another house, and you will see profusion enough, without either taste or order. The expenditure is larger, and yet you do not feel at home there. The atmosphere seems to be full of discomfort. Books, hats, shawls, and stockings in course of repair are strewn about. 2 or 3 chairs are loaded with goods. The rooms are hugger-mugger. No matter how much money is spent, it does not mend matters. Taste is wanting, for the manager of the household has not yet learnt the art of living. You see the same contrast in cottage life. The lot of poverty is sweetened by taste. It selects the healthiest, openest neighborhood, where the air is pure and the streets are clean. You see, at a glance, by the sanded doorstep and the window panes without a speck, perhaps blooming roses or geraniums shining through them, that the tenant within, however poor, knows the art of making the best of his lot. How different from the foul cottage dwellings you see elsewhere, with the dirty children playing in the gutters, the slattern-like women lounging by the door-cheek, and the air of sullen poverty that seems to pervade the place. And yet the weekly income in the former house may be no greater, perhaps even less, than in that of the other. How is it that of 2 men working in the same field or in the same shop, one is merry as a lark, always cheerful, well clad, and as clean as his work will allow him to be, comes out on Sunday mornings in his best suit to go to church with his family, is never without a penny in his purse, and has something besides in the savings bank, is a reader of books and a subscriber to a newspaper, besides taking in some literary journal for family reading, whilst the other man, with equal or even superior weekly wages, comes to work in the mornings sour and sad, is always full of grumbling, is badly clad and badly shod, is never seen out of his house on Sundays till about midday, when he appears in his shirt sleeves, his face unwashed, his hair unkempt, his eyes bleared and bloodshot, his children left to run about the gutters, with no one apparently to care for them, is always at his last coin, except on Saturday night, and then he has a long score of borrowings to repay, belongs to no club, has nothing saved, but lives literally from hand to mouth, reads none, thinks none, but only toils, eats, drinks, and sleeps. Why is it that there is so remarkable a difference between these two men? Simply for this reason, that the one has the intelligence and the art to extract joy and happiness from life, to be happy himself, and to make those about him happy, whereas the other has not cultivated his intelligence, and knows nothing whatever of the art of either making himself or his family happy. With the one, life is a scene of loving, helping, and sympathizing, of carefulness, forethought, and calculation, of reflection, action, and duty. With the other, it is only a rough scramble for meat and drink, duty is not thought of, reflection is banished, prudent forethought is never for a moment entertained. But look to the result. The former is respected by his fellow workmen and beloved by his family. He is an example of well-being and well-doing to all who are within reach of his influence, whereas the other is as unreflective and miserable as nature will allow him to be. He is shunned by good men, his family are afraid at the sound of his footsteps, his wife perhaps trembling at his approach. He dies without leaving any regrets behind him, except, it may be, on the part of his family, who are left to be maintained by the charity of the public or by the pittance doled out by the overseers. For these reasons, it is worth every man's while to study the important art of living happily. Even the poorest man may by this means extract an increased amount of joy and blessing from life. The world need not be a vale of tears, unless we ourselves will it to be so. We have the command, to a great extent, over our own lot. At all events, our mind is our own possession. We can cherish happy thoughts here. We can regulate and control our tempers and dispositions to a considerable extent. We can educate ourselves, and bring out the better part of our nature, which in most men is allowed to sleep a deep sleep. We can read good books, cherish pure thoughts, and lead lives of peace, temperance, and virtue, so as to secure the respect of good men and transmit the blessing of a faithful example to our successors. The art of living is best exhibited in the home. The first condition of a happy home, where good influences prevail over bad ones, is comfort. Where there are carking cares, querulousness, untidiness, slovenliness, and dirt, there can be little comfort either for man or woman. The husband, who has been working all day, expects to have something as a compensation for his toil. The least that his wife can do for him is to make his house snug, clean, and tidy, against his homecoming at eve. That is the truest economy, the best housekeeping, the worthiest domestic management, which makes the home so pleasant and agreeable that a man feels when approaching it that he is about to enter a sanctuary, and that, when there is no alehouse attraction that can draw him away from it. Some say that we worship comfort too much. The word is essentially English, and is said to be untranslatable, in its full meaning, into any foreign language. It is intimately connected with the fireside. In warmer climes, people contrive to live out of doors. They sun themselves in the streets. Half their life is in public. The genial air woos them forth and keeps them abroad. They enter their houses merely to eat and sleep. They can scarcely be said to live there. How different it is with us! The raw air without, during so many months of the year, drives us within doors. Hence we cultivate all manner of home pleasures. Hence the host of delightful associations which rise up in the mind at the mention of the word home. Hence our household god, comfort. We are not satisfied merely with a home. It must be comfortable. The most wretched, indeed, are those who have no homes, the homeless. But not less wretched are those whose homes are without comfort. those of whom Charles Lamb once said, "The homes of the very poor are no homes." It is comfort, then, that is the soul of the home, its essential principle, its vital element. Comfort does not mean merely warmth, good furniture, good eating and drinking. It means something higher than this. It means cleanliness, pure air, order, frugality. In a word, house thrift and domestic government. Comfort is the soil in which the human being grows, not only physically, but morally. Comfort lies, indeed, at the root of many virtues. Wealth is not necessary for comfort. Luxury requires wealth, but not comfort. A poor man's home, moderately supplied with the necessaries of life, presided over by a clearly frugal housewife, may contain all the elements of comfortable living. Comfortlessness is for the most part caused, not so much by the absence of sufficient means, as by the absence of the requisite knowledge of domestic management. Comfort, it must be admitted, is in a great measure relative. What is comfort to one man would be misery to another. Even the commonest mechanic of this day would consider it miserable to live after the style of the nobles a few centuries ago, to sleep on straw beds, and to live in rooms littered with rushes. William the Conqueror had neither a shirt to his back nor a pane of glass to his windows. Queen Elizabeth was one of the first to wear silk stockings. The queens before her were stockingless. Comfort depends as much on persons as on things. It is out of the character and temper of those who govern homes that the feeling of comfort arises, much more than out of handsome furniture, heated rooms, or household luxuries and conveniences. Comfortable people are kindly tempered. Good temper may be set down as an invariable condition of comfort. There must be peace, mutual forbearance, mutual help, and a disposition to make the best of everything. Better is a dinner of herbs where love is, than a stalled ox and hatred therewith. Comfortable people are persons of common sense, discretion, prudence, and economy. They have a natural affinity for honesty and justice, goodness and truth. They do not run into debt, for that is a species of dishonesty. They live within their means, and lay by something for a rainy day. They provide for the things of their own household, yet they are not wanting in hospitality and benevolence on fitting occasions, and what they do is done without ostentation. Comfortable people do everything in order. They are systematic, steady, sober, industrious. They dress comfortably. They adapt themselves to the season, neither shivering in winter nor perspiring in summer. They do not toil after a fashionable appearance. They expend more on warm stockings than on gold rings, and prefer healthy, good bedding to gaudy window curtains. Their chairs are solid, not gimcrack. They will bear sitting upon, though they may not be ornamental. The organization of the home depends for the most part upon woman. She is necessarily the manager of every family and household. How much, therefore, must depend upon her intelligent cooperation. Man's life revolves around woman. She is the sun of his social system. She is the queen of domestic life. The comfort of every home mainly depends upon her character, her temper, her power of organization, and her business management. A man may be economical, but unless there be economy at home, his frugality will be comparatively useless. A man cannot thrive, the proverb says, unless his wife let him. House thrift is homely, but beneficent. Though unseen of the world, it makes many people happy. It works upon individuals, and by elevating them, it elevates society itself. It is, in fact, a receipt of infallible efficacy for conferring the greatest possible happiness upon the greatest possible number. Without it, legislation, benevolence, and philanthropy are mere palliatives, sometimes worse than useless, because they hold out hopes which are for the most part disappointed. How happy does a man go forth to his labor or his business, and how doubly happy does he return from it, when he knows that his means are carefully husbanded and wisely applied by a judicious and well-managing wife. Such a woman is not only a power in her own house, but her example goes forth amongst her neighbors, and she stands before them as a model and a pattern. The habits of her children are formed after her habits. Her actual life becomes the model after which they unconsciously mold themselves. For example always speaks more eloquently than words. It is instruction in action, wisdom at work. First among woman's qualities is the intelligent use of her hands and fingers. Everyone knows how useful, how indispensable to the comfort of a household is the tidy, managing, handy woman. Pestalozzi, with his usual sagacity, has observed that half the education of a woman comes through her fingers. There are wisdom and virtue at her finger ends. But intellect must also accompany thrift. They must go hand in hand. A woman must not only be clever with her fingers, but possessed of the power of organizing household work. There must be method. The late Sir Arthur Helps observed that, as women are at present educated, they are for the most part thoroughly deficient in method. But this surely might be remedied by training. To take a very humble and simple instance, why is it that a man cook is always better than a woman cook? Simply because a man is more methodical in his arrangements and relies more upon his weights and measures. An eminent physician told me that he thought women were absolutely deficient in the appreciation of time. But this I hold to be merely one instance of their general want of accuracy, for which there are easy remedies, that is, easy if begun early enough. Accordingly, to manage a household efficiently, there must be method. Without this, work cannot be got through satisfactorily, either in offices, workshops, or households. By arranging work properly, by doing everything at the right time, and with a view to the economy of labor, a large amount of business can be accomplished. Muddle flies before method, and hugger-mugger disappears. There is also a method in spending, in laying out money, which is as valuable to the housewife as method is in accomplishing her work. Money slips through the fingers of some people like quicksilver. We have already seen that many men are spendthrifts, but many women are the same. At least they do not know how to expend their husband's earnings to the best advantage. You observe things very much out of place. Frills and ruffles and ill-darned stockings, fine bonnets and clouded shoes, silk gowns and dirty petticoats, while the husband goes about ragged and torn with scarcely a clean thing about him. Industry is of course essential. This is the soul of business. But without method, industry will be less productive. Industry may sometimes look like confusion, but the methodical and industrious woman gets through her work in a quiet, steady style, without fuss or noise or dust clouds. Prudence is another important household qualification. Prudence comes from cultivated judgment. It means practical wisdom. It has reference to fitness, to propriety. It judges of the right thing to be done and of the right way of doing it. It calculates the means, order, time, and method of doing. Prudence learns much from experience, quickened by knowledge. Punctuality is another eminently household qualification. How many grumblings would be avoided in domestic life by a little more attention being paid to this virtue? Late breakfasts and late dinners, too late for church and market, cleanings out of time, and washings protracted till midnight, bills put off with a call again tomorrow, engagements and promises unfulfilled. What a host of little nuisances spring to mind at thought of the unpunctual housewife. The unpunctual woman, like the unpunctual man, becomes disliked because she consumes our time, interferes with our plans, causes uneasy feelings, and virtually tells us that we are not of sufficient importance to cause her to be more punctual. To the businessman, time is money, and to the businesswoman, it is more. It is peace, comfort, and domestic prosperity. Perseverance is another good household habit. Lay down a good plan and adhere to it. Do not be turned from it without a sufficient reason. Follow it diligently and faithfully, and it will yield fruits in good season. If the plan be a prudent one, based on practical wisdom, all things will gravitate towards it, and a mutual dependence will gradually be established among all the parts of the domestic system. We might furnish numerous practical illustrations of the truth of these remarks, but our space is nearly filled up, and we must leave the reader to supply them from his or her own experience. There are many other illustrations which might be adduced of the art of making life happy. The management of the temper is an art full of beneficent results. By kindness, cheerfulness, and forbearance, we can be happy almost at will, and at the same time spread happiness about us on every side. We can encourage happy thoughts in ourselves and others. We can be sober in habit. What can a wife and her children think of an intemperate husband and father? We can be sober in language and shun cursing and swearing, the most useless, unmeaning, and brutal of vulgarities. Nothing can be so silly and unmeaning, not to say shocking, repulsive, and sinful, as the oaths so common in the mouths of vulgar swearers. They are profanation without purpose, impiety without provocation, blasphemy without excuse. This leads us to remark in passing that in this country we are not sufficiently instructed in the art of good manners. We are rather gruff and sometimes unapproachable. Manners do not make the man, as the proverb alleges, but manners make the man much more agreeable. A man may be noble in his heart, true in his dealings, virtuous in his conduct, and yet unmannerly. Suavity of disposition and gentleness of manners give the finish to the true gentleman. By good manners we do not mean etiquette. This is only a conventional set of rules adopted by what is called good society, and many of the rules of etiquette are of the essence of rudeness. Etiquette does not permit genteel people to recognize in the streets a man with a shabby coat, though he be their brother. Etiquette is a liar in its not at home, ordered to be told by servants to callers at inconvenient seasons. Good manners include many requisites, but they chiefly consist in politeness, courtesy, and kindness. They cannot be taught by rule, but they may be taught by example. It has been said that politeness is the art of showing men, by external signs, the internal regard we have for them. But a man may be perfectly polite to another, without necessarily having any regard for him. Good manners are neither more nor less than beautiful behavior. It has been well said that a beautiful form is better than a beautiful face, and a beautiful behavior is better than a beautiful form. It gives a higher pleasure than statues or pictures. It is the finest of fine arts. Manner is the ornament of action, indeed a good action, and without a good manner of doing it, is stripped of half its value. A poor fellow gets into difficulties and solicits help of a friend. He obtains it, but is with a "there, take that, but I don't like lending." The help is given with a kind of kick, and is scarcely accepted as a favor. The manner of the giving long rankles in the mind of the acceptor. Thus, good manners mean kind manners, benevolence being the preponderating element in all kinds of pleasant intercourse between human beings. A story is told of a poor soldier having one day called at the shop of a hairdresser, who was busy with his customers, and asked relief, stating that he had stayed beyond his leave of absence, and unless he could get a lift on the coach, fatigue and severe punishment awaited him. The hairdresser listened to his story respectfully, and gave him a guinea. "God bless you, sir," exclaimed the soldier, astonished at the amount. "How can I repay you? I have nothing in the world but this," pulling out a dirty piece of paper from his pocket. "It is a receipt for making blacking. It is the best that was ever seen. Many a half-guinea I have had for it from the officers, and many bottles I have sold. May you be able to get something for it to repay you for your kindness to the poor soldier." Oddly enough, that dirty piece of paper proved worth 500,000 of money to the hairdresser. It was no less than the receipt for the famous Day and Martin's backing, the hairdresser being the late wealthy Mr. Day, whose manufactory is one of the notabilities of the metropolis. End of section 29. Section 30 of Thrift. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Thrift by Samuel Smiles. The Art of Living, Part 2. Good manners have been supposed to be a peculiar mark of gentility, and that the individual exhibiting them has been born in some upper class of society. But the poorest classes may exhibit good manners towards each other, as well as the richest. One may be polite and kind towards others, without a penny in the purse. Politeness goes very far, yet it costs nothing. It is the cheapest of commodities. But we want to be taught good manners, as well as other things. Some happy natures are to the manner born, but the bulk of men need to be taught manners, and this can only be efficiently done in youth. We have said that working men might study good manners with advantage. Why should they not respect themselves and each other? It is by their demeanor towards each other, in other words, by their manners, that self-respect and mutual respect are indicated. We have been struck by the habitual politeness of even the poorest classes on the continent. The workman lifts his cap and respectfully salutes his fellow workman in passing. There is no sacrifice of manliness in this, but rather grace and dignity. The working man, in respecting his fellow, respects himself and his order. There is kindness in the act of recognition, as well as in the manner in which it is denoted. We might learn much from the French people in this matter. They are not only polite to each other, but they have a greater respect for property. Some may be disposed to doubt this after the recent destruction of buildings in Paris, but the communists must be regarded as altogether exceptional people, and to understand the French character, we must look to the body of the population scattered throughout France. There we find property much more respected by the people than amongst ourselves. Even the beggar respects the fruit by the roadside, although there is nobody to protect it. The reason of this is that France is a nation of small proprietors, that property is much more generally diffused and exposed, and parents of even the lowest class educate their children in carefulness of and fidelity to the property of others. This respect for property is also accompanied with that respect for the feelings of others, which constitutes what is called good manners. This is carefully inculcated in the children of all ranks in France. They are very rarely rude. They are civil to strangers. They are civil to each other. Mr. Lang, in his Notes of a Traveler, makes these remarks. This deference to the feelings of others in all that we do is a moral habit of great value when it is generally diffused, and enters into the home training of every family. It is an education both of the parent and child in morals, carried on through the medium of external manners. It is a fine distinction of the French national character and of social economy that practical morality is more generally taught through manners among and by the people themselves than in any country in Europe. The same kindly feeling might be observed throughout the entire social intercourse of working men with each other. There is not a moment in their lives in which the opportunity does not occur for exhibiting good manners, in the workshop, in the street, and at home, provided there be a wish to please others by kind looks and ways. The habit of combining good manners with every action will soon be formed. It is not merely the pleasure a man gives to others by being kind to them. He receives tenfold more pleasure himself. The man who gets up and offers his chair to a woman or to an old man, trivial though the act may seem, is rewarded by his own heart, and a thrill of pleasure runs through him the moment he has performed the kindness. Work people need to practice good manners towards each other the more, because they are under the necessity of constantly living with each other and amongst each other. They are in constant contact with their fellow workmen, whereas the richer classes need not mix with men unless they choose, and then they can select whom they like. The working man's happiness depends much more upon the kind looks, words, and acts of those immediately about him than the rich man's does. It is so in the workshop, and it is the same at home. There the workman cannot retire into his study, but must sit amongst his family, by the side of his wife, with his children about him. And he must either live kindly with them, performing kind and obliging acts towards his family, or he must see, suffer, and endure the intolerable misery of reciprocal unkindness. Admitted that there are difficulties in the way of working men cultivating the art of good manners, that their circumstances are often very limited and their position unfavorable, yet no man is so poor but that he can be civil and kind, if he choose, and to be civil and kind is the very essence of good manners. Even in the most adverse circumstances, a man may try to do his best. If he speak and act courteously and kindly to all, the result will be so satisfactory, so self-rewarding, that he cannot but be stimulated to persevere in the same course. He will diffuse pleasure about him in the home, make friends of his work-fellows, and be regarded with increased kindness and respect by every right-minded employer. The civil workman will exercise increased power amongst his class, and gradually induce them to imitate him by his persistent steadiness, civility, and kindness. Thus, Benjamin Franklin, when a workman, reformed the habits of an entire workshop. Then, besides the general pleasure arising from the exercise of good manners, there is a great deal of healthful and innocent pleasure to be derived from amusements of various kinds. One cannot be always working, eating, and sleeping. There must be time for relaxation, time for mental pleasures, time for bodily exercise. There's a profound meaning in the word amusement, much more than most people are disposed to admit. In fact, amusement is an important part of education. It is a mistake to suppose that the boy or the man who plays at some outdoor game is wasting his time. Amusement of any kind is not wasting time, but economizing life. Relax and exercise frequently if you would enjoy good health. If you do not relax and take no exercise, the results will soon appear in bodily ailments, which always accompany sedentary occupations. The students, says Lord Derby, who think they have not time for bodily exercise will sooner or later find time for illness. There are people in the world who would, if they had the power, hang the heavens about with crape, throw a shroud over the beautiful and life-giving bosom of the planet, pick the bright stars from the sky, veil the sun with clouds, pluck the silver moon from her place in the firmament, shut up our gardens and fields, and all the flowers with which they are bedecked, and doom the world to an atmosphere of gloom and cheerlessness. There is no reason nor morality in this, and there is still less religion. A benevolent Creator has endowed man with an eminent capacity for enjoyment, has set in him a fair and lovely world, surrounded him with things good and beautiful, and given him the disposition to love, to sympathize, to help, to produce, to enjoy, and thus to become an honorable and happy being, bringing God's work to perfection and enjoying the divine creation in the midst of which he lives. Make a man happy, and his actions will be happy too. Doom him to dismal thoughts and miserable circumstances, and you will make him gloomy, discontented, morose, and probably vicious. Hence, coarseness and crime are almost invariably found amongst those who have never been accustomed to be cheerful, whose hearts have been shut against the purifying influences of a happy communion with nature, or an enlightened and cheerful intercourse with man. Man has a strong natural appetite for relaxation and amusement, and, like all other natural appetites, it has been implanted for a wise purpose. It cannot be repressed, but will break out in one form or another. Any well-directed attempt to promote an innocent amusement is worth a dozen sermons against pernicious ones. If we do not provide the opportunity for enjoying wholesome pleasures, men will certainly find out vicious ones for themselves. Sidney Smith truly said, "In order to attack vice with effect, we must set up something better in its place." Temperance reformers have not sufficiently considered how much the drinking habits of the country are the consequences of gross tastes, and of the too limited opportunities which exist in this country for obtaining access to amusements of an innocent and improving tendency. The workman's tastes have been allowed to remain uncultivated. Present wants engross his thoughts. That gratification of his appetites is his highest pleasure, and when he relaxes, it is to indulge immoderately in beer or whiskey. The Germans were at one time the drunkenest of nations. They are now among the soberest. As drunken as a German boor was a common proverb. How have they been weaned from drink? Principally by education and music. Music has a most humanizing effect. The cultivation of the art has a most favorable influence upon public morals. It furnishes a source of pleasure in every family. It gives home a new attraction. It makes social intercourse more cheerful. Father Matthew followed up his temperance movement by a singing movement. He promoted the establishment of musical clubs all over Ireland, for he felt that, as he had taken the people's whiskey from them, he must give them some wholesome stimulus in its stead. He gave them music. Singing classes were established to refine the taste, soften the manners, and humanize the mass of the Irish people. But we fear that the example set by Father Matthew has already been forgotten. What a fullness of enjoyment, says Channing, has our Creator placed within our reach, by surrounding us with an atmosphere which may be shaped into sweet sounds. And yet this goodness is almost lost upon us, through want of culture of the organ by which this provision is to be enjoyed. How much would the general cultivation of the gift of music improve us as a people? Children ought to learn it in schools, as they do in Germany. The voice of music would then be heard in every household. Our old English glees would no longer be forgotten. Men and women might sing in the intervals of their work, as the Germans do in going to and coming from their wars. The work would not be worse done, because it was done amidst music and cheerfulness. The breath of society would be sweetened, and pleasure would be linked with labor. Why not have some elegance in even the humblest home? We must, of course, have cleanliness, which is the special elegance of the poor. But why not have pleasant and delightful things to look upon? There is no reason why the humbler classes should not surround themselves with the evidence of beauty and comfort in all their shapes, and thus do homage alike to the gifts of God and the labors of man. The taste for the beautiful is one of the best and most useful endowments. It is one of the handmaids of civilization. Beauty and elegance do not necessarily belong to the homes of the rich. They are, or ought to be, all-pervading. Beauty in all things, in nature, in art, in science, in literature, in social and domestic life. How beautiful, and yet how cheap are flowers. Not exotics, but what are called common flowers. A rose, for instance, is among the most beautiful of the smiles of nature. The laughing flowers, exclaims the poet. But there is more than gaiety in blooming flowers, though it takes a wise man to see the beauty, the love, and the adaptation of which they are full. What should we think of one who had invented flowers, supposing that before him flowers were unknown? Would he not be regarded as the opener up of a paradise of new delight? Should we not hail the inventor as a genius, as a god? And yet these lovely offsprings of the earth have been speaking to man from the first dawn of his existence until now, telling him of the goodness and wisdom of the creative power, which bade the earth bring forth, not only that which was useful as food, but also flowers, the bright, consummate flowers, to clothe it in beauty and joy. Bring one of the commonest field flowers into a room, place it on a table or chimney piece, and you seem to have brought a ray of sunshine into the place. There is a cheerfulness about flowers. What a delight are they to the drooping invalid! They are like a sweet draught of enjoyment, coming as messengers from the country, and seeming to say, "Come and see the place where we grow, and let your heart be glad in our presence." What can be more innocent than flowers? They are like children undimmed by sin. They are emblems of purity and truth, a source of fresh delight to the pure and innocent. The heart that does not love flowers, or the voice of a playful child, cannot be genial. It was a beautiful conceit that invented a language of flowers, by which lovers were enabled to express the feelings that they dare not openly speak. But flowers have a voice for all, old and young, rich and poor. To me, says Wordsworth, the meanest flower that blows can give thoughts that do often lie too deep for tears. Have a flower in the room by all means. It will cost only a penny, if your ambition is moderate, and the gratification it gives will be beyond price. If you can have a flower for your window, so much the better. What can be more delicious than the sun's light streaming through flowers, through the midst of crimson fuchsias or scarlet geraniums? To look out into the light through flowers, is that not poetry? And to break the force of the sunbeams by the tender resistance of green leaves? If you can train a nasturtium round the window, or some sweet peas, then you will have the most beautiful frame you can invent for the picture without, whether it be the busy crowd, or a distant landscape, or trees with their lights and shades, or the changes of the passing clouds. Anyone may thus look through flowers for the price of an old song. And what pure taste and refinement does it not indicate on the part of the cultivator? A flower in the window sweetens the air, makes the room look graceful, gives the sun's light a new charm, rejoices the eye, and links nature with beauty. The flower is a companion that will never say a cross thing to anyone, but will always look beautiful and smiling. Do not despise it because it is cheap, and because everybody may have the luxury as well as yourself. Common things are cheap, but common things are invariably the most valuable. Could we only have fresh air or sunshine by purchase, what luxuries they would be considered. But they are free to all, and we think little of their blessings. There is, indeed, much in nature that we do not yet half enjoy, because we shut our avenues of sensation and feeling. We are satisfied with the matter of fact, and look not for the spirit of fact, which is above it. If we open our minds to enjoyment, we might find tranquil pleasures spread about us on every side. We might live with the angels that visit us on every sunbeam, and sit with the fairies who wait on every flower. We want more loving knowledge to enable us to enjoy life, and we require to cultivate the art of making the most of the common means and appliances for enjoyment, which lie about us on every side. A snug and clean home, no matter how tiny it be, so that it be wholesome, windows into which the sun can shine cheerily, a few good books, and who would need be without a few good books in these days of universal cheapness? No duns at the door, and the cupboard well supplied, and with a flower in your room. There is none so poor as not to have about him these elements of pleasure. But why not, besides the beauty of nature, have a taste for the beauty of art? Why not hang up a picture in the room? Ingenious methods have been discovered, some of them quite recently, for almost infinitely multiplying works of art, by means of wood engravings, lithographs, photographs, and autotypes, which render it possible for every person to furnish his rooms with beautiful pictures. Skill and science have thus brought art within reach of the poorest. Any picture, print, or engraving that represents a noble thought, that depicts a heroic act, or that brings a bit of nature from the fields or the streets into our room, is a teacher, a means of education, and a help to self-culture. It serves to make the home more pleasant and attractive. It sweetens domestic life and sheds a grace and beauty about it. It draws the gazer away from mere considerations of self, and increases his store of delightful associations with the world without, as well as the world within. The portrait of a great man, for instance, helps us to read his life. It invests him with a personal interest. Looking at his features, we feel as if we knew him better, and were more closely related to him. Such a portrait, hung up before us daily, at our meals and during our leisure hours, unconsciously serves to lift us up and sustain us. It is a link that in some way binds us to a higher and nobler nature. It is said of a Catholic moneylender that when about to cheat, he was wont to draw a veil over the face of his favorite saint. Thus, the portraiture of a great and virtuous man is in some measure a companionship of something better than ourselves, and though we may not reach the standard of the hero, we may to a certain extent be influenced by his likeness on our walls. It is not necessary that a picture should be high-priced in order to be beautiful and good. We have seen things for which hundreds of guineas have been paid, that have not 1/100th part of the meaning of beauty that is found in Linton's woodcut of Raphael's Madonna, which may be had for 2d. The head reminds one of the observation made by Hazlitt upon a picture, that it seems as if an unhandsome act would be impossible in its presence. It embodies the ideas of mother's love, womanly beauty, and earnest piety. As some one said of the picture, it looks as if a bit of heaven were in the room. Picture fanciers pay not so much for the merit as for the age and the rarity of their works. The poorest may have the seeing eye for beauty, while the rich man may be blind to it. The cheapest engraving may communicate the sense of beauty to the artisan, while 1,000-guinea picture may fail to communicate to the millionaire anything, excepting, perhaps, the notion that he has got possessions of a work which the means of other people cannot compass. Does the picture give you pleasure in looking at it? That is one good test of its worth. You may grow tired of it, your taste may outgrow it, and demand something better, just as the reader may grow out of Montgomery's poetry into Milton's. Then you will take down the daub and put up a picture with a higher idea in its place. There may thus be a steady progress of art made upon the room walls. If the pictures can be put in frames, so much the better. But if they cannot, no matter, up with them. We know that Owen Jones says it is not good taste to hang prints upon walls. He would merely hang room papers there. But Owen Jones may not be infallible, and here we think he is wrong. To our eyes, a room always looks unfurnished, no matter how costly and numerous the tables, chairs, and ottomans, unless there be pictures upon the walls. It ought to be, and no doubt is, a great stimulus to artists to know that their works are now distributed in prints and engravings, to decorate and beautify the homes of the people. The woodcutter, the lithographer, and the engraver are the popular interpreters of the great artist. Thus, Turner's pictures are not confined to the wealthy possessors of the original works, but may be diffused through all homes by the Millers and Brandards and Wilmots who have engraved them. Thus, Landseer finds entrance through woodcuts and mezzotints into every dwelling. Thus, Cruikshank preaches temperance, and Ari Scheffer purity and piety. The engraver is the medium by which art in the palace is conveyed into the humblest homes in the kingdom. The art of living may be displayed in many ways. It may be summed up in the words, "Make the best of everything." Nothing is beneath its care, even common and little things it turns to account. It gives a brightness and grace to the home, and invests nature with new charms. Through it, we enjoy the rich man's parks and woods, as if they were our own. We inhale the common air, and bask under the universal sunshine. We glory in the grass, the passing clouds, and the flowers. We love the common earth, and hear joyful voices through all nature. It extends to every kind of social intercourse. It engenders cheerful goodwill and loving sincerity. By its help, we make others happy and ourselves blessed. We elevate our being and ennoble our lot. We rise above the groveling creatures of earth and aspire to the infinite, and thus we link time to eternity, where the true art of living has its final consummation. End of section 30. End of Thrift by Samuel Smiles.